Welcome, my friends, to a whole new challenge. We're not going to train the team, we're not going to coach the team, we are not even going to select the team. We start today as the director of football. Greetings, my friends, and welcome back to the channel. I'm Kirk Sheridan, and you're joining me today for part 1 of the Director of Moneyball series. Now, there is one thing I want to make very, very clear. This is not a video or a series where we give responsibility for transfers to the Director of Football and just worry about the coaching and the tactics and all that kind of thing. No. This is the opposite. We're not getting involved in coaching, tactics, match selections, or even watching the matches live. So when setting yourself up to play as a director of football in this way, first things first, choose your team just like any other game. We are going with Worthing. Now, Worthing are new to the Vanarama South this year, so it's a perfect opportunity to basically have a blank slate. Probably fairly low expectations and an opportunity to really build from the bottom up. Then pick your managerial style. Now, there are a number of different ways that you could go about this. You could set yourself up based on the club that you're looking after. But to be honest, when we're staying completely clear of most aspects of the game that people tend to get stuck into, we need to do something a little bit different. And this is the setup that I recommend. No coaching badges, but international, global level playing experience. Now, what this will allow you to do is basically put all of your attributes into the mental side of things and completely ignore, for the most part, the coaching attributes. Now, I'm intending to stay with Worthing for the duration of my career, so I'm going to drop our adaptability right down to 1. What I do want, though, is some very strong knowledge of players. There we go. That's the setup that we are going for this director of football save. You may think it's cheating a bit to have stats this high at such a low level of the game. Trust me, you need to find good players because you're relying on staff who may not be quite as proficient at deciding how to set up a team. And there we have it. Worthing have hired Kirk Sheridan. And here are the expectations for this season. Oh my goodness. The board expect us to reach the playoffs in our first ever season at this level. No pressure there then. Our supporters simply desire a top half finish. So they're being slightly more realistic, I think, than our current board. Are we scheduling a press conference, an intra-squad friendly? No. We're not getting involved in that side of things. We do want, however, a meeting with our backroom staff every week to make sure that we're keeping a focus on everything else going on behind the scenes at the club. The next thing to do before you click anything on this screen, make sure you're setting the staff responsibilities so that you are taking care of director of football duties only. Are we going to handle team selection? No, we're delegating it. We will, however, hire and fire the director of football, the technical director, all of the staff, and I mean all of the staff, and we will decide who is taking coaching courses. We will also take responsibility for all contract negotiations. Now, advice and reports. Make sure that you're getting recruitment and scout feedback from your chief scout, if you happen to have one. I'll show you the reason why for that shortly. Anything that the director of football would be responsible for, you take responsibility for. So take control of assigning scouts, take control of handling the scouting meetings. When it comes to transfers, make sure you've got control of everything. When it comes to contracts, everything. When it comes to the media, delegate all of that out. When have you ever seen a director of football taking a post-match interview? Training, delegate that stuff out as well. You're not getting involved at all. You might, however, want to just keep receiving training emails to see how players are progressing and developing. Tactics, delegate everything. For the match, delegate everything. Next, take a look at your staff. And get ready to say goodbye to one of them, because you need to sack your director of football. Why on earth am I sacking my director of football, I hear you ask? Well, you're the director of football now, so you don't need one on the books. It's cheating. They'll give you recommendations for players that you've never heard of. That's your job. It's your job to go and find them. So goodbye, Nathan. It's been nice knowing you. Shame you're also a coach, but we'll worry about that in the near future. The second crucial staffing decision is decide whether you want to keep your assistant manager. You need to be looking for managerial attributes. You need someone who can motivate, who's good with people, can judge player ability and potential, and has sound tactical knowledge. We don't need them to coach, but we need them to be able to pick a good team and make changes in the match, because we're not getting anywhere near that. As well as that, the tactical style and preferred formations are absolutely key, because when you leave everything to your assistant manager on match day, as I will show you how to do, they will play what they want to play. So it's absolutely crucial that you have an assistant manager whose play style and formation you can fully get behind and want to see your team playing. Otherwise, you'll end up bringing in a load of great technical players, and your manager there will play Route 1. And it will fall flat on its face. Here's an example of a view that you can use to get the kind of information that you need at a glance. We can see the tactical style of the staff member, their preferred formation, their second preferred formation, their playing mentality that they tend to prefer, and the kind of pressing and passing style that they will tend to fall back on as well. And then the attributes at the end. So I'm now going to search for assistant managers who have decent ratings in the manager's attributes, and also working with youngsters, because another key part of director of football's responsibility, of course, is bringing in those young players who can be sold for a profit at a later date. Let's see if anybody shows up on this list. One member of staff tends to play a Catenaccio 4-4-2. That isn't exciting me a huge amount, I have to be honest. Decrease those expectations a touch. Dave Hedges looks like a very interesting option. Playing tiki-taka in the Vanarama South? 4-2-3-1. I think I'm going to see what Dave Hedges might want to join us. 180 quid a week. What do you say? Excellent. He's on board. He will evaluate his decisions. Well, that's a good start. So that does mean, I'm afraid, Mick, that we're going to offer you mutual termination as well. That Route 1 5-2-1-2 is just not what I'm looking to play. Then you do need to give your coaching staff a little bit of a helping hand. Go to the tactics screen, set up your tactical style to match that of your assistant manager. So I'm setting it up to match that tiki-taka of our hopefully new assistant manager. Match the formation as well. And don't worry at all about who fits in where. What that will do is then allow your coaching staff to base their training off of the expectation that they will play this tactic. Obviously, you're not going to be involved in choosing who plays, but at least you're helping the assistant manager to make sure that his style of play will be committed to on the training ground. So there we've got the 4-2-3-1 as our primary tactic, and the 4-4-2 narrow diamond as our secondary tactic, completely in line with what Dave Hedges prefers to play. So our finances have taken a hit from that, from those mutual terminations, as you would expect, and we are currently maxed out on our wage budget. So if we want to bring anybody new in, we're going to need to ship some players out. The next rule for playing as director of football is a pretty straightforward one. Always do what the rest of your staff say. They're going to be giving you advice on captaincies. They're going to be giving you advice on training, team selections, tactical selections. Go with the lot of it, because you're not getting involved. The best way to do that is to attend every team meeting and basically just accept whatever's thrown your way. One thing you can absolutely tell them to forget about, though, is when they recommend staff to you, because that is not something we want to hear. We're going to be searching for staff ourselves. We're going to be looking for responses to adverts ourselves. So we don't want to see that topic again. Thank you very much. And the final critical thing to know when playing as a director of football is how to alleviate yourself from any responsibility whatsoever on match day. It just so happens that Worthing do not yet have an under-18s manager, so I am being asked to manage the team. I choose not to. This is a very, very simple thing to do. When you hit match day, go back to the homepage and send yourself on holiday for 1 day. You can also, if you want to cheat a little bit, use the current match tactics and current team selection where possible, but we are firmly committed to letting our staff make those decisions for us. So I have no idea what the team is going to be for this under-18s match. I've got no idea what formation we're even going to play, because we're going on holiday and we will come back tomorrow. Turns out we won 1-0. You can go back into the match report and find out how we set up. We did play the 4-2-3-1. We can even go back and watch the goals to see how the team actually performed. Or in fact, any of the highlights. You can select to view the key highlights, but that was a quality finish from a quality ball. Under-18s are off to a winning start. So that going on holiday option is everything you need as a director of football to leave your staff in charge on match day to use whatever formation, whatever tactics they feel are best suited to the match ahead of them. And there you have it. From this point on, you are geared up and ready to go to be the director of football, to give up all responsibility and all influence over team selection, over tactics, over training. Oh, this is going to be fun. In the case of the squad here at Worthing, I'm already looking at where I need to improve the squad. I'm also looking at some of the gaps that we have across our staff team. You can take this style of playing into your game. If you do, please drop me a comment below. Tell me how you're finding it, how you're getting on. Ask me any questions. But this is not just a one-off video. This is the first part of a series. In episode 2, we find out how to truly become the director of Moneyball. Welcome back to episode 2 of the director of Moneyball. I am Kirk Sheridan, and today I am going to take you through the Moneyball rules that we are going to apply as we take Worthing Football Club from the National League South to the Premier League. That's the plan anyway. I mean, you know, time will tell, and you might be able to have a very good laugh at me along the way if this doesn't all go according to plan. What we are going to do, though, is follow 9 rules. These are rules that were detailed in 2 fantastic football books, Soccernomics and The Numbers Game. I also heartily recommend that you check out the Football Manager Meets Moneyball series by Alex Stewart over at thesetpieces.com, which was a massive inspiration for this save as well. 9 rules, and here is rule number 1. Promote youth above transfers. For a true Moneyball save, what we need to be doing is essentially making the club as financially efficient as possible. One obvious way to do this is to promote people from our youth team. Why go out and spend £5 million if you've got someone already in the youth team who you can promote for much cheaper wages and might do exactly the same job? Bit of a shame then that as things stand, our under-18s, no candidates, no one in need of attention, no one to watch. One for us to work on then. Rule number 2, only sign players between the ages of 20 and 25. Now that feels counterintuitive, particularly for Football Manager players. We like to snap up the wonder kids. We like to snap up players in their prime who can come in and do a job for us. But there is a very, very significant reason why that age bracket is the most important. Generally, between the ages of 21 to 25, the players you bring in will increase in value and allow you to make a profit on them. That's another fundamental of this particular save. We are looking to make a profit on every player that we sign. The second Someone who's 21 has probably got a lot more first team minutes under their belt than someone aged 17 or 18. We need to have a decent underpinning of statistical data. So a promising youngster from a youth team who hasn't played any first team minutes, not going to cut it. We're going to let the data do the work for us. Rule 3, shop outside the usual markets. We all know English players, particularly Premier League players, even Championship players, are massively overvalued. You can get absolute bargains by going slightly beyond the beaten track. I'm talking transfer listed players, free transfers, low reputation leagues, low reputation teams. We want to sign up-and-coming young players who are putting in a decent amount of game time from divisions below us because they will be cheaper and again have more resale value. So I'm instantly going to reduce our scouting range, which will then allow me to significantly reduce the scouting budget. That feels ample for now. Nearly 58,000 allocated to our scouting budget. So we've got a little bit of room to spare. And if we transfer that across to wage budget, that gives us an extra £700 a week to play with, which as we're looking to bring in new staff, is I think going to be a very, very big help. Rule 4, improve defence before attack. Now this is a rule that comes directly from the numbers game. They looked at a huge number of matches and were able to prove clean sheets are worth more points than goals. And that's something that's going to be fundamental to the way that we approach this challenge, making sure we have a solid base rather than an exciting front line. Hopefully we'll get both, but defence first is where we're going to be putting our focus. Rule 5, improve the weakest area of the team first. Going out and signing a new star striker when you've already got someone up front who's pretty good is nowhere near as beneficial as upgrading your right wing back who can't seem to put a cross into the box whenever they get forward. So if I have a player in the team who is an obvious weak link, that is the first part of the team I need to upgrade. We're not looking to raise our ceiling. We need to raise the base that we're working from as we climb up the leagues. So in keeping with Rule 5, I've set up a few recruitment focuses to find some fullbacks and hopefully some decent defensive midfielders to fit into our new assistant manager's tactical setup. They are definitely the weakest areas of the team. Only one left back at the club. My best right back also plays in the centre. Maybe attacking midfielder as well is something we need to improve, but these are definitely areas that we need better strength and depth. So that's where I'm going to be focusing on limited wage budget. Rule 6. Basically, don't buy strikers unless you absolutely have to, because they're massively overpriced. There will of course be times when we need to bring in strikers, but it tends to be that those goal-scoring heroes cost a lot of money, both in terms of wages and also in terms of transfer fees. We're not going to be going out and trying to sign a 20-goal-a-season striker who's going to cost 5 times more than any other player we've ever brought into the club. We're going to rely on sharing those goals around, some excellent team play and overperforming constantly against our expectations. That's how we're going to make it to the top. Rule 7. Sell players at their peak age. Don't hold on to them too long. Don't let them decrease in value. So with a true Moneyball save, we need to be looking to maximise the value of our players. And that means accepting we're not going to be able to hold on to our heroes for their entire career. So in most cases, we're going to move our players on before they reach the age of 30. Beyond that point, their value will diminish. That means immediately these players here, the 6 oldest players at the club from 28 to 37, I will be looking to move them on straight away to get as much value from them as I possibly can and reinvest that in bringing in younger players with more resale value. Number 8. With the previous rule in mind, always be scouting for replacements. We want to make sure that we have exceptional talent lined up to come in at a moment's notice. Always have an alternative player lined up. And rule 9. The final and scariest rule of all, if somebody offers more than a player is worth, sell them. Yeah, that's it. We are a tiny, tiny club in the National League South for the very first time. There's no way we can hope to keep hold of our best players. We need to maximise their value, sell them at a massive profit, and reinvest those funds in developing our youth team. I really am genuinely terrified about that one, though, because it's not how I've ever played Football Manager before. Wish me luck. So there we have it, 9 frankly terrifying rules to take into this Director of Moneyball adventure. Okay, rule 7, let's get these players offered out. Anyone above their peak age. One of them is my club captain. Am I going to have to make an exception straight away here? Okay, I'll think about Aaron later on. Let's definitely look at the others first. Now, I have made a decision to offer out one of our players, looking at the attributes that I'm aiming for. Similar to the Culture Club last year, I want players who are determined, good teamwork, work rate, concentration and bravery, and also pacey with strong stamina and strength, and some who can pass their way out of this division. And unfortunately, Dan Thompson does not really fit that remit, so I've offered him out to clubs around us for £2,500. We'll see what comes back. No one was biting. We ended up having to transfer list him, and now he has had an offer from Canvey Island. We won't get a fee, but we would save £150 per week. Over the course of a year, that's nearly £8,000 saved, so I think that would be a good deal. So I'll accept that, and now it's over to Dan to make his decision. Here's an example of that preference for youth in action. Conrad Honor, he's potentially agreeing to a contract as a breakthrough prospect. He's already one of the better midfielders at the club, so we've offered him a part-time contract for 2 years, £70 a week. He's accepted. This might be an opportunity to start our youth development plans early. And at our first recruitment meeting, our staff suggested that we transfer list Darren Budd, 37 years old, unfortunately no longer good enough for the club. Darren, you've got 23 clubs to choose from. Please go for one of them and save us £80 per week. Thank you very much. Great news, Dan Thompson has agreed to join Canvey Island. Dan, I wish you well. Sorry we couldn't work together for longer, but thank you for saving us £150 per week. And here we have our first new signing. Following the rules applied to this Moneyball save, we've signed a 21-year-old fullback, Bradley Webb. He is going to probably act as a backup to Cameron Tutt, but at least now we do have another option in that position, who has potential to be almost as good as Tutt could be in the future as well. Certainly meets a lot of those team DNA attributes that I'm looking for. We have a capable backup there, and we were able to bring him in on a very decent wage. He initially wanted a non-contract. He might well end up playing a lot if Tutt gets injured. So we just offered him £60 a week, and he's happy. Excellent. We are too. And one of the reasons we've been able to fund that move for Bradley Webb is because Operation Reduce Our Wage Budget is going pretty well. Darren Budd did move to Folkestone. We've also moved on Tyrese Mathenzi to Hitchin, Joe Rye's gone to Whitehawk, and Alex Parson also gone to Hitchin. And with all of that combined, we've actually got a gap in our wage budget of £1.5k per week, which is allowing us to do exciting things like bringing in another new player, Jack Madelin. Madelin is a risk, but in the first season of a Moneyball save, there's always going to be a risk involved because you don't have the supporting data to prove whether someone's had first team football or not. What I do know is he's played 2 non-competitive games for us so far on trial, got 7.5 rating in the 2 of them, and absolutely ticks all the boxes for our club DNA. Now, if we look at his history, Wimbledon, 1 appearance in Sky Bet League 1, and Leatherhead on loan, 1 appearance in the Isthmian Premier last season. So an out-of-ordinary Moneyball signing because we don't have all the data to prove that he's the right player for this club, but comes in on a healthy wage compared to other players, long-term contract as well, a significant release clause, so he would absolutely generate a lot of profit for us as well. In my search for quality defensive midfielders, I've identified Lamine Sheriff, who ticks all of the boxes for the club DNA that I'm looking for. Currently playing at Peterborough Sports. in the National League North, and apparently no compensation, and he might not want a regular wage, so I'm going to give this a try. He's happy to be a fringe player. This is positive. And he wants a £475 appearance fee. I suspect he's going to get more game time than that, so I'm going to offer him a part-time contract. Let's go £140 a week guaranteed, just for a year. Oh, quality! Once again, bargain signing. Now it's time to see how effective our new look scouting team has been in identifying potential players for our problem positions. Okay, we have 3 recommendations for right back, all of which outside my target age range. Maybe that's something I need to select with the recruitment focus in future. Can I do that? Yes, that was rather stupid. However, in better news, we have had an unbeaten pre-season. 2-0 victory at home against Southend. Then we beat Worthing United, very local rivals, 5-2. East Preston 2-0. Gloucester another 5-2. And then Needham Market 5-0. Miles Meekham's there with an 8.18 average in those 5 matches. Ollie Pearce, 7.9. Harry Phillips, who I'm absolutely offering a contract to now that he's proven himself on trial, 7.7 in that attacking midfield role. There it is. We've offered Phillips a contract significantly higher wage than the other players we've brought in so far, but he is our best attacking midfielder, and we need someone who can score goals and assist. Once again, those pre-season matches have proven that Phillips should be able to do just that. These signings are gathering pace as we approach the first game of the season. Harvey White joins us as our backup goalkeeper. Excellent potential. Not really to the level of quality that I would like for a backup, but he's only 21, he will get better, and to be honest, I just needed someone to be able to sit on the bench. We're only paying him when he plays, so hopefully he's not going to have to play very much. Phillips joins us too, excellent news. And Sam Allardyce also joins us as a backup centre-back. Another one of those players who we've been able to sign as a breakthrough prospect for very little money, even though he's already got a decent rating for the senior team and has exceptional potential. We've signed him up for 2 years. The big day approaches. We have no more transfer activity underway ahead of the game against Dover tomorrow. Our first ever game in the National League South. Looks like we'll end up with Harrison Mayle starting in goal, Cameron Tutt at left back. Jack Maidlin could well play at right back because we've got Dan Bowery and Aaron Racine in the middle. Sam Allardyce capable backup to them both. Lamine Sheriff, depending on how we line up, maybe a third choice, but Danny Barker and McLeod are likely to take those two places. Maybe Lewis White cutting in from the left and Miles Meekins on the right. Ollie Pearce certainly guaranteed starter up front. And that is looking very much along the lines of what Dave is suggesting. Obviously, he might change his mind tomorrow. I'm not getting involved. This is his squad. It's his team. Oh, this is it. Big day. We are going on holiday. Come on, Dave, do me proud. I know you can. I've hand-picked you to manage this team, to take us to the Vanarama National League. I believe that your tiki-taka style, your passing, will take us out of this division. What's going to happen when we come back from holiday? Whoa! What a match! 5-2. Again, that's our third 5-2 win in 6 matches. Oh, we're going to be a fun team to watch this season, aren't we? How did we line up? We did have Tutt on the left and Maidlin on the right. Allardyce started in the centre of defence with Racine. McLeod and Sheriff in defensive midfield. Miles Meekham's, Phillips and White behind Pearce. Looks like Bowery, Starkey and Barker all came on and did great things. Right, I'm sure, like me, you want to watch the goals. So Dover managed to get the first with a through ball from their fullback, knocked into their striker Grant. Quite an easy finish for them. And then in the 24th minute, McLeod floated one across to Maidlin, who left-footed strike from outside the box from a central defender. Then the 74th minute, Starkey played a through ball to Pearce, who took a touch and then struck it into the back of the net with some force. Starkey, who was a substitute, I believe, setting up that goal. Then a long ball from Bowery. Pearce, with a beautiful finish into the bottom corner. Well played, Pearce. And then I believe he gets a hat-trick. Starkey, is he setting this one up? No, that's Barker. And a free header for Pearce, who does get the hat-trick. My word. Unfortunately, it looks like Dover did get a consolation. Just, wow. Wow. If you're going to score a consolation goal, that's quite a good one. Gracious me, that was even better than Maidlin's. And then, oh my word, Starkey being played on by some terrible defending, an awful offside trap there from their defender. Dave Hedges, you're off to a winning start, 100% record. We're top of the league. Don't know how long it's going to stay that way, but there's obviously a surefire way to find out. Come back again and join me as we continue this Director of Moneyball adventure. Welcome back to part 3 of the Director of Moneyball. I'm Kirk Sheridan, and as you can see, we are sitting pretty at the top of the Vanarama National League South. Ollie Pearce is the joint second top scorer with 6 goals in those first 6 matches. He's been player of the match 3 times. Harrison Males kept 3 clean sheets. We've got a goal difference of 11. Only one slip-up, which was that recent 2-2 draw against Eastbourne Borough, which was off the back of only having a day's rest, to be fair. So I'm not that sad about it. But a 5-2 victory, which you saw against Dover on the opening day. And then 4-0, 1-0, 3-1, 1-0, and then that 2-2. So that 4-0 victory against Welling was an all-round dominant performance. Look at that, XG of 2.08. We did only have 48% of possession. I must admit, that's one thing I've been surprised by, is how little possession we have had, considering that we're playing a tiki-taka style, or at least our assistant manager prefers that tiki-taka style. We did kind of rob Weymouth, though, when we played them away from home. We had 57% of possession, so I did keep the ball for extended periods of the game, but look at that XG. Then Chippenham was a little more even, but we scored 3 goals from our 4 shots on target. And then Dartford away, we should have won by more than 1 goal. And then this 2-2 draw against Eastbourne. We did concede a good number of chances to them. Look at this. Miles Meekham's 7.5, Ollie Pearce 7.48. Maidlin 7.37, what a signing he has been. And he is actually in the Media Dream 11 as the 4th best player in the division. What a purchase. Couple of regulars who are not quite performing at the highest level, Tutt and Sheriff. Give them time. Certainly not to the detriment of our results, is it? There have been a couple more bits of business. We've brought in a second backup goalkeeper. Lachlan Robertson comes in as the 2nd best keeper at the club. Another one on a non-contract, so only £220 per appearance. And a couple of leavers. We've let James Beresford go on loan to Grays to get a bit of game time. That leaves just Maidlin and Joel Culbran as the only right backs at the club. If there is an injury to one of those two, I may need to enter the market for potentially an emergency loan signing. And Kane Wills, who was another of those players who was ageing, not really going to get in the team and develop further. Great attributes for the DNA that I was looking for Worthing, except for passing, but felt it was best to get his wage off of the budget. And that leaves us with significant room for manoeuvre. Again, £900 left in the wage budget, which, to be honest, at the moment, we don't need to worry about because the club is doing so very, very well. And all that astute director of footballship has led to this moment. Dave Hedges, Worthing assistant manager, has won the Vanarama National League South Manager of the Month, because obviously when I'm swanning off on match day, Dave is there doing the hard work, putting that team out on the field, motivating them, making the tactical changes, and he's won 5 out of 6 games, hasn't lost yet, and totally deserves the Manager of the Month award. Well done, Dave. So if you like what Dave's achieved just as much as I do, please drop a like on the video and show him your appreciation. We've scored 16, conceded 5. It's quite remarkable for a team that was expected by the board to finish in the playoffs, and to be honest, by our fans, they just wanted us to finish in the top half. And it looks like the board are pretty happy so far, B-. It's going to be difficult to max out my performance, given that I'm not getting involved in match tactics at all. But they're pleased with the team's recent results. They're pleased with the support and backing from the players. They're disappointed with the deal to sign Harry Phillips because they think we've paid over the odds for him. So he's down as one of our regular starters, earning £350 a week, which is probably more than most other regular starters. But he started 6 games, scored twice and assisted once for an average rating of 7.3. I think I'm perfectly happy with that, thank you, board. And they would have liked us to get a loan fee for Beresford. Well, I did try to negotiate one, but I was more concerned about getting his wages off of the bill to stay financially prudent. The supporters, though, oh, they are delighted. They're saying that we look set for Vanarama South glory this season. Come on, we're 6 matches in. However, we still only expect the team to end up finishing in the top half of the table. Okay, so they like the fact that we're overperforming at the moment. Who can blame them? We got promoted last year for the first time to the National League South. Live the dream, my friends, while you can, because I don't know how much longer it's going to last. So the dynamics are getting there. Cohesion isn't there yet because we've brought in a lot of new players, obviously, but atmosphere is very good. Managerial support is building, although there's a few players who apparently don't get on with me. What's this all about then, eh? This can probably only be Jake Robinson, who is only content with OK morale at the moment. I've been trying to get him to leave the club, but no one wants to pay his wages. Well, neither do I. Interesting to see that we are lacking team leaders, though. 2 of those influential players, though, both Jake Robinson and Starkey, I'm looking to move on. Starkey just tactically doesn't fit into the team, although on ability, he'd probably be all right to stay in the squad. Jake Robinson, 35 years old. I'm not keen to play him to the detriment of the development of some of the younger players. So far, Robinson hasn't even made a substitute appearance. Starkey has come on 4 times. So when he does get on the pitch, he is performing, but for 4 substitute appearances, £500 a week seems excessive. Let's see if we can get any takers to bite before we play St Albans. Dave might be worried about the Manager of the Month curse. It looks like he's a little concerned about playing St Albans. They've notched up 3 straight league wins and lie in 5th place. This won't be easy. No one's going for Robinson or Starkey, so I'm going to now offer them both out for loan. Given no one seems interested in paying their full wages, I will offer them both out for 80%. Still no offers. So today, 7th match of the season, we're playing St Albans away from home. 5th versus 1st. It's 3 o'clock. It's time to go on holiday. There's a lot of tiredness in the squad from playing a lot of matches in quick succession. Oh, and that's our first loss of the season. High scoring match given the XG on show there. We did dominate possession, but we lost the XG battle 1.53 to 0.67. And it looks like Tut and Sheriff again had pretty poor games. Well, remember what I said in the rules? Always improve the weakest area of your team first. This left back slot is starting to look troublesome. So we got the scoring underway by the look of it. No, did we? Madeline with an incredible finish. Then the ball came out to... Oh, dear me. That was just very, very poor defending. It looks like our central defender didn't really jump for it. And, oh dear me, easy goal from the corner. Maybe I need some taller players as well. One to consider. And then how many times have we seen us score that exact goal so far this season? And looks like we're going to score it again. Good old non-league. Tim Flowers there. England and Blackburn legend in charge of St Albans is pleased with the comeback. I'm not Tim. Oh, I tell you what, this Moneyball can be hard at times. Look at this. Jordan Einer can cover every position across the back line. That is tempting. But while he's got the determination and pace, his teamwork and work rate are both woeful, and so is his passing. So, still on the lookout for another right back then. But let's have a look at Cameron Tutt and see what we can learn. He's got a 7.3 and a 7.2 so far this season. Averaging below that. Great determination, decent teamwork, decent enough work rate. Pace, stamina, yeah, looking okay. Passing, not quite where I want it to be. Maybe it's just a case of a young player struggling to get that consistency. He's doing well in training. He's improved his stamina. Vanarama national left back in future. So there's nothing there about him being afraid of big matches or lacking consistency. Hopefully he will improve as the season goes on. But I am putting a marker now. As we know, we need to always be on the lookout for replacements. I'll get scouting for a left back straight away. Still no offers for Robinson. Right, we'll drop it to 50 and 40. Same for Starkey. Oh, and still no offers for Robinson or Starkey. Right, I'm going to leave it there for now for a few weeks. Let everybody else out there realise that they desperately need Robinson and Starkey to fill those problem positions at their clubs. It's probably just too early in the season. Maybe beginning of October it'll be a different story. Next up in the league, we are playing Tunbridge, and we're looking for 3 points. Having dropped points last time out, we've got another couple of teams level with us at the top. Over to you, Dave. Oh, no, more points dropped. We had 59% possession, but the XG was shocking. Lost 1-0. Well, I was getting very excited at the start of the episode, obviously, about how we were performing. We are only expected to be playoffs / top half this year. I just really would have liked to see us perform better than that. Look at this Pearce, another poor game. Webb came in at left back, didn't really do much. I have to say, though, this looked like a very poor goal to concede. A beautifully weighted ball between the fullback and the central defender, but Madeline there did nothing to make up the ground, and unfortunately a pretty lame attempt at a save from Mail as well. We're still fourth, though, in the playoffs, and we've got Cheshunt up next, who were all the way down in 20th, but did just beat Hemel Hempstead 5-0. I must be honest, this is where it's so tempting to take control of the team myself, but no, I am the director of football, not the manager or head coach for this particular save. So come on, Dave, get us back to winning ways. Well, we didn't lose. 1-1 draw. Considering we lost our previous match and Cheshunt had won theirs 5-0, I've got to be fairly happy with that, and it does still keep us in playoff contention. Once again, we dominated possession, but we weren't able to create the chances that I was looking for. But maybe that's something for me to be looking at in the background then. Over the coming weeks, see if I can find a few more creative players who could turn that possession into some decent shots on goal. And here I see we are normalising. If we look at the XG table for the division as a whole, we're expected to be in 6th for points based on XG for and against. We're significantly higher. We've overscored our XG by 7 goals so far. Well, please come back on form, Ollie Pearce. Work to be done then. As you will remember from our Moneyball rules, I'm not looking to go out and buy a striker to convert the chances that we are creating. So we're currently looking out for that troublesome left-back position and a bit of strength in depth on the wing. But I do have to be pretty happy with how things are going. 9 games in the playoffs, we're on track. So we shall return to Worthing sometime around November, I think, so that we can get a decent run of matches under our belt and really see how our performance tends to trend over time. By then, hopefully, I'll have nailed those problem positions. We'll have a bit more strength in depth. Or, Dave will have really experienced the Manager of the Month curse and will be on a complete losing streak because we haven't picked up any points at all for the rest of September. Football is nothing if not a game of extremes. Welcome back to episode 4 of the Director of Moneyball. I'm Kirk Sheridan, and it's all gone so horribly wrong. We've fallen to 16th. We were in the playoffs at the end of the last episode. I thought that this Director of Moneyball experiment was going to be a breeze. How wrong was I? This decline has been horrible, particularly when I can't get out there on match day. I can't have any influence over what's happening in the games. This is where you left me with that 1-1 draw against Cheshunt. I thought we were coming back. We played Hastings twice in the FA Cup second qualifying round because we couldn't beat them the first time, even though they're not even in the National League South. And we just went on a dreadful streak. Lost to Hemel Hempstead, lost to Concord, won convincingly in the FA Cup third qualifying round against Lewis, who again, lower tier side. Came back to the Vanarama South, got beat. Got beat in the fourth qualifying round to a National League side. And got beat again by Braintree. Now, by this point, I was thinking about making a dramatic change. More on that shortly. Then, something magical happened. We played Taunton, and we somehow scored 3 goals. We absolutely trounced them in terms of possession, and a fantastic debut from Jonathan Dinzei. He's come in as a top-quality Vanarama national player. Far too good for this division, far too good for us. Look at those physical attributes. He's 6'5". He's strong. He's got stamina. He can run fast. He can jump and head. And he can tackle. And he's determined. And he's got teamwork and work rate. I mean, my word. He fits the DNA beautifully. And then we kept that little burst of momentum going against Dulwich Hamlet. Beat them 1-0 away from home, which I was not expecting. We were turned over in terms of possession, but we out-XG'd them. And Ryan Clark, another new boy, came on to score the winner. Not quite as strong a fit for the DNA. Certainly has potential to become even stronger. So hopefully a good long-term prospect for the club. And then we were incredibly unlucky not to beat Slough at home. We should have absolutely done so. Great XG, dominated possession, and we conceded in the 95th minute. I think that's just completely sapped the boys' morale, and that sent us on a downward spiral. But good news was another new boy, this time Malachi Talent Ayite, came off the bench to score what was almost the winning goal, but ended up at least earning us a point. And I'm pretty convinced this guy is going to be brilliant. He's already Vanarama national standard. Club DNA ticks every box. Determination, teamwork, work rate, pace, stamina, strength and passing. He can do it all. The only downside is his natural preference is to play as a central midfielder, and we're playing with both defensive midfielders and an attacking midfielder. So I'm currently training him up to play in the hole there. But after that little burst of points, went rubbish again, basically. Lost to Hungerford, lost to Oxford, and managed to steal a point away at Bath. I mean, that's not good viewing, is it? So I've been doing some digging to try to work out what's behind this nosedive in form. That's what you'd expect the director of football to try to do. And I don't think it's down to the quality of players that we've got. We have 7 players here who are at least good enough for the National League South. A couple, possibly 3, who could easily make the step up to the National. And a lot of others who are decent Vanarama South players. Sam Allardyce, Aaron Simpson, another new signing. Miles Meekums, who on average rating is our best player so far this year. Captain Aaron Racine. We have a good backbone to the squad, but something somewhere is not right. Because if we look at our XG and our expected points, we should be 8th. We're 16th. And the reason for that is because we've conceded too many goals. We've outscored our XG. We've also outconceded our XG against. And I think I might have identified where this problem is stemming from. Harrison Mayle, our goalkeeper, is expected to have made 3.47 saves per 90 minutes so far this season in the league. He has made 2.94. He is expected to have a save percentage of 85%. He has a save percentage of 72. So if you look at the XG that Harrison Mail has prevented for us this year, that's not a good statistic. So I took a look at Harrison. I was thinking, why is this? He's a leading Vanarama South player. He could become a good Vanarama national player. He's performing well in training. But he's a fairly inconsistent performer, and he doesn't like big matches. And the more challenging our results are becoming, the bigger the matches are getting. So I have concluded, as director of football, this is a problem, and it does not matter that he's a star player. We're going to try to sell Harrison Mail. He's currently actually valued between 4 to 10k, so I'm hoping we get a bit more for him, because he is generating interest. He's wanted by Torquay, who are in the National League, and if they want him, I would say, come and get him. Because I'm currently looking for a goalkeeper who has more consistency and can be more reliable, because, gosh, that's what we need right now. We have to start really applying rules 4 and 5 now. Improving that defence before the attack and improving the weakest area of the team first. So I'm currently hunting for new goalkeepers. So we've got Duncan Turnbull coming in on trial. He was a recommendation from Dave Hedges, actually, our assistant manager. So I'm looking forward to getting a closer look at him. But sadly, I have reason to be doubting Dave's judgment. As you know, he's been in charge for all of these matches, and I'm starting to think this is kind of his last chance against Chelmsford. They are currently 23rd, and amazingly, in even worse form than us. 16th against 23rd. Come on, Dave. Wow. 1-0 loss at home against one of the worst teams in the division. We had 61% possession. Chelmsford had a higher XG. We were absolutely rubbish. Dave's bemoaning our profligacy. We did dominate the game in terms of possession, but didn't end well, did it, Dave? Now, I really think I have run out of options. I've been doing everything I can in my role as director of football to support Dave and show the team that I am behind him 100%. I've been taking every opportunity to walk down to the training ground and praise the players when they're training really well. I've been suggesting Dave just goes and does a bit of team bonding to build up a bit of energy and enthusiasm amongst the players. And I've even got everyone together for team meetings to tell them that I do believe in them, that I know that they are a quality team who can turn this around. It's not making the difference. There's only one answer. I need a new assistant manager. Now, one of the first people I'm thinking about calling is Adam Hinshelwood, who was actually the manager of Worthing before I unceremoniously took his position just a few months ago. He is still currently unemployed. He can be an assistant manager. He might not mind. He plays a tiki-taka style, which will fit the players I've been bringing in. You know, I'm going to set a marker. I'm going to see if... Oh, well, that's that ruled out then. Hinshelwood has no interest in joining anyway. These are the other people I've identified as potential candidates. I'm searching for people who want an assistant manager role. Now, Liam here straight away jumps out. I am now, at this point in the season, not in any way averse to playing a Catenaccio style. Being solid, conceding fewer goals is exactly what we need right now. But his reputation is far too high for us at Worthing. Brooklyn Bleecker looks very promising. So as a coach, he would want £450 a week. What about as an assistant manager? Oh, he wants 675 now. We're going to have to walk away then. So I think we're restricted to the 1-star reputation managers. Now, Ben Watson is another tempting option. Tends to like the same kind of formation as Dave, but plays a more counter-attacking style. Slightly less tactical knowledge, but a slightly better judge of player ability and potential. Would happily join us for 7 months for £170 a week. Right, that's one option. You know what? I'm cycling back round to Mark Wright. More cautious tiki-taka, but pressing so that we win the ball back more easily. He would join us for £275 per week. So there we have it. 2 pending assistant managers. I'm just going to need to make the decision about which one to bring in to replace Dave. Is it Mark Wright or is it Ben Watson? We compare the two. Ben Watson is fairly professional. They've both got similar tactical knowledge. Ben's got a higher level of discipline. Mark's a tiny bit better motivator. It's really going to come down to the play style that I'm looking for. Might be able to free up a little bit of room in our wage budget, though, to ease the blow of Dave's compensation. Concord are coming in for Jake Robinson. They want to sign him on a 5-month loan deal, and he is basically sitting in our reserves doing nothing at the moment. You know what? If I can get them to pay 50% of his wages, I will be very happy. And he is off. Well, that at least covers the cost of Dave's compensation. The amount that we'll be saving on Jake Robinson's wages is more than we will be paying Dave in compensation. Excellent deal there. And here we are. It's decision time. The board have blocked the transfer of Ben Watson because they don't feel we need another assistant manager. They are, however, willing to allow us to complete the move if we remove Dave Hedges from the same role. Ben showed me his commitment there. He came back first. He wants this job. And my word, we need to defend more effectively, so I'm definitely happy with a fluid counter-attacking style. Dave, thank you. You started so well, but this cannot continue. Farewell, Dave. Ben Watson is in! Just in time to take charge of his first match against Bashley tomorrow. Strangely enough, it says here that he plays Route 1 rather than fluid counter-attack. We'll change our tactical style to Route 1. Change our backup to a 4-3-3 DM wide, which we will train as a fluid counter-attack style, just in case. Oh, this decision could make or break our season. Ben, please, be amazing. Well, Ben's immediately come in and made a difference. I asked him to assign the mentoring groups, and he's cut 2 out entirely. Keeping things tight, keeping things simple, just like his defensive style. I like it. I like it. Here we go. Worthing against Bashley. FA trophy. Come on, make me proud. Make me proud. Make me keep my job. 8-1. What a start. That is absolutely spectacular. Now, I've no idea what division Bashley are in. They're obviously a much lower tier team than us. But 5 goals for Ollie Pearce. A 10 out of 10 rating for Miles Meekums. And, of course, Mail conceded the only shot on target that they had. We have to see these goals, though. This could be a director of football masterstroke. So the first goal, ball floated over from Maidlin. Oh, quality. Quality header there. Ball cleared out. Oh, hoofed cross there from our left back to Pearce. Off the post and back in again. Good crowd watching this match as well. It's nice to see, given how poor things have been recently. Oh, Pearce. Clean through. Slots one away. Oh, if only he could play like this every match. Too many 6.1s. Simpson floated the corner in. Oh, and a powerful header there from McLeod. That was good to see. White to Pearce in the box. Pearce played it back to Miles Meekums. Did he take the shot? Oh, gosh, I don't even know who got that one. Who was that? Was that Pearce? Was that Miles Meekums? That was a hat-trick from Ollie Pearce. Diniezi lofted the ball over to Miles Meekums. Their beautiful through ball. And, deflected off the defender. Pearce had an easy finish there. Phillips to Pearce to Miles Meekums. Those two combining brilliantly in this match. Pearce clean through again. Oh, that is beautiful. What a dink over the keeper. This looks like it might be their consolation goal. And outside of... oh my gosh. Yeah, that's just confirmation I need to be moving Mail on. There is no way we should have conceded that goal. Miles Meekums picked up the ball. And over to... it can be. Volleyed finish. First time from the substitute. Quite remarkable. We brought in £5,000 for that win against Bashley. Again, pretty much covers the cost of Dave's compensation, so that alone is worth it. You can see Ben's tactical preferences at work straight away with the training schedule. Immediately going straight in on the defensive training, both normal defending and defending wide. Good to see him looking to solidify the defence straight away. Speaking of solidifying the defence, let's just offer out Mail again. Turnbull is looking promising. Need a bit more time to see what his true ability and potential is going to be, but this is looking positive. There are some other players I want to move on as well. Dan Bowery, interestingly, his rating has improved, but his determination and his DNA attributes are just so low that I am keen for him to find alternative employment. £625 a week we're currently paying him. That's at least 2 decent players who we could add to the squad and provide a bit more strength and depth. Starkey still not playing any football, so we'll drop the asking price for him. And still no one's biting for Mail, so we'll drop the asking price a little further. Oh dearie me. This is not looking good. Unless Ben turns things around in dramatic fashion, we might not even be lasting a full season and having to look for another club in the very near future. Oh dear, I probably should have moved Dave on earlier. The board are currently devastated that we're not looking like we're going to reach the playoffs. And the supporters very disappointed that we're not looking good for a top half finish. I mean, were they expecting too much at the start of the season? This is a club that's only just reached this level for the first time in its history. And we're actually only 4 points off the playoffs. Admittedly, we're only 4 points off the relegation spots. But if Ben can inspire a new run of form, it's a shame then that we're playing the league leaders who are unbeaten in their last 5 matches. This could be a challenging first match for Ben. That thumping victory, though, against Bashley has turned the club atmosphere around a bit. Is this time for a team meeting, I wonder? Yes, it is. Right. No pressure here, but this is where I need to inject some real belief and real confidence into the team. This is exactly the kind of thing the director of football would do. Gather all of the staff, all of the playing staff together, taking that senior leadership role, galvanising everyone to one clear goal. I know it's not been easy recently, but we're good enough to turn things around as long as we stay focused and remain positive. And that had barely any impact at all. It's bumped morale up a tiny bit. Ben's going to need to get that dressing room back on side. He's talking about striking that right balance between attack and defence. The game will praise those players who are putting in a good performance in training, do whatever we can to help improve their morale before they take to the field against Havant and Waterlooville. I think this is quite literally a must-win match. If we don't pick up a victory here, or at the very least avoid defeat, I would not be surprised if we don't make it through to play Ebbsfleet. Ben, show me my faith in you is well deserved. Ah, I'm a genius! Oh my word, Ben Watson! Ben Watson, you are possibly my favourite staff member in Football Manager ever. We beat the league leaders away from home! That's incredible! Ollie Pearce put in a good performance. Dinyazi and Racine were solid at the back. The left-back slot, again, a real issue, but Maidlin, great performance. Oh, it looked like a fairly even match. But we put in the tackles. We were playing with high intensity. That's what I like to see. So White flew down the wing in the rain, lofted the ball over, and Ollie Pearce leapt into the air like a salmon and headed that ball into the back of the net over the top of the goalkeeper's flailing arms. Harrison Mail even kept a clean sheet. He saved 2 shots on target. That possibly could keep this story going. This could be the result that means we stay at Worthing for the long term. And with that result, we even knocked Havant and Waterlooville off the top spot. We are still 4 points off the playoffs, but we've pulled away and we're now 6 clear of the relegation places. And I'm encouraged by Watson saying there he wants to build from this, gather momentum to help keep us heading in the right direction. The mood is positive around the team. And yes, it is. The club atmosphere's gone up to good. Managerial support's risen to good. Team cohesion is good. And my job security is stable again. No longer insecure. What a remarkable result that was. Oh, I have to say, it's so much more nerve-wracking when I'm not out there managing the team and able to make the tactical changes on the pitch. Results like that make it all worth it. So our next series of matches, we have Ebbsfleet, who are in 10th. Got Dover, who are sitting in 21st, and Weymouth in 18th. If we've just beaten the league leaders away from home, every one of those matches now feels winnable. And if we don't win them, I'll probably be out of a job. So I think we'll probably come back for the Southend game and the Hampton and Richmond match. Bit of a Christmas special. Hopefully, I'm still in charge and not on a job hunt. Well, that was a roller coaster of an episode. I hope you've enjoyed it as much as I haven't at times. And welcome back to part 3 of the Director of Moneyball. I am Kirk Sheridan, and here you can see this wonderful 5-match unbeaten run that we've been on since Ben Watson took over from Dave Hedges. You saw at the end of the previous episode that remarkable 1-0 victory over Havant and Waterlooville, a result so significant that it's probably why I'm still in this job right now. And Ben then followed this up with a 2-0 victory over Ebbsfleet. Low XG, but we beat them on possession, we had more shots on target, and another man-of-the-match performance from Jonathan Dinzei. Dinzei opened the scoring with this thumping header from Simpson corner. Simpson starting at left back. And then Sheriff lofted this beautiful ball to Miles Meekums. And unfortunately, their defender, well, unfortunately for them, their defender made a catastrophic error, which I am not complaining about in the slightest. Now, this 2-2 draw away at Dover was the real sign that Ben is making a big difference to the team's mentality. We had been 2-0 down. If this was 2 weeks ago, we would have folded completely, but not this time. Unfortunately, this was the match where Harrison Mayle had his real off day on our recent run of form, and you can see that there. That's a goal that I would have expected him to at least get his hands on. And obviously then conceded this penalty. He did go the right way, but we managed to claw our way back into this match, capitalising on a defensive clearance error, but a fantastic first-time finish from Pearce there. And Phillips combining here with Simpson, and a spectacular driven cross there, which Lewis White managed to put away, rescued a point for us and kept that unbeaten run going. And that belief, that energy was in full force again against Weymouth. But it was the 93rd minute when Sheriff did that and nearly scored the goal of the season, but Keeley was on hand to knock in the rebound, which secured 3 points for us. And that means we're now up to 35 points after 24 matches. Now, you might look at this league table and think, well, that's still pretty rubbish though, isn't it? You're in 14th. And yes, league position is lower than I would like it to be. However, Hampton and Richmond are only 2 points ahead of us. And we just so happen to be playing them twice in a row after our match in the FA Trophy today. So I think today's going to be a triple match episode. The board and our fans are now simply disappointed rather than devastated at the league position that we're in. And I do think if we can get a decent run under our belt, we will get them back on side. But we're taking a break from the league today and we are playing Southend in the FA Trophy. Now, Southend are currently 16th in the National League, so they're a tier above us, but they're not doing brilliantly, and in fact, we actually beat them in pre-season. So there is no better game for us to take our seat in the stadium for the first time since we joined Worthing as Director of Football and actually watch this match live. Now, I would like to do a massive shout out to Crankiest Fozzie. Thank you so much for your comment on this. I didn't even know it was possible to be able to watch these matches live. I'm going to show you all now how to do what I've been taught. So as you know, for us to be able to leave match day in full control of our assistant manager, we have to take a holiday. But if there's another manager in the game world with us, they don't. So if you're playing along with the same kind of save and you would like to be able to watch your matches live as well, go in to the options and add a new manager. Start them unemployed, and it doesn't matter what managerial style you choose because you're never actually going to take over a club with them. All you will do is use them to go along and watch the matches for the club you're looking after. So we will start playing, and the first thing we shall do is seek out the FA Trophy matches that are happening today, find the Worthing Southend game, and click attend. Then we'll switch back to our actual manager. And that will take us into team selection, which obviously we can't get involved with. Now, this will allow me to point out something else that a couple of people in the comments section have asked. They've suggested using the instant result button to save going on holiday every time. I have investigated this, and unfortunately it's not quite as clean as going on holiday, because it does mean I still need to set up the team. I need to pick a tactic, and I need to put players in place. Otherwise, I can't do an instant result. So if you really do want your staff to completely take control on match day and play however they want, you do have to go on holiday. So that's what we're doing right now. And if all goes according to plan, we will arrive at Woodside Road to watch the match action in real time. And here we are, Woodside Road, Worthing FC's home ground in all its glory, and we are here watching. Well, I say we. The real me is actually off on holiday as planned, but the other me is here in the crowd. It's a workaround, but it does work. The first thing we'll do is just set the view up. I feel like this TV camera view is probably the closest we're going to get to actually being in a seat on match day. We will only go with key highlights, of course. Replays, it would be nice to see the supporters' perspective behind the goals. Oh, I'm so excited. I don't know about you, but we're about to see what this team can really do. Or not. Oh, is that Funguk there? Number 18 there, I think, is Wesley Funguk, who we had in the GTS Culture Save last season. I say last season, in FM23. If you haven't yet watched that series, go and check it out. So Southend get an early wide free kick, which we managed to clear away, and it looks like Barker is going to burst through from midfield. Plays the ball to Phillips, who has acres of space to run into. Can he find Pearce? He does! Pearce manages to take the shot, and it goes straight into the hands of the goalkeeper. Oh, I'll tell you what, here's another thing we will do as well. If you are doing this yourself, remember to set up your match day views on the touchline tablet. There we go, that's how I like mine set up, so we can see our formation, their formation, ratings, a little bit of a visualizer, and the latest scores that are going on elsewhere. Half an hour in, we still have the highest XG, but they have a bit more possession. Another deep free kick, which flies over the bar. Very cagey match, this. Not a very exciting one for the home fans, but we've got a corner. What can Simpson do? Whips one in here. Dinzay, oh, goes back out to Simpson. It's cleared. Barker on the edge of the area. Thunders one over the bar. Nothing comes of it, unfortunately. What an odd position to be in. It's half-time and there's nothing I can do. I can't go and have a team talk. I can't really investigate what's been happening in the match particularly. What I can see, though, is it's really obvious that Ben isn't really rotating the squad very much. Look how tired some of these players are. Harry Phillips, there's no way he's making it through the rest of the match. Oh, our team are just absolutely shattered compared to Southend's. It looks like we're now making substitutions. Right, what's happened here? Miles, Meekums and Danny Barker have come off to be replaced by McLeod and Keeley. Pearce out to the left wing. Oh, this is making such a difference as the director of football to be able to see in-game how my assistant manager is setting up the team. I really hope, though, that this doesn't go to extra time, because there is no way our players are making it through that unscathed. Racine heads the ball out. It goes back to Fonguk, who lofts the ball over. Looks like their attacker is going to get on the end of this. He does. And, oh, we've given away a penalty. Simpson managed to nick the ball off of the attacker at the first time, but then as the ball ran away, he nicked again at the attacker's heels and conceded the penalty. And Mail just looked like he was slowly falling asleep with his attempted save there. Very slow collapse. McLeod steals the ball. What an interception. Keeley manages to head it to Sheriff, who lofts the ball over to Pearce. And the ball is nicked away from Pearce there. But Dinzay manages to keep it active. Maidlin now manages to get back on the ball. This is very non-league football, isn't it? It's not exactly very fun to watch. McLeod on the edge of the box. Wow, that would have been quite the goal. Unfortunately, didn't come off. And it looks like that's going to be a lot. Sadly then, a 1-0 defeat at home to Southend puts us out of the FA Trophy, but I'm not too fussed about that because that means we've just got the league to concentrate on. And the final tip, when you've finished watching your match, take your secondary manager and pop yourself on holiday until your club's next game. Sadly, that was a pretty poor performance against Southend. That penalty given away by Simpson, he got a 5.9 rating. So clearly that left-back slot is still a major problem for us. And Pearce having another one of his completely anonymous games. And I must be honest, given the rules of Moneyball that I am following, I am really nervous about Ollie Pearce. He's scored 13 goals this season in 18 appearances, which is not too shabby. Look at his XG per 90, it's 0.56. His actual goals per 90 is 0.82. So he is overperforming. He's good. He's a good finisher. But the problem I have is when he's scoring these goals. Because he might well have played 18 matches and scored 13 goals. But if we count up the number of matches he's actually scored in, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Scoring in 7 out of 18 games for our lone striker is actually not a good return at all. He's completely padded out his numbers with a hat-trick on the opening day and the 5 goals against Bashley. He can just completely disappear. 6.2 and a 6.1 in the last 2 games, 6.2, 6.4, 6.1. So Ollie, as well as your training, I can't see you being my long-term man up front. Now I am of course very aware that the 6th rule of Moneyball says do not buy strikers unless absolutely necessary. This might be absolutely necessary. So there we go, new recruitment focus. Looking for a striker who can play any role. I'll be interested to see what the scouts come back with. Aged 20 to 25, minimum 3-star current ability, and with room to improve. Obviously, I will not be going out and paying over the odds if they come back with free transfers and low reputation players. Great. But I do think we're going to need some options, either for the back end of this season, certainly for next. But in terms of next season, I must just show you this. I am very excited about our 2023 youth candidates. What I'm not sure of, though, is if that's in comparison to the players we currently have, who are all greyed out and actually not genuine new gens at all. So I'm almost certain that all of that youth intake will be significantly better than our current under-18s, who will drift off into the ether. I just really hope they're good long term, because obviously rule 1 is promote youth ahead of transfers. If we can get an outstanding youth prospect up front in this intake, could be the future of the club for the next 10 years. But we now have a whole week off for the players to recover from that FA Trophy match. So barring any last minute hitches, we'll be back on the 26th of December to play Hampton and Richmond. Well, there were no strange shenanigans afoot, so we have returned on Boxing Day with the real Kirk Sheridan at home eating his Christmas Day leftovers, while alter ego Sheridan Kirk is here at Woodside Road, watching what appears to be an incredibly boring first half of football. Hopefully things will be better in the second half. If all goes according to plan, we could rise up to 7th if all of the results go our way. But that is dependent on us scoring a goal. Right, here we go. We have a throw-in on the left. Phillips to McLeod, who manages to dodge a tackle. McLeod is racing through to take a shot, and I thought that was actually going to be a shot on target, but no. But Simpson now to take the corner, floats it across, and it's easily cleared by Hampton and Richmond. Phillips picks up the ball on the edge of the area, hits it back to Racine. It goes to Barker. Dinzay hits a long one. Oh, that is a very confident place for a central defender to take a shot from. The ball goes back to Hampton and Richmond. Once again, our defenders stepping forward. They are proving... Oh, the ball is lofted over to Miles Meekums. Can he put one away? No, he can't even hit the target. Oh, we are getting a few opportunities here, but we're just not able to put them away or even test the goalkeeper. I wonder if we have yet had a shot on target. And this could be... Oh, I'm not feeling positive about this. Can Simpson? No, Simpson is no hoping. Oh, Simpson, a 5'3" left back there, being done by the right winger, but the goal's ruled out. It must have been that the forward was offside, and he was. Oh, very, very clearly offside. 14 shots we've had and only 1 on target. Come on, let's test the keeper at least once before the end of this match. McLeod plays it back to Dinzey, who lofts it over. Lewis White is clear. He heads it for some bizarre reason rather than trying to take the shot on himself. What a crazy decision that was. Hampton and Richmond are on the attack, and I'm not feeling good about this. Whittingham's going to shoot one from the edge of the area. Oh my word! Harrison Mayle managed to save a rebound with the back of his head there. Not the kind of thing you see every day in a football match. The ball came off the post, bounced back onto Harrison Mayle's head, and then clear. But Hampton and Richmond are getting in behind again. Their winger cuts inside. Is he going to take a shot? Are we going to get the ball back? Come on, boys. Oh, this is so much more nerve-wracking watching the match in full highlights. Much more immersive, obviously. It looks like a good Boxing Day crowd here, actually, at Woodside Road. Oh, right, Racine manages to cut the ball out. Miles Meekins. Oh, Pearce. Pearce is through. Pearce, come on. Have one of your good days. Oh, it's just into the side netting. If he'd only taken it on a little further, he might have hit the target. Well, I can't be entirely displeased with that performance. We did manage 16 shots against a team 7 places above us in the league, who I believe before this match were also unbeaten in their previous 5 league games. So it certainly could have been worse. We've climbed a little higher up the table. We're in 13th place now on 36 points. 3 off of the playoffs. We now need to go away to Hampton and Richmond, and that might be slightly tougher. And as if to prove that this away game's going to be a little bit tricky, on the morning of the match, it's just been announced that Hampton and Richmond's manager has won the Manager of the Month award. 75% win ratio. Ben Watson, though, 3rd place, not bad. And I do remember what happened when Dave Hedges won the Manager of the Month award. Everything, for us, went horribly wrong. So here's hoping we can do exactly the same thing to Gary McCann and Hampton and Richmond. Well, we didn't beat them, but we didn't lose either. Another draw, this time 1-1. They open the scoring with, Harrison, you should not be getting beaten from there. But Miles Meekham's floated one in. Maidlin with the assist here, perhaps? Oh, unlucky for the defender there. Maidlin, I'm not sure if he was attempting the cross or the shot, but it deflected onto the head of Pearce, who managed to tap it away. And that keeps us within 3 points of the playoffs, and we've pulled a little bit further away from the relegation zone in the process. So Ben Watson's Worthing are now unbeaten in their last 6 Vanarama South matches, having been in terrible form prior to that. Our next match in January is Welling at home, who are in 20th. Eastbourne Borough at 18th. Chippenham 24th. Dartford in 12th. We could be in the playoffs by the end of January. We have to believe the way that we're playing, this has got to be possible. We have 20 matches left. We're out of the FA Cup, we're out of the FA Trophy, we don't need to worry about that. It's all about the league. And we're currently on the 2nd longest unbeaten streak in the division. With a bit more strength and depth in key positions, we can definitely push up the table and challenge for those playoffs. So that's the aim for the next episode. We will return at the end of February to play Dulwich Hamlet and Hungerford, by which point I hope to be in the playoff spots, or at least pushing very, very closely. Welcome back to episode 6 of The Director of Moneyball. I'm Kirk Sheridan, and we are back in playoff contention. 4 points clear of Ebbsfleet in 8th, and only 5 points off the top. Ben Watson has done it all. Since you were last with me for that Hampton and Richmond doubleheader, we won every single match until that game at Oxford. One thing in particular that's been great to see is this little 4-match stretch where Ollie Pearce really picked up a bit of consistency. 7 goals in those 4 fixtures. Admittedly, one of the strangest hat-tricks I've ever seen in Football Manager, though. A hat-trick of penalties. But without those goals, there is no way we would be sitting in the playoffs right now. 4 points ahead of Ebbsfleet, 5 points off of St Albans at the top. St Albans, who we did manage to beat in this run of form as well, which I was not expecting in the slightest. And then next up today, we have Dulwich Hamlet. We're playing at home, and because of the great form we've been on, we're actually going into this match as favourites. We could overtake Dulwich Hamlet if we win. They could move into top spot if they win. But our finances are taking an absolute hammering. It's not a case of expenditure rising. As you can see, since November, our expenditure has actually dropped a bit because I've made some trimming to the wage bill. It's the income that's really taken a hit. But we're well within wage budget. We're not spending all of our scouting budget at the moment, and I am still continuing to generate a little bit of transfer budget. Joel Colburn has moved on to St Albans. The first player we've actually sold for a fee, £1,500. Bit of a no-brainer deal. He was a backup to Jack Maidlin. Only started 4 matches. Didn't perform too badly, but was just frustrated with the lack of game time. So we moved him on, shifted his wages off the bill, and brought in Tarek Hines as a development prospect. He can become a good national player. Determination, pace, stamina, work rate, exactly where I want them to be. Teamwork, strength and passing a little bit lower, but room to improve. And strangely enough, started in defensive midfield in that match against St Albans, which we won. So I'm going to stick my neck out and say he's pretty versatile as well. The one worrying blot on this period of performance is Malachi Talent Ayite wants to start more games. I was concerned that this might happen. As you'll remember, he's a fantastic quality player, but his natural position is in central midfield, whereas Ben Watson plays with DMs and AMs. And I have manipulated my abilities as director of football slightly, and probably will do so again today, to ensure that Ben does select him in matches. This is a quality prospect who I do not want to lose. We have to give him game time, and I'm making that very, very clear to Mr. Watson. I don't know about you, but I want to watch this Dulwich Hamlet Hungerford doubleheader today. So we'll switch back to our second manager, make sure we attend those games. 7th versus 3rd. Here we go. So we are lining up with our standard 4-2-3-1. Oh, big decision. Connor Honor, our young 17-year-old prospect, is starting in attacking midfield. I'm pretty sure he hasn't yet actually started a league match. So that's a big, big, big call from Ben Watson. 10 minutes in, we are bossing possession, but no chances as of yet. And as soon as I say that, Dulwich Hamlet get a free kick, which I hope we managed to clear quite easily. That was barely worth a highlight, straight over the bar. Almost landed in the stand with the Dulwich Hamlet away fans. So half an hour played, Dulwich have got back into the match. We are yet to have a single shot on target. We were looking promising in the first 10 minutes, but we do have plenty of defenders back here, although it looks like their striker is massively unmarked. Somebody get on that striker. That number 9 is looking very dangerous. And we've just given away a penalty. I do not believe it. This is absolutely ridiculous. That was such poor defending. Considering how many players we had back there, there was just no need to put ourselves into that difficult a position. Very disappointing. And goalkeeper goes completely the wrong way. 7 shots on target for Dulwich Hamlet in that first half of football versus none for us. This is the worst we have played in months. Right, I sincerely hope that Ben had a motivational team talk up his sleeve at half-time. The one bright spot for us is that Mills, their striker who did score from the penalty spot, looks absolutely shattered and will probably have to come off very soon. But it's a Dulwich Hamlet corner, which is swung into the box, and oh, he scored again. Why do I do it to myself? Given a free header almost. Oh, goodness me. He does seem to be towering over every other player in our team, so I'm assuming he's 6'6" or something like that, but doesn't make me feel any better. However, finally, we look like we've got a chance to create an opportunity. Miles Meekums runs down the right wing, but the ball comes back to Sheriff, who can't get the cross past the first man, but Miles Meekums is free! It comes to one. Oh, Clark! Oh, goodness gracious me. Clark just absolutely leathers it over the top of the bar. McLeod is tiring, Racine is tiring. We need to make some changes. Come on, Ben. We need to get the team back in this match. Right, let's have a look. What changes have we made? It's the 80th minute now. Ollie Pearce has come on for Callum Keeley. I think, to be honest, given the form that Pearce was in recently, that was probably a dangerous move from Watson to leave him on the bench. Simpson on for Tut, who didn't have a particularly good game. And then Dinzey on for Racine, simply because Racine's tiring enormously. Dinzey, who, for me, is a shoo-in for our signing of the season. Right, we do manage to get on the ball. We have 9 minutes left to conjure up some magic. McLeod and Dinzey knock the ball between them in midfield. Miles Meekham's lofts the ball over. It's Ollie Pearce. Can he finish? No, he can't. He gets the shot away, but it's parried by their goalkeeper. This does result in a corner for us. Hopefully we create a goal-scoring opportunity. We have nobody on the near post, so it's clear to see that Ben Watson is not a fan of the FM near post corner. Ball makes it back out to Simpson. Sheriff on the edge of the box with an opportunity to pull the trigger. Winds up, but it's blocked by the defender. Played back to Hines, who lofts the ball over the top, and it comes to nothing. Dear, oh dear, oh dear, this has been a very damp squib performance. Mail, what are you doing? I don't really trust you with the ball at your feet, but he plays a ball over to Pearce. Pearce does get a chance to... Oh, what a quality finish from Ollie Pearce. All I can think there is that he should have been starting this match. I know that I'm very critical of him because of his streaky nature of performance. He can turn up and play amazingly. He can do nothing. He could be completely anonymous, but he's been on form recently and he's clearly very confident. You can see from that finish what kind of mood he's in. So we were significantly better in that second half than in the first half. It's a real shame that we weren't able to get back on track with a victory. Danny Mills, 6'5". I was 1 inch out with my guess. Dulwich Hamlet have moved level on points with Hampton and Richmond at the top. Considering the number of ands in those two clubs' names, it feels like only a matter of time until Havant and Waterlooville join them in the top 3. But we remain in the playoff spots. We've lost that 4-point advantage over Ebbsfleet, though. Our next match is at home against Hungerford in 3 days' time. Hungerford, who have not been on the best form. They are down in 21st place. Despite the fact that we've lost 2 matches in a row, we should absolutely be getting 3 points here. In this gap between matches, though, I need to take another look at the contract situation. I now have 7 players secured on contracts for next season. Jack Maidlin, Jonathan Dinzey, Conrad Honor, Malachi Talent Ayite, Sam Allardyce, Rayan Clark, and Lamine Sheriff, who is the most recent one to upgrade his contract from £140 a week to £230 a week. Dinzey, I was also just about able to convince to sign. He was due to leave at the end of the season, but as you can see, one of our best performers this year. He has been absolutely phenomenal, but he was desperate for more than £400 a week. I could not commit to it, so I've promised him a 35% wage rise if and when we get promoted, which I think is completely fair because he is already performing at League 2 level, and he's going to be with us for the next 2.5 years, unless, of course, somebody comes in and tests rule number 9 of Moneyball. If any club offers me £45,000 or more, I have to say goodbye to Jonathan Dinzey. So don't tell them. I have other critical decisions to make, though. 22 players on the books. It would be very easy to look at star rating and make a decision on that basis, but as you know, the 2 highest quality players in this list I already have concerns about: Ollie Pearce and Harrison Mayle. Mayle can be great on his day, but far too inconsistent to be our permanent goalkeeper, I feel. And he is now actually the 2nd worst goalkeeper in the division for expected goals prevented. So it's unlikely we're going to offer Harrison Mayle a new contract. Therefore, we should be looking to take the opportunity to cash in now. You can have him in February rather than waiting till the summer. Anyone interested? Now, Dan Bowery has barely played since the first quarter or so of the season. His DNA attributes are just not where we need them to be. £625 a week. He's not one I'm looking to keep on, so we'll offer him out as well. But let's see. Sammy McLeod played 30 matches for us with a decent rating there. Potential to be a decent Vanarama national player. He feels like someone who we should be keeping around for next year. Currently on £300 per week. Perhaps an extra £25 a week will suffice if we drop his appearance fee and his promotion wage increase. I'm happy with that. Sammy potentially is back on board for next year's project. Not really getting that much closer to signing up my squad for next year, though, am I? I think I'm going to be doing quite a lot of rebuilding in the summer. Finally, offers being made for Bowery. Ebbsfleet and Hampton and Richmond are both interested. They're both promotion rivals, but he's just not getting in our team, so it's not worth keeping him away from them and hammering our budget. This is Moneyball. We have to do what's right financially for the club, and I think it is right to move Dan Bowery on, free up wage budget to bring in fresher, potentially better, certainly cheaper players to strengthen the squad further. So over to you, Dan. If you want to join Hampton and Richmond or Ebbsfleet, you're free to make that decision. Frustratingly, though, it is proving to be very hard to find replacement players who match that club DNA and are going to improve this squad. Looking at who we've scouted and matching just 6 of our 7 DNA attributes, we found 5 players who fit the bill. All under contract currently, pretty much all playing in positions that we've already got plenty of strength. It's time once again to get this recruitment team focusing. We're favourites once again for this match against Hungerford. I sincerely hope we manage to pull that off, because I do not want what was a glorious unbeaten run turning into a disastrous not winning run. Home against Hungerford, though, in 21st. God, we have to put these points on the board. Watson is trying to rally the troops. He says believing in ourselves is half of the battle. We go into every match with a positive mindset. He has motivated Lamine Sheriff and also Jesse Starkey, who's probably not even going to be playing. Just goes to show what a motivator Ben is. Pearce back in up front. Phillips in the attacking midfield spot. Feels like Ben Watson has gone with more of a full-strength team this time out. Maybe he was deliberately resting in the previous match, where the players are walking out, and we are kicking off. Sheriff picks up a booking almost immediately. That's a bit of a concern. He does have 13 for aggression. It's quite possible he could get another yellow card before the match is out. I hope Ben Watson is keeping an eye on this. Hines playing once again in the centre of midfield. I don't understand. He's a left back. Phillips, sorry, taking a shot. I'm just absolutely flabbergasted and discombobulated by the fact that Hines is playing there in midfield. Phillips managing to run down the wing into the box. He runs out of the box. He could have gone for a penalty then if he'd been thinking straight. Hines on the ball in midfield. Maidlin floats across, that comes to nothing. It comes out to Sheriff though. Lewis White picks the ball up to Hines. To Lewis White. Come on, spot the run of Maidlin. There we go. Maidlin almost gets in behind, but he does put the ball across to Pearce, and it's off of the post. Oh, so close. So close. Clark now taking the throw in 15 minutes into the match. Lewis White gets the ball. He's into the box. He stops. He puts the ball over to Phillips, who tries some kind of acrobatic, flicky, volley, scissorish kick that just basically looks awful in actual practice. Hines in defensive midfield. I do not understand why this is happening, particularly when we have Malachi Talent Ayite on the bench who needs game time. That settles it. There is one more match to come in this episode, because I'm going to show... Oh, nearly a powerfully placed free kick there from Pearce. It did manage to stretch a save from the Hungerford goalkeeper. Clark takes the corner, slowly, floats the ball in, and plenty of Hungerford defenders there to clear the ball out. But it only goes as far as Sheriff, who plays it to Hines, to White, and the ball is cleared out for what looks to be another corner. Yes, Malachi Talent Ayite needs game time. He's demanding it. He wants to play more regular football, and there is a way, as the director of football, to force that on your assistant manager, which I will show you in the next match, because I want to see him get game time, certainly ahead of Hines, who is just not anywhere near the same level of ability as Talent Ayite. Has there been a bust up on the training ground? Answers on a postcard or in the comments, because I really have no idea why he's on the bench and not starting. But looking at the positives, That is a 45 minutes that we have absolutely dominated. 56% possession, an XG well above 1. Only 2 shots on target, though. We have to put this game to bed, surely. Free kick in the 62nd minute. Oh, I can't believe it. That's 2 spectacular free kicks from Pearce, but they don't make it into the net. Either of them. Oh, that is another free kick, though. Phillips is fouled on the edge of the box. Come on. Third time lucky, Piercy. Top left. You know where you want this to go. In. Oh, I thought that one was in. 20 minutes left. Talent Ayite is on. Here he is taking the corner. The ball comes in and it's cleared out. Dinzey gets on it and plays it all the way back to Tut. To Lewis White on the left wing. And that's a penalty. Penalty, Ollie Pearce. Step up. Do your thing. No, Lewis White even. Step up. Do your thing. Secure these 3 points. Thank you very much. Come on, I'm bigging you up now. And great. That wasn't even the best penalty, to be honest. That was quite a slow-paced, placed shot into the bottom corner. And if we carry on as is, that's 3 points in the bag. Right, the ball comes out to Maidlin in full-back position. For someone who I brought in thinking he would probably be a centre-back, he's played well as a right-back this year, although he has just lost the ball and Hungerford could break. Please don't break my heart. Oh, no, what is going on here? I don't believe it. What an absolute waste. We've been on top all match. That all started with Maidlin losing the ball on the right wing and a terrible attempt at a tackle from Tut. That is absolutely woeful. How have we not won that match? Left wing is a real problem area for us. Somehow we just hang on to the playoff spots. Oxford City lost, as did Ebbsfleet. Concord, though, gaining ground. And it's Slough away up next. Slough in 18th place. Right, 2 days to go until this crunch match against Slough. And because of that 3-match run without a win, our club atmosphere is now dropped to average. So I want to carry out a team meeting. And I'm going to tell them that the recent spell of form is the perfect platform for us to take our game to the next level. Let's make it happen. Yes! They're ready. They want to step up, show everybody what we can do. Right, that's boosted morale. Up to very good. We need this team galvanised, raring to go for this match against Slough. We need to get back into winning ways. As if I didn't already know, Talent Ayite is expecting more game time. So I'm going to ask Ben for a favour. Malachi is a player with huge potential who we are retraining. We need to give him an opportunity to prove himself. As we are playing a team far below us in the league, we can play him out of position. So I'm going to ask him to play Talent Ayite in that attacking midfield role in the next match. You will notice I haven't picked any other players, and I don't want to. What I'm going to do now is go on holiday as usual, but I'm just going to let Ben know that I want him to use the current team selection when possible. That means whatever roles he wants to play, whatever tactics he wants to play, he's got to play Malachi if he possibly can. And that, again, for me as director of football, I think feels fair. If we have an unhappy player, I do need to let Ben know. It's not like I'm expecting him to do it every match. I've asked him to do it twice previously. He's then had 3 matches to do what he chooses. Interestingly, 3 matches that we have not won. And now we'll see what happens with Talent Ayite in the team away at Slough. We are not watching this one live. Wish me luck. What an incredible match that looked like. Ollie Pearce scored 2 goals, including a penalty. Slough missed a penalty, scored in the 88th minute. In between all that, 2 red cards. But we beat them 2-1. Is this another Simpson cross? It is. Simpson and a headed finish from Pearce. He scores a lot of headed goals for a striker who is not particularly tall. Once again, Ollie Pearce scoring the goals that are keeping us in playoff contention. That lofted ball over the top once again. Oh, what a terrible attempted clearance there from our central defender. I'm not entirely sure who it was who tried to nick the ball off of the striker's feet, but should have tried a lot harder. Dinzé, once again, a cracking rating. Absolutely bossed possession as well. We're back in the playoffs. Up to 59 points now. The board are pleased. My job is secure, which is a big improvement from earlier in the season. The supporters are absolutely delighted. An A+ rating from the supporters. Well, I hope, Worthing fans, that you're still feeling that way at the end of the season, because we have 10 games left. It's been quite the roller coaster, as you can see, but it feels like we're in a battle with another 4 teams all the way down to Concord there in 10th who are still in with a shout. They're only 4 points behind us. So we will come back amidst this run of fixtures at the point when it is mathematically possible for us to secure a playoff spot, or when it's mathematically impossible for us to secure a playoff spot. Either way, it will be entertaining for you, even if it's not for me. Welcome back to episode 7 of the Director of Moneyball. I'm Kirk Sheridan, and I've got a new contract. 2 more years in charge of Worthing Football Club. The board are clearly happy with the job I'm doing, and the supporters are over the moon. They couldn't be happier with the club's vision for the future. That's because we have secured that top half spot that the supporters were looking for in our first ever season in the National League South. Now, I was given this new contract just a couple of days after this loss against Farnborough, but by that point, we were unbeaten in 6 matches. Draw, win, draw, win, draw, win, and we were sitting pretty in the playoff spots. Since then, it hasn't been quite such plain sailing. We have lost 3 out of the last 4 matches. The one win in this stretch was an absolutely dominant performance. At home against Concord, one of our remaining rivals for the final playoff spots, we were completely on top in terms of possession and XG. Always helps, obviously, when the opposition have a player sent off with half an hour to go. But then we went away to another playoff rival, Cheshunt, and it was a very even game that we ridiculously lost 2-0. 2 disallowed goals for new striker Michael Falevi. And I've got to be honest, the last match out against Braintree was really quite worrying. We were absolutely battered. They had 23 shots in this match and an XG, admittedly including a penalty, of 3.5. We were the home team. But the teams around us have been trying to throw it away just as much as we are, and we are still in 6th place. Hampton and Richmond and Dulwich Hamlet are just soaring away at the top. But there's 7 clubs in the hunt for these final 5 playoff places. So it's a good job we brought in some new faces to help us over the line. Transfer deadline day came and went on the 30th of March, and we managed to ship out 4 players. Bradley Webb, our 3rd choice left back, departed for the Met Police. Callum Keeley and Ibi Akanbi finally decided to sign for other teams, even though I've been trying to offer them out pretty much all season. And most excitingly of all, Dan Bowery, almost at the last second, decided, you know what, he was happy to move to Bromley. He was on £625 a week with us, and Bromley have picked him up on a non-contract with a £375 appearance fee. Great bit of business for them, and to be honest, a great bit of business for us. Because when Ollie Pearce got injured at the start of March, he was out for 2 weeks with strained ligaments, and he got injured pretty much on his return, and has been out until very, very recently. So I had no choice. I had to go out and buy a striker because I didn't have faith in Keeley or Akanbi to hold the line. So Michael Falevi, on paper, looks great. He's got potential to be a Vanarama national striker in future. He's got good teamwork, good work rate, his DNA's brilliant, and he likes big matches and is a consistent performer. He's also pacey. What more can you want from a striker in the National League South? Well, I'll tell you what you want. A decent average rating and some goals, that would be nice. He's got a 6.27 from 6 starts for us. Now, thankfully, I knew this was a panic signing, so I didn't go in for a long-term contract. We've only got him in until the end of the season. And he's going to have to do a lot of good work in the last 2 games to convince me to keep him on beyond that. Martel Taylor-Crossdale was then a non-contract backup signing. The best that we could get as we were in the process of also selling Keeley and Akanbi. So I'm hoping he'll be quite handy, yet to score in his 2 starts and 5 substitute appearances, but does already have a much better average rating than Falevi. But the final 2 players I have a lot of belief in, and I think they're going to be absolutely crucial in these final 2 games of the season. Thomas Hughes can play all across our front line. And look at these technical attributes. For this level, this is tasty. Very much knocking on the door of the club DNA. Lots of 9s for teamwork, work rate, pace, and a couple of 8s for stamina and strength. But he's a good passer, good vision, and determined. And of course, as with the Moneyball rules, he's got plenty of room to improve. He's 22 years old. We've got him signed on to the end of next season. And if this guy fulfills his potential, he could be an absolute star for us. And Ali Whittingham is another. As I've been going through and looking at which players I want to sign on for new contracts for next season, there are a couple of consistent performers this year who just don't look like they've got the ability to actually step up to the next level, particularly in that defensive midfield spot that forms the solid core of pretty much our entire tactic. So Alfie Whittingham, I was able to take advantage of him running down his contract at Hampton and Richmond, who I would like to point out are in first place in the league, and he had started 20 games for them, but I was able to convince him to join the Mackerel Men on the South Coast. He started 3 matches so far for us, averaged a 7, and as you can see, determination, teamwork, work rate, pace, stamina, strength, passing a little bit short, but this guy is going to be a phenomenal, I'm sure, consistent, solid presence and do the kind of legwork that's going to allow the rest of the team to play brilliantly around him. And I would very much like those new players to turn it on against Taunton today. We haven't been on the best run of form. We are shaking and wobbling at the worst possible time. But Taunton are rock bottom and already relegated. We could not possibly ask for a better match to allow us to secure the 3 points that will put us in control of our own destiny on the final day of the season. I know these boys can do it. Let's go see them make it happen. So Taunton are lining up with an incredibly defensive formation here. We are going to need to break them down if we're going to get those 3 points that we need. Hughes is starting in that attacking midfield spot. For Levy ahead of him. Racine and Dinzay in central defence there. So our 2 team leaders. And we absolutely need them to stay secure. We've been leaking far too many goals over the last few matches, as you will have seen. I think it's 7 goals we've conceded in the last 4 matches, which has led to, unfortunately, those poor results. Winning 1 of those. Oh, what's Hines doing here? For Levy! Oh, my word! Oh, my word. I would have been expecting Maidlin to start. I was confused there that he was not on that right flank, putting the cross in. And it should be Pearce rather than Falevi. But the 2 new players combine. And we are 1 up after less than 10 minutes. I said before the match, Falevi's going to have to do something special to convince me to keep him on for next season. Well, I'll tell you what, a hat-trick in this game might just about do it. And he's got plenty of time to put the other 2 in the back of the net. We're knocking the ball around nicely here, but McLeod plays it all the way back to Mail. We're building up slowly from the back, taking our time, nice and cautious. Dinzay lumps it all the way up, though, and the ball breaks. Oh, Whittingham there, our other new player, is holding onto the ball very nicely in central midfield. And the ball is flicked over. Falevi's in again. And he scores again. Goodness gracious me. But it won't stand. Oh, it's ruled out. That's so frustrating. He's offside. Well, 10 minutes in, have to be honest, we're looking really, really dangerous. But Taunton, although they are bottom of the league, I wasn't expecting them to be quite this poor. Miles Meekums is in and blazes right over the top. So Taunton have been in slightly better form than us over the last 5 matches. I took a look before coming in and I was expecting them to put up more of a fight, I have to be honest. But we've got an XG of 1.4 and we're not even at half-time yet. If we don't come away with 3 points from this match, I'm going to be incredibly disappointed. And that could have been disastrous. Smith looks like he's carrying an injury there. Otherwise, I would have expected him to actually put that in the back of the net. But we did get a block in. Our defender managed to flick the ball up into the air. Caught by Mail. We're now on the attack at the end of the first half. Simpson plays it back to Racine. He takes the ball forward towards the box. The ball comes to Hughes. It's with Whittingham again. McLeod plays it out to Hines, who's now picked up a booking. is going to have to be careful. Hines is through again to Miles Meekham's this time, and it's 2. Surely that one's not going to be ruled out. That was a beautiful piece of play with Hines running behind the defence. Perfectly timed run. And Miles Meekham's cutting inside from the left wing. Blindside of the defender. No chance for the goalkeeper. Very tasty, very easy finish. Oh, fantastic. Right. This is quite exciting, isn't it? As things stand, we're moving up to 5th place. Cheshunt are dropping points. They are getting beaten at home by Bath. St Albans have had a man sent off and are drawing 0-0 at Dartford. Concord are drawing against top team Hampton and Richmond. And if things stay as they are, Havant and Waterlooville wouldn't even be able to catch us. Well, this is looking absolutely great. This has been a phenomenal performance. Exactly what I was hoping to see from the team after that poor run that we have been on. We have a free kick from miles out. Hughes flies one in, and it's out for a goal kick. Quite ambitious to take a shot from that distance. Now, Allardyce comes on for Racine, and Talent Ayite is now on for McLeod as well, and Phillips has come on for White. We've got a corner. Simpson to Allardyce at the back post. The substitute scores a header from a corner. 3-0. This is going to put us into brilliant mood for the final day of the season. What a dominant victory this is turning out to be. Ben, I'm just in awe of everything you've been able to accomplish at the team this year. Given the position that we were in when you joined us, Ben Watson, you deserve to be, just for getting us into the playoffs, you will be, in my mind, in my eyes, a club legend forever. And there we have it. Confirmation of a 3-0 victory in a game that we absolutely dominated. Levy scored, Miles Meekham scored, substitute Allardyce scored, and Hines, not playing in defensive midfield for once, was man of the match with 2 assists. Hampton and Richmond did beat Concord. Cheshunt did lose to Bath. And St Albans failed to beat Dartford. So we are in 5th place. 1 point in our final match will be enough to see us land in those playoffs. And to be honest, given our goal difference is 13 better than Concord, we can probably lose and still end up in the playoffs. But I don't want that, obviously. I want to go into those playoffs on form. Or do I? Because if we do go up this year, it's going to be a tough ask to stay up in the National League, I think. But whatever happens next season, I've made one very important decision. Ollie Pearce, much maligned star striker, who I've been hypercritical of all season, as you well know. 38 starts, 33 goals. I'm concerned about the number of games in which he scores those goals, of course. I've actually signed him up for another 2 years. Now, before you cry hypocrite at me, there is logic behind this decision, and it is all Moneyball logic. I need to maximise the value of the players that I have in my team, obviously. I need to be looking to develop and build players to sell on for a profit at a later date. Now, Ollie Pearce is performing well and scoring goals, and I have no doubt is putting himself in the shop window. If I just let him run down his contract and move on at the end of the season to a club of his choice, we're not going to get any money from it. Now, he's valued between £1,500 and £12,000. And he's on the books for the next 2 years, so any club that wants to come in for him is going to have to pay me for him. And to be honest, the best thing about all of this is he's actually taken a pay cut. He was our highest paid player at £700 a week. He's now accepted £525. It feels like a win-win. Not only have we got a decent enough striker on the books for another 2 years, who we can sell for money in that time, but we've also got a bit more money to spend on development players as well. And those development players are now starting to roll in. We have had our first youth intake, and there are some standout prospects in the mix. Yaroslav Novak might have problems with injuries and needs to add consistency to his game, but he could improve a lot. Gregor Bieber, already naturally fit, committed player who gives his all to the cause, 4.5-star potential. And Pedro Silva, 16-year-old striker with natural flair and fitness and finishing and technique in abundance, also 4.5-star potential. So these are the players I'm going to be banking the future of this football club on. Rule number 1, Develop youth ahead of transfers. So look for these players to be coming into the team. If not next season, then probably the one after. Now, I know we're only semi-professional and there are some professional teams in this division, but whoa, we are a long, long way from having the best staff in the division. So that's something I really want to push more. To develop those players effectively, we need great coaches. We obviously need phenomenal scouts. So expect a bit of a focus on staff recruitment over the summer months. Judgment Day approaches. The board are expecting a draw, but believe a chance exists of us sneaking a win. Same for the supporters, but both hope that we can qualify for the playoffs with a result. Jack Maidlin passes his fitness test, so hopefully he will be back in the starting lineup. Ollie Pearce, still a long way short of fitness, might be on the bench. Hemel Hempstead unbeaten in their last 5 matches, though. A point will definitely do it. But if we can get that win, it could put us into a really good motivational space for the playoffs. So this is it. Final day of the season. Home match against Hemel Hempstead at Woodside Road. For Levy and Phillips in those attacking spots. Dinzay and Allardyce at the back in central defence. Lining up against us with a 4-2-3-1 as well are the Hemel Hempstead team. We have every chance of ending the season on a spectacular high. This is very, very typical non-league back and forth of just lumping the ball aimlessly. As I was watching in real life, I would be asking someone to actually keep the ball on the deck. And we look absolutely incapable of doing so. But I can't knock it, and whatever tactics he's played, it's absolutely worked. Remember, at one point this season, we were down to 15th. I was on the verge of losing my job. And the decision to part ways with Dave Hedges and bring in Ben Watson as our assistant manager has made an entire season's worth of difference. McLeod, as the defensive midfielder, is running into a fantastic position on the right wing. And oh, very, very close there. McLeod on the ball once again. Maidlin looks like he might slow the pace down. He's running with the ball a little bit. Running and passing to Simpson, who flies down the left wing, acting like a wing-back rather than a full-back. Perhaps that is how Watson's asking him to play today. Levy gets on the end of it, but can't quite direct the shot, or the header, I should say, on target. So we've been very much on top in terms of possession so far this match. Not many shots, though. Hemel Hempstead obviously a significantly better team than Taunton were in the previous game. Maidlin picks up the ball basically by our corner flag and hits it to Mail, who absolutely thunders a ball upfield. That is a spectacular clearance from Phillips. Hughes is in, and he manages to pop it past the Hemel Hempstead goalkeeper. We are looking exceptionally good for the playoffs now. A thunderous lump from Mail there, and Phillips just waited a beautiful ball to Hughes. I thought he might actually cut it back to Falevi, but no, he was incredibly selfish, took it on himself. And to be honest, the Hemel Hempstead goalkeeper is going to feel bad about that. Should never have conceded that goal at his near post. And Phillips is in once again. Is he going to play Falevi in this time? Looks like the opportunity has actually passed. But, oh, header from Lewis White racing into the box there. Unfortunately, flies past the goal, comes to nothing. But we're on top in possession. We've had more shots. We are looking very, very good once again. Having said that, dangerous looking free kick for Hemel Hempstead right on the stroke of half time. This will probably be the last kick of the match. And my word, oh, just over the bar. Well, as things stand, we'd finish on 76 points, which I'd say for a first season in the National League South ever is a pretty good return. 55 minutes in, Hemel Hempstead thump the ball upfield, but it comes to Simpson, who charges forward yet again. And that was, well, I think he spotted the goalkeeper off his line and attempted to lob him. Not his forte, I'm afraid, Simpson. But Allardyce there manages to clear the ball out. Lewis White gets back on it, comes back to Allardyce once again. We don't need to push for another goal here. I'd love it, obviously. The more goals we can score, the more our morale, I'm sure, will improve ahead of what is now looking to be a certain playoff match. We are getting forward and creating a lot of chances, but we're also giving the ball away a lot. Maybe that's something I could be asking Ben to work on over the summer, is just maintaining possession a little bit more. Although, you know, we were struggling with that. Oh no, Greenridge is through, and Hemel Hempstead have scored with what I think is probably their first shot on target. That, again, basically came from us lumping the ball upfield, losing it needlessly. Their one and only shot on target, but we are still looking good for the playoffs as things stand. Again, that point is all we need, but I would really like us to pick up the victory. Right, Dinzey has plenty of time to build from the back, but lumps it forward. Falevi's not getting anything in this game at all. The ball does not seem to be breaking for him in the slightest. Sheriff takes the ball and loses it again. They're going to come straight back at us. Hemel Hempstead attacking down the right wing. And Greenridge is through once again. And that's so disappointing. That is so disappointing. I know that these tactics have been working for Ben this season, but oh gosh, it's so disappointing to see when you just keep hoofing the ball up the field and it keeps coming back. Falevi is not the kind of player who's going to hold the ball up, as we have just seen, and the ball comes straight back, and there is no way that Hemel Hempstead should be ahead in this match. I guess this isn't a bad thing though. This is dampening my expectations. I was starting to get probably overexcited about how we might perform in the playoffs. So getting promoted this year would almost certainly be too soon for us. We don't have the strength in the squad to actually stay up in the National League next year. I think another season consolidating at this level, bringing in some really high caliber National League South players who can develop more in future. Oh, but having said that, oh, what was that? Have you ever seen that before? Falevi took the shot, it bounced off the post and just trickled over the goal line. Oh, I was speechless. Falevi, not surprisingly, is looking very depressed there at the top, but Pearce has come on for him. We've got 5 minutes left, and it doesn't look like we're going to get back in this game. No, that is it. We lose our final match of the season, but it doesn't matter. We have made it to the playoffs. We've achieved our objective for the year. The board are going to be happy. I've already got that 2-year contract in the bag, and we will be playing St Albans in the playoff, a team we have already beaten this season when they were top of the league. I would say the chances are slim, but anything is possible. I didn't think we'd even make it into the playoffs earlier in the season, so join me again very soon to see what happens in those playoffs. And if it's a short one, we'll obviously have a look back on this incredibly rollercoaster first season in charge of Worthing and judge how we think we've performed as the Director of Football. Welcome back to episode 8 of the Director of Moneyball. I'm Kirk Sheridan, and today we have, at the very least, St Albans versus Worthing in the National League South playoff first round. But before we get into this, I just want to say the most effusive, heartfelt, genuine thank you to all of you who've supported this series. At this point of recording, we have just ticked over 1,000 subscribers on the channel. I am absolutely amazed at how much you guys are loving this content, and you're making me want to create an awful lot more for you, so thank you so much for the support. If you're liking this video today, please drop a like on it. If you're new around here, subscribe to the channel. There's plenty more where this has come from, but enough about that. I know you want to see what we're facing today. St Albans were top of the National League South for a very long time this season. They fell away right towards the end, hit a poor run of form at exactly the worst time, dipped as low as 8th at one point, but pulled it back in the last few games to end just above us in 5th place. And you can see how that compares to our trajectory last season. My goodness, this does not bring back happy memories. It's fairly easy to see at what point we parted ways with Dave Hedges as our assistant manager and brought in Ben Watson, who quite frankly performed miracles. An immediate upturn in form, but a solid end to the season meant that we secured that 6th place finish. St Albans won 2 of their last 5 matches, drawn 2 and lost 1. We have won 2 of our last matches and lost 3. So they are in significantly better form than we are. The board, however, have decided that we are now required to reach the National League South playoff final this year, although in the same breath, they're saying that they expect us to lose the next match, and so do our supporters. I have no idea what their true expectations are. I'm considering this a bit of a gimme. We've reached the playoffs, we've achieved that expectation, we've got a 2-year contract, we're not going anywhere. But win or lose today, it's my job as director of football to make sure that we have got a squad to compete next season, whether that's in the National League and competing to stay up, or pushing once again for promotion in the National League South. Now, we already have 11 players on the books confirmed for next season. Ollie Pearce, you saw me sign up last episode. Jack Maidlin, Jonathan Dinzay, Conrad Honor, our youth prospect, who I'm expecting to get a lot more first-team football next year. Samuel McLeod, new boy Alfie Whittingham and Tom Hughes alongside him. Talent Ayite, who, again, I'm expecting to get a lot more football as we retrain him into either a defensive midfield or attacking midfield position. Sam Allardyce, Ryan Clark and Lamine Sheriff. If we keep those players selected and look at the average performance of the players in the squad last season, biggest chunk of them are secure. Now, Harvey White is a real surprise. He started 4 matches last year and played brilliantly. He's not even the second best goalkeeper at the club. I'm absolutely going to be keeping him around, and if other clubs sniff around, we'll probably sign him up, or try to at least sign him up to a permanent contract. Tarek Hines, similarly, played 6 matches, brought in as a backup, but when he started, played incredibly well, whether it was at right back or, bizarrely, in defensive midfield. Aaron Racine, our club captain, I am definitely thinking about keeping on, but his wages are a bit of a concern. He's £600 a week at the moment. If we're going to keep him, I want him to take a pay cut. Harrison Mail, I'm pondering as well, for the same reasons as Ollie Pearce, to maintain his value, to mean that we can actually sell him for a profit next year. Beyond that, I think it's going to be down to how the players perform in the playoffs. Are they big match ready or not? Lewis White, Danny Barker, Harry Phillips, they can all play their way in. Aaron Simpson as well. But these 3 folks, we are looking certainly to move on. They will not be staying past the end of their contracts. I'm trying to move them on before then, just to save a little bit of money on their weekly wages. I've been trying to get my incoming business going early, though. Rule 5 of Moneyball, of course, is improve the weakest area of your team first. And this left-back slot has been a problem area all year long. Cameron Tutt, who was our left-back at the start of the season, has got a 6.71. Aaron Simpson, who we brought in as competition, 6.75. Just not good enough. So I've been able to shop around for somebody else approaching the end of their contract at another club, Jordan Norville-Williams at Farnborough. All of the club DNA boxes are ticked. Determination, teamwork, work rate, pace, stamina, strength and passing. I think he's going to be a fantastic addition to the team. He's great going forward as well. Look at that crossing, dribbling, first touch. He can be a proper attacking wing-back or full-back. He played 40 matches this season for Farnborough, and with that 6.78 average, did perform at a higher level than both of our left-backs, even though Farnborough only finished in 14th place. If we compare him with Simpson, he's better technically, attacking, aerially, mentally, physically. And if we compare him with Cameron Tutt, Tutt has the defending and mental edge, but Norville-Williams outstrips him in every other aspect. And he's coming in for £250 a week, which is cheaper than both Tutt and Simpson. So I like to think that's some fantastic moneyballing from your director of football right there. I've also tried to offer out some of the players who were already on loan at other clubs this season, who just don't have the long-term potential to fit into this Worthing squad. But sadly, no offers made so far. But it might be working with James Beresford. Taunton have put in an offer for him with an immediate transfer date, which I'm very happy with. Over to you, James. So St Albans are favourites for this match. We are playing at their place, Clarence Park. If we manage to get a result from this, it will be a significant bonus. But if anyone can inspire this team to greatness, given what he's already done this season, it's Ben Watson. Ben, over to you. The ground is looking quite packed. We've brought a lot of fans with us. So St Albans lining up with a 4-3-3 with a defensive midfielder to put up against Hughes, playing in our attacking midfield slot. Falevi starts again. As you know, I have high hopes for Falevi. On paper, looks great. On performance has been absolutely shocking. Now would be a phenomenal day for him to turn up and play really, really, really well. What can he do? Right, 10 minutes in. We're on top of possession so far, but they have a throw-in on our right flank, and the ball is floated in. Hines playing at left back now. Ben Watson is clearly a huge fan of Tariq Hines. He's played him in defensive midfield, at right back, at left back. It's just surprising to see someone with such a low star rating compared to the other players around him getting such good game time. But that is why I'm the director of football and Ben Watson is our manager. Lewis White flying down the wing. It comes to Hughes. And oh my word, what a strike! What a strike! Have you ever seen a volley struck so hard? My goodness me! And I think that whole move, if I'm right, started with Hines clearing the ball in our bottom left corner. Crossed over and Hughes just, oh my word, the goalkeeper just had to duck out of the way. Would have taken his head off if he tried to save it. So 20 minutes in, we're 1-0 up and St Albans haven't had a shot on target yet. But Hughes gets on the ball again. McLeod, Racine lumps it up to Falevi and it's cleared from Perry. That long ball up to Falevi is not working. He just can't get on the end of it to hold the ball up. If it breaks over the top and Falevi can run onto it, I think that will be all right. But trying to hit it up to him for him to grab hold of is not going to work. Now, Miles Meekham's being on a yellow card already at this point in the match is also a concern. Falevi, though! Oh, it goes a bit too wide. Oh, he takes on the defender. Managed to jink past him in the box. McLeod! Oh, my goodness me. It bounced off the crossbar, down onto the line and back out again. This has been a phenomenal stretch of play for Worthing Football Club. Hines there, taking the throw. Hughes plays it. Hines in again. Falevi! Oh, did get on the header that time, but knocks it past the post. I was expecting this to be a one-match episode. We might well be in for a second if we keep playing as well as we have done for this entire match. Hughes has got a chance here to float a free kick in. It goes across, and it's in from Sammy McLeod! Oh my goodness gracious me! Those Worthing fans behind the goal, absolutely loving it. The board expected us to be absolutely crushed. The supporters, those supporters who came along, they weren't expecting us to win today, but we're 2-0 up before half-time away from home. Although it's a St Albans corner, and that was a free header. Oh gosh, this is not good for my heart rate. St Albans on the attack again. It looks like they've probably changed how they're playing, but no, Hines gets on the ball once again and starts running down the left flank. Cuts inside to Miles Meekham's, plays it to McLeod. McLeod with a through ball to Hughes. He is in acres of space. And that was probably the easiest of the chances that we've had so far today, but unfortunately it's put past the post. Well, that is a turn up for the books. We've been, hands down, the better team. Nearly 60% of the possession, 4 shots on target. Dare we dream? Hughes floats a free kick in. Can we do it again? Oh, that was close. That was very close from Racine there. Now Hines lofts the ball over and cleared easily by the St Albans defender, but only as far as Maidlin, who finds Falevi in space. Oh, that is the kind of opportunity. Falevi got in front of the defender there, but couldn't put the header on target. I don't think we're going to be giving him a long-term contract, which is such a shame because, as I say, on paper he looks like he could be great. He's supposed to be consistent, great in big matches, but it's just not working out. Hughes, though, gets to the byline, cuts back inside, and Lewis White, that's a penalty, surely it is. Lewis White is pushed down in the box. Hughes to take the penalty to put us 3 up, sends the goalkeeper the wrong way. We're going to the next round of the playoffs. We've had so many efforts. 17 shots. with 7 on target so far. Absolutely incredible. Allardyce comes on from Fernandez right at the end of the match. I don't know when the next round is actually going to be played. I hope we get a decent break between matches. But, oh my word, what a phenomenal strike by Hughes there. Could have had an absolute belter of a goal from that free kick. But Hughes has just been an absolute creative machine today. Taking a corner again now. And it's cleared away, unfortunately. But Lewis White keeps the ball in play. Lofts one across. Miles Meekums, can he keep it in? He does, but heads it to the St Albans goalkeeper. Talent Ayite comes on for a few minutes, as does Pearce, replacing Falevi up front. And that's it. Full time. That XG is just off the chart. Hines not having the best game out on the left flank there, but he was played out of position. Falevi, sadly one of his better ratings for us with a 6.7. Everyone else had an absolutely great game, including Mail, who managed to keep a clean sheet from that one shot on target. Who are we playing next? Right, it's Dulwich Hamlet in the playoff semi-final in 3 days' time. Dulwich Hamlet have finished the year on incredible form. They started so poorly, but just had a constant rise, locked in that second place. So I'm assuming their form is pretty strong. Actually, no, they have taken a dip in the last couple of matches, so maybe this one's winnable too. Dulwich Hamlet are favourites for this game, but now that we've won that first round of the playoffs, we've now won our last 2 and Dulwich Hamlet have lost their last 2, so we are the form team. James Beresford is no believer though. He has agreed to join Taunton. So that's £200 a week saved from our wage bill straight away. Board and supporters both expecting defeat once again, but I bet your Ben's got some different ideas. Playoff semi-final. I'd like to point out again, at one point in the season it looked like we were never going to get close to this. I thought I was losing my job. Ben Watson, you're a hero. Dulwich Hamlet, that 4-3-3 again, which we played so well against in the last match. Could we do it again? Falevi starts again up front though, so it's pretty much the same team, although Simpson I see is back in at left back. Strange to see Pearce not starting, given how strong he has been this season. It looks like Watson is committed to making Falevi a success. I hope it doesn't come back to haunt us. And we're certainly not off to as strong a start as we did in the last match. Miles Meekums, though, repeating history, gets booked again ridiculously early. Please don't get sent off. Half an hour in, Dulwich Hamlet free kick. Mail does make the save and it's off the post. But Dulwich Hamlet get another free kick. Oh my word, it's off the post again. Goodness gracious, Dulwich Hamlet have hit the woodwork twice in fairly quick succession. Somehow we have scraped by without conceding. But you can see just from those horrible orange hearts on the previous screen, this squad are starting to look tired already. Now Racine lofts the ball up over the top and it's cleared easily away by Dulwich Hamlet again. And oh my goodness me, we've basically put their striker clean through and that's a Dulwich Hamlet goal. This is probably the point where our luck runs out. Dulwich Hamlet fans over there celebrating wildly, Worthing fans just getting absolutely drenched. How cruel is that, Dulwich Hamlet fans? 2 nice sheltered sides of the ground and our fans are just over there getting absolutely bucketed on without any shelter whatsoever. And then they have to see a goal being scored against them as well. Not a single shot. I have to say, this would probably be a good time to bring on Ollie Pearce and make some other substitutions. Any half-time changes? No. We go into the second half with the same lineup. McLeod is pretty much our only decent performing player at this point in the game. Mail launches a ridiculously long kick upfield which comes straight back to us. Maitland clears it to Hughes though, who floats it across to Lewis White. Is he going to get on this? He does. He has space to run into down the right flank. Can he get past the mid defender? Yes, he can. And the ball goes to Falevi, who scores! Felivi! Oh, Felivi puts us back in this match. Of all the games for him to find form. Lewis White just... Oh, what a weighted pass. And Felivi just... Oh, a beautiful run into space between the two defenders there. Quite right. Celebrating like he'd scored the winner. But it will do. It's an equaliser. It keeps us in this match. But they put the ball across and we're unable to clear it again. Oh, dangerous, dangerous, dangerous. Oh, Mail manages to catch it. I'm starting to repeat everything I'm saying because I'm so nervous. Now Dulwich Hamlet are coming back at us down their right flank, attacking down our left. Miles Meekums with a ridiculously dangerous push there. Could have easily got a booking for that, but the ball is floated in to Mills, who is another tall striker who we seem to struggle against. I remember us struggling on the last day of the season against a tall target forward, and we're doing the same again here today. So some height, some jumping reach and a bit of strength in our central defence is something that I'm going to need to look out for. Because he just attacked that ball and climbed straight over the defender there. Whittingham to Racine, back to Simpson, puts it all the way back to Dinzai. Maidlin, who, oh, beautiful pass to Hughes. Can he put one in? Oh, it's just straight to the goalkeeper. If he tried to cut it back, Felivi was there. He got ahead of his marker, but no. Pearce is now on 4 Miles Meekum, so it looks like we've got Ollie Pearce cutting in from that left wing to support Felivi, but nothing's happening. A couple more changes. Talent Ayite on for McLeod. It looks like time might be running out for us, though. We've got 4 minutes of added time. 2 minutes into that, we do see another highlight, and it's once again Mills just muscles his way past the defender, takes on Mail, and the ball comes out. 20 seconds left. What can we do? The ball comes to the Dulwich goalkeeper, is cleared away. Racine, free kick to Worthing. This is the last effort we could possibly have if the whistle isn't blown after this ball is kicked. Talent Ayite. Felivi might get into space. No. Racine just hits it as hard as he can. It's cleared once more. This doesn't look like we're going to get any joy. We just can't get past that Dulwich back line. And Mills is in again. Oh, Mail does collect it at least. But that's it. Time is up. We can't complain. We played nowhere near as well in that match as we had in the previous game. But to reach the playoff semi-final, when at one point in the season we were down in 15th place, I think that is a huge success. And let's just check quickly. 6'5". What is it about us and 6'5" strikers? Right, 6'5" defender, first on my shopping list for this summer. And that, my friends, is our first season as the director of football over. It's been a crazy roller coaster, but there's no time to stop and look back right now. I've already got to start planning the squad for next season. We know we're going to be losing our experienced player, Jake Robinson, one of our peak players. Some of these emerging players as well. That's going to be one of the challenges of this Moneyball way of playing. Every player we sign is going to be in this emerging or development spot. So it's going to be very hard, apart from bringing players up from within, to get people to a peak and experience level. Next season's budget confirmed, 9.25k per week wage budget and a transfer budget of £5,000. So very much in our current ballpark, just a little bit of trimming required. But that is a problem for another episode, because for now I'm just going to bask in a very successful season. A playoff place, a competitive performance in the FA Cup, a competitive performance in the FA Trophy. I think that is a brilliant return for the first ever season that Worthing Football Club has spent in the National League South. So next episode, we're going to review exactly how things have gone, and I'm also going to judge myself against those rules of Moneyball that we set at the very beginning of the season. So join me again soon to find out how I think I've performed against those criteria, and of course to see how we get on with this rebuild. It's not going to be a quiet summer, that's for sure. Welcome back to episode 9 of the Director of Moneyball. I'm Kirk Sheridan, and today I'm going to take you through a season review with a difference. It's been a brilliant year for Worthing, 6th place in the Vanarama National League South at the first time of asking. We've got every opportunity and every possibility to push for promotion next year. But this is a save with a difference. I'm not managing this club. I'm the director of Moneyball. There are criteria I need to follow, and we're going to examine those together. But first, what did our fans think of the team's performances this year? Signing of the season, quite incredibly, went to Sam Allardyce. I am genuinely shocked. Look at Dinzey, 37 starts, 2 goals, 2 assists, a 7.35 average rating. I think he was the 3rd best player in the entire division. But no, Sam Allardyce, 18 starts and 13 substitute appearances, quite quickly become a fan favourite by the look of it. Samuel McLeod had already joined us when we took over the club, but Thomas Hughes was one of our signings, as was Tarek Hines, Jack Maidlin, Alfie Whittingham, Ryan Clark, Lamine Sheriff, Talent Ayite. We did a lot of business last year. Sadly, though, right down at the bottom, Michael Falevi. Such a shame. Our FA Cup performance, we absolutely hammered Lewis 5-0 away from home, but then came unstuck against higher division Wealdstone. The FA Trophy, Bashley was our biggest victory of the season, biggest on record, I believe, at this point in the save, certainly. And we were unlucky to lose to Southend at that point. It was the first loss of Ben Watson's tenure. Goal of the season went to Lamine Sheriff versus Taunton. Miles Meekham's drilled the ball back to McLeod, passed it to Sheriff, one touch, and wallop into the bottom corner. Unbelievably, Michael Falevi was also our best shirt seller last year. Ollie Pearce, who scored over 30 goals for us, is not even on the list. This was the team of the year. Mail in goal. Tutt winning the battle of the terrible left-backs. Racine, Dinzey and Maidlin across the rest of the back four. Sheriff and McLeod holding with Miles Meekham's, Phillips, Lewis White and Ollie Pearce up front. Obviously the consistent team for most of the season. Although I do think that Whittingham and Hughes would have made it in had they played a few more games. So fans player of the season did go to Jonathan Dinzey. He also won Young Player of the Season, which makes it even more strange that Sam Allardyce won Signing of the Season. Ollie Pearce, 33 goals for us. Miles Meekham's 10 assists. Pearce managed to score 24 goals in the league as well. 5 goals in a match. We have also increased our social media following by 27 followers. And for the season ahead, the board are expecting us to reach the playoffs once again. They also want us to work towards repairing the club's financial damage. Well, it's a good job that I'm all about Moneyball then. Still no team leaders as yet, but that might change over the course of the closed season and the pre-season. And we're going to let this squad know that we know now we can make the playoffs again next year. Enjoy your holiday, folks. When you return, there might be a few new faces in the dressing room. So that's how the team have performed this season, but what about me? I'm going to score myself out of 30 to see how well I've performed as both Director of Football and Director of Moneyball. You've been with me on this whole journey, so let me know if you agree or disagree with my own findings in the comments below. But I'm not going to pull any punches on myself, I can assure you of that. So first up, we have our 4 criteria as the Director of Football. No involvement in match tactics, no involvement in team selection, no involvement in training, and no involvement in team talks. A maximum of 3 points available for each of these areas for a total of 12. And let's start with match tactics. This is an area that I think I have been very true to the save this season. With Ben Watson and indeed with Dave Hedges before him, I've made sure that we're training both their preferred formations as our matchday tactics. And aside from that, I have not got involved. All season long, we've played that 4-2-3-1 DM AM wide formation, and that is all down to Dave and Ben. So 3 out of 3 in that particular area. Team selection, I've also been very consistent this year. And you can see that at a glance with the last 5 appearances made by Ollie Pearce. When he got injured back in March, he was playing as an advanced forward. When he got injured again later in March, he was playing as a winger. Then for his 3 substitute appearances, he came on as a pressing forward, a target forward and an inside forward. Complete inconsistency from Ben there, and definitely under no influence from me. However, there is one occasion earlier this year where I had to step in. Malachi Talent Ayite, who we know is one of our best players at the club in terms of current ability, was not getting enough game time. He still only started 6 matches, despite having one of the highest star ratings at the club, and it involved me forcing Ben to pick him to get him to start that many matches. So for steering clear of influencing team selection this year, I can only give myself 2 out of 3. And in all but 2 cases, I have resisted the urge to tinker with team training. I'm happy to continue letting Ben train Sammy McLeod as a central midfielder, despite the fact that we don't play with any. Same goes for Alfie Whittingham. No concerns there. But Conrad Honor and once again Malachi Talent Ayite did need a bit of a helping hand. Malachi, because of his natural preference for central midfield, will only get dedicated game time as a first choice for Ben if he becomes a natural in either defensive midfield or attacking midfield. So I have ordered Ben to start training him as a segundo volante. And Conrad has some of the highest potential ability of any player at the club and seems like a natural fit for that advanced playmaker role in the future. So again, I have pushed Ben to develop him in that way. And with that in mind, can't give myself maximum points. 2 out of 3 for team training. And for team talks, I've got to be brutally honest. I haven't got involved on match day, as you well know, but given how things were going earlier in the season, I did step in to hold team meetings, and I was praising individual players for their performance in training. Club atmosphere has stayed strong as a result of that decision, which I think is a fair call for the director of Moneyball to make, but I do feel that I overstepped the mark a tad with Ben, and I would like next season to make sure that he has more control over that team motivation. So 1 out of 3, which gives me a director of football performance total of 8 out of 12 for this season. Room to improve. I'm 2/3 of the way there. Next season, I will be better. And now, on to the 9 rules of Moneyball. 2 points available for each of these for a total potential performance score of 18. First up, of course, is promote youth ahead of transfers. And I was seriously restricted by this one because we didn't have any under 18s we could be playing until our first intake towards the end of this season. However, the previously mentioned Honor did only start 1 game in the National League South, despite currently being rated a Vanarama South player. Outside my control, but if we look at the depth of competition that's been facing him to get into the team, I signed Harry Phillips at the start of the season because I was worried about relying too much on Honor in that attacking midfield role. Later in the season, we signed Thomas Hughes. Lewis White was here and ready to play in that role from the very first day. And of course, Talent Ayite has played there a couple of times as well. So I was severely restricted due to that lack of an under-18 squad, but feel I let Conrad down a bit. So I can only give myself 1 out of 2 for developing youth this year. Rule 2, only buy players aged 20 to 25 with a decent data sample size. In the first season of a Moneyball save, it's very, very hard to be that precise about the data because there is no evidence built up by the game. I did the best that I could, though, by focusing on that 20 to 25 year age bracket. And I'm pleased to say that every single one of the 16 players I signed this year, from Bradley Webb back in July all the way through to Alfie Whittingham at the end of March, were firmly within that age range. So I will be strict on myself. I'm giving myself a 1 out of 2 for this. Age range, tick, but I was unable to follow the data criteria. Or next season will be a different beast entirely. And rule 3, sign players from outside the usual markets. We're talking about free transfers. We're talking about lower reputation leagues. Transfer listed players. Well, all of that massive box ticked. Even the players who we signed who were already on the books of another club all came in for free. Bargain business. 2 out of 2, no question. And rule 4, improve defence before attack again. Top marks, no doubt about it. My first 4 signings were either defenders, goalkeepers or defensive midfielders. Harry Phillips I did push the boat out for as an attacking midfielder, but then my next 5 signings, once again, 4 of them, defenders or goalkeepers. No doubt at all that improving our defence came very much at the expense of improving our attack this year. Rule 5, improve the weakest area of your team first. Well, I've been trying all year, as I mentioned in the last episode, to upgrade this left-back position. I think I've finally succeeded with Jordan Norville-Williams, but you combine that with adding strength and depth to the centre of defence, adding quality to those defensive midfield roles. We were absolutely concentrating on raising our floor rather than increasing our ceiling. Rule 6, don't buy strikers unless absolutely necessary. Well, I was doing really well on this until March when Ollie Pearce got injured. I was already in the process of offloading Callum Keeley and Ibi Akanbi as we were running up to deadline day, and basically I panicked. Yes, I needed to sign a replacement. Michael Falevi or Martel Taylor-Crossdale probably would have sufficed on their own. Bringing the 2 of them in, probably I overstepped the mark a little bit, and neither of them have performed well enough, unfortunately, to stay with us next season, so I can only give myself a 1 out of 2 for that. I tried for the longest time. If I just hadn't panicked in March. Rule 7, sell players at their peak age. Well, I was trying so hard all season. It took until the end of March for us to finally move on Dan Bowery, despite me trying all year long. Joel Colburn was the only player we managed to sell for a fee. Jake Robinson, who is far beyond his peak, of course, is still on the books. So I tried, but I think failed to some degree. So 1 out of 2 in this particular area. If you've got any tips for me in terms of how I can improve my ability to actually sell these players, let me know in the comments. I would really appreciate the help. But rule 8, always be scouting for replacements. Yes, 1,000 times yes. You can see the number of recruitment focuses that we've been through this year. We've had an ongoing search, and we do have 130 players our scouts have reported back on, who are all aged 20 to 25 for us to look into over the closed season. Easily maximum points for this one. Last but not least, sell any player if a club offers more than their market value. I wasn't tested. We did make £1,500 on Joel Colburn, as I mentioned earlier, but that was the best it got. I'm hoping that I will have an opportunity in the near future to prove that I'm 100% committed to this rule of Moneyball. So if we strike off Rule 9 because I simply haven't had the ability to actually commit to that this year, 12 out of 16 for our Moneyball performance, 75%. And that gives an overall Director of Moneyball performance total of 20 out of 28, 71%, which in some respects is really good, but I've still got 29% room for improvement. So my particular tasks for next year, promote those youth players. Make sure that we're looking at the data before completing transfers. Sell more players at their peak. And don't panic buy strikers. And now the long, hard summer begins. This is how our squad depth is looking for the players that we do have signed up for next year. No Harrison Mayle. No Lewis White. No Miles Meekums. No Cameron Tutt or Aaron Simpson. And no Aaron Racine, our club captain. It is currently the 9th of May, and the contract of all of those players I've just mentioned are due to expire at the end of this month. So I have about 3 weeks to decide who I'm keeping, who I'm letting go, and which of these 130 players we'll try to bring in for next season. Change of plan, we're back only a day later because I want to show you possibly the best piece of business that this club will ever be responsible for. Michael Falevi, who has performed terribly for us, unfortunately, in the 10 matches he's played for us, is on the verge of joining either Hampton and Richmond or Bath City for £2,500. I'm delighted that I offered him out. It's now the 1st of June and a lot has happened in the last 3 weeks. Sadly, though, Falevi moving on for a fee is not one of the stories of the last 3 weeks. He refused contracts from a couple of clubs that were in for him, as did, in fact, Danny Barker and Cameron Tutt. But as you can see, all of those players are now surplus to requirements, and I'm almost on the verge of setting them for release. I'm going to try offering them out one more time. We do have offers underway for Tutt, Barker and Phillips. I'm hoping they will take the money and literally run out the door. We have, however, released Jake Robinson, who is now out of contract, along with Jesse Starkey and Charlie Towning. You can see there the transfer budget has increased a bit. That's because I dropped the scouting budget to concentrate on surrounding divisions, as with last season. True Moneyball focus, make sure that we're looking for bargains. Therefore, the National League North and South, and the Regional Premier divisions are absolutely a big enough pool for us to be fishing in. And those financial decisions, I think, have gone some way to helping repair the club's financial damage. As far as the board are concerned, we've done it a year ahead of time. Honestly, doesn't look that way to me, but who am I to judge? I've also caved in potentially a little bit early. I know we've got a month left before contracts were due to expire, but I didn't want to put us at risk of losing out on a profit for certain players. So Harrison Mayle, we have signed up for another year. He's taken a £75 a week pay cut in the process, so I think, given his value could stretch as high as £9,000, and there was interest in him last season, hopefully that's a good long-term decision for us. Still very much on the lookout for a long-term replacement, though, because I'm not confident in the fact that he's conceded 45 goals in the last season. Club captain Aaron Racine is another who's jumped on board for a second year, this time taking a £50 a week pay cut. I did feel that having his experience around will serve us well over the course of the season. And then two attacking midfielders. Miles Meekums, £325 a week, who doesn't have a huge amount of long-term potential, but his flexibility last year was very helpful. Lewis White we have offered a contract to, but we've already done that previously and he rejected it, so we will have to see how that one goes. And that means our squad depth looks a little bit like this. Mayle confirmed as current first-choice goalkeeper, Norville Williams in on the left, Dinzey, Maidlin, Racine and Allardyce in the middle, although Maidlin is likely to play right back. Maidlin, who has now signed up for 3 years. We did give Maidlin a wage rise. He went up from £275 a week, but in the process, we removed his £30,000 non-promotion release clause that suddenly activated. So what could have been a sticky situation has actually turned out for the better. 4 good options in defensive midfield. Hughes likely to make that attacking midfield role his own, but we are clearing the path for Conrad Honor to play more first-team football next season. Ryan Clark likely to pick up the position on the left as things stand, with Miles Meekums on the right and Ollie Pearce up front. So if Lewis White signs on, these are the gaps that I think are left. Right fullback, right wing, and I'm looking for that 6'5", 6'6" target forward. So I am looking forward to getting stuck into this scouting. We have a couple of months over the summer to improve the team further, potentially sell players for a profit along the way as well. So that will be the subject of the next episode, and we will probably play a couple of matches at the start of the season as well, just to see how this new look Worthing Football Club squad performs. Welcome back to episode 10 of The Director of Moneyball. I'm Kirk Sheridan, and my word, have we got an episode today, because look at this. I have been waiting since the start of last season to see this come up. Finn Stevens, who's currently in the Brentford under-21s, was at Worthing when he moved to Brentford for an undisclosed fee in 2020. We have a sell-on clause for 20% of his next transfer fee, and the board have negotiated that we can sell that for £816,000 right now. That is transformative. The most we got up to last season was 55k. We are currently £111,000 in debt. So this could keep us going for a good 3 or 4 years and mean we are super competitive. So we're absolutely doing this. Oh yeah. Transfer budget's been increased by £204,000. We now have over £675,000 in the bank. Well, we're currently sick favourites for a promotion. Let's see what happens after this influx. So for those of you who are new to the channel, this is an FM save with a difference. I'm playing as the director of football, so I'm not getting involved in match tactics, team selection, motivating the team, anything like that. This is purely about doing the director of football stuff, making sure that we're bringing in high quality players to sell on for a profit, and we're adhering to the 9 rules of Moneyball. All of that information in the description below. Do check it out, and if you like the video, please click like, subscribe to the channel if you want to see more as well. We finished last season with a club record finish, the first ever season in the National League South for Worthing Football Club. We made it to 6th place, qualified for the playoffs, and that's exactly what the board want us to achieve again. And since you were last with me, we have started the new season's business. We've moved on 4 players, 2 of our own volition, Danny Barker and Michael Falevi. Both surplus to requirements. We managed to move them on before the end of their contracts and just save a little bit of their wages through the rest of June. Harvey White and Lachlan Robertson, though, are backup goalkeepers. Unfortunately, would have liked to keep them on, but as soon as Bromley and Crawley came in for them, higher division clubs, we had no chance. They were expecting far too much for their weekly wages, and I just couldn't compete. So that leaves us with a squad, as things stand, of 24 players. Although 3 of them, Cameron Tutt, Harry Phillips, Luca Cocoraccio, are surplus to requirements and will be leaving today when their contracts expire. Aaron Simpson is likely to leave as well, because as well as Jordan Norville-Williams, we've also just brought in Chi Ezanolim as our backup left-back and possibly backup centre-back as well. Club DNA, we're looking for determination, teamwork, work rate, pace, stamina, strength and passing, and look, ticks all the boxes. And comparing with Simpson, absolutely no contest. Chi is staying, Simpson moving on. But don't worry, we've got some other cracking new players coming in as well. Danny Collins can play right back, defensive midfield or in central defence. He's a high quality current ability player. Will possibly even come and slot in at fullback so that Maitland can play in the middle. So it will be very interesting to see where Ben Watson, our assistant manager, who achieved great things last season, will play him. As director of football, I don't get involved in that. It's entirely up to Ben. The 2 winger slots, we're filling with 2 25-year-olds, just at the cusp of our signing range, based on the rules of Moneyball. George Saunders is joining us from Dagenham and Redbridge when his contract expires. He didn't play any football last year because he was injured. He broke his leg and was out for 6 months, and I'm assuming he's only really just made it back. It doesn't say he's injury prone. He does like big matches, has a fair amount of pace, can play both left or right wing, so great option for us there. And then Tarin Alarakia can cover every attacking midfield spot. Joins us from Wealdstone, made 9 starts, 11 substitute appearances. I've made 1 other non-contract signing, Emil Aqua, as a target forward. He's not quite as good as Ollie Pearce, so I'm still on the lookout for that player who can come in and really match Ben's expectations. But with this news, suddenly just given me so many more options, including speaking to the board. Now, Jack Maitland wants us to improve our training facilities. I would like that too. The rules of Moneyball also clearly dictate that we should be looking to promote youth players ahead of making transfers wherever possible to maximise the profitability of the players on our books. So I would like to ask the board to improve our training facilities, youth facilities and youth recruitment. Got no idea if this is going to work. I have yet to actually speak to the board. So let's ask them to improve training facilities. Let's ask them to improve our youth facilities. And let's ask them to improve our youth level. So it's the 1st of July, and that means I'm finally able to release some staff members. I've been looking forward to this moment since the second the save started. Matthias Mikkonen, nothing against him at all, but as a non-league club, I don't need a technical director, and I certainly don't need a technical director looking to try and sign new staff members when that's my entire purpose as director of football. Well, I say entire purpose, also to manage the scouting team and that side of things. So we're absolutely releasing Mikkonen and saving ourselves £220 a week. Similarly, Kai Jones, our loan manager, no need whatsoever to keep him on. Without a doubt, though, the biggest question of the summer is what are we going to do about Ben Watson. If you haven't watched the first season, go back, watch it all, because we weren't doing brilliantly, and then Ben Watson came in and made all the difference. Sent us on a spectacular run of form that got us into the playoffs. But if you look at these attributes, he's not the greatest. I do keep having a cheeky look to see what other assistant manager options are out there. I haven't found anything yet, so I might just keep him ticking over on a non-contract for another month, just in case, especially now that we can suddenly afford a much higher calibre of assistant manager. One to continue to ponder there, I think. There we are. Profit of £782,000. That'll do nicely. But we've got some good news and bad news. Good news, 3 new signings finalised. But the bad news, Morecambe have made an offer for Dinzey. This could be the first time that Rule 9 is tested. If any club comes in and offers more than a player's market value, as a money baller, I have to sell. What's it going to be? £11,000 with £3,000 after... Well, that's ridiculous. He's worth up to £40,000, so we'll go back and ask for £40,000. And potentially 20% of the profit of the next sale as well. I think that would be very fair. Ball is back in Morecambe's court. So the board have come back to me. They will not improve our training facilities. So that's going to upset Madeline. We've got 317 days left to convince the board otherwise. However, they're going to put us up a youth level. Excellent. Considering we're currently on youth level 0, it's going to be a long way to the top, my friends. A long way. Yes! Brilliant! Didn't even need to argue the case. The club treat youth development as an important part of the club. They therefore accept our request. That will also cost £85,000, and that's going to be finished by October 2023. Brilliant. So hopefully some of these under-18s will see the benefit. And would you believe it? Here's another left-back who's popped up on the scout report. Also is a very good fit for the club DNA, and pretty cheap. Now, in the second season, this is where I can be very strict about Moneyball and make sure that I'm considering the amount of football that these players have got in the bank. So last year, he played 21 non-competitive matches, presumably for the under-21s or the reserves for Crystal Palace. Not the best average rating, but my scouts say he's a Vanarama national standard player. So this is a player we should definitely be looking to at least bring in on trial to get a closer look at. Right, big decision time. I've reached an impasse with Morecambe. The most that they will go to is 12,000 now, nearly 5k after 20 games, and a 40% percentage of profit from next sale. Now, if I take a look at their squad, they've got a few players here valued. One of them's potentially up to 1.8 million. There's a lot, 100,000 plus. So, thinking long-term Moneyball, a 40% sell-on clause, it does feel like good business, and of course we have been scouting consistently for replacements. So there are already a few players here who we could go in for as potential long-term replacements who have great sell-on value again. So I'm going to stick to the Moneyball ethos. This is the first time that I've been tested. It's not a no-brainer by any stretch. This is not the 40,000 up front that I was hoping for. However, with that 40% sell-on clause, I'm hopeful that we could get 100,000 plus from this long term. So for a club like Worthing, that's an option we have to take to secure the long-term future of this project. Well, here's an incredible possibility out of nowhere. Jeremy McKendy has come to me and said he would like to be considered as a potential signing. Determination off the charts. Teamwork, work rate and passing not quite there. But pace, stamina and strength, absolutely. League 2 standard, potentially Sky Bet League 1 standard, will cost a lot of money. But on checking his past performance, he's been released by Tottenham and played 23 non-competitive matches last year for an average rating of 7.17. He's consistent, he's determined, he's a natural in several positions. This is a player straight away I have to offer a contract to. That is a lot of money to offer, but we do currently have a lot of money in the bank, and this guy could push us to the National League this year. And sadly, the McKendy deal is not coming off. Harrogate have signed him for almost double the weekly wage that we were able to offer. I have, however, started to line up a few pieces of exciting business. Now, Rob Street is potentially that target forward who I've been looking for. His physical attributes are fantastic, mental attributes brilliant, and does what we need technically. Now, last season didn't get a lot of football. 3 substitute appearances at Shrewsbury, but the year before that, 18 appearances for Newport County in League 2. Needs to improve his consistency, but at the age of 21 does have plenty of time to do so. Charlie Farr might be a right winger naturally, but can play anywhere along that right flank, so I'm expecting us to use him either as fullback or as a winger. Another player, potentially League 2 standard, but he's also got fantastic leadership potential. So I'm thinking he might be an option as vice-captain when Dinzey leaves. And most exciting of all, Malachi Boateng. Now, given what we've seen with McKendy, this may not come off, but he would be immediately our best defensive midfielder. So this is a guy we could pin some hopes on if he joins. 16th of July, and the moment has arrived. We are parting ways with Jonathan Dinzey. He was shortlisted for the National League South Player of the Season last year and was our supporters' Player of the Year, our highest average rating. He will be missed, but I'm hoping that in the not too distant future we get a decent percentage of this profit from the next sale. What we don't know yet is how long Dinzey is signing for Morecambe for. 11 months? Now this is very disappointing. I feel like I've been hoodwinked. Hopefully he'll stick around at Morecambe for a while yet and not depart on a free transfer at the end of the season. Right, one piece of new business completed. Rob Street, that 21-year-old target forward, has agreed to join us. £450 a week. So he'll come in as the 4th highest paid player at the club. Still earning less than Ollie Pearce, but crucially, at least according to star rating, he's going to be better. And let's compare him with Pearce. So Pearce is slightly better as an all-round attacker, but aerially, mentally, physically, Rob Street has the edge. I think I'm a little bit excited about what Rob can bring to the team. Disappointingly, though, Ollie Pearce seems to be a little bit concerned. Let's ask our captain to try and solve this. As director of football, I don't want to get involved unless I have to. But he was not able to. Well, it's only a slight concern at the moment. I'm director of football. I'm not going to go steaming in. I'll let Ben deal with this for now. Charlie Farr also now on board as a Worthing player. And another little piece of business. Brad Wade joins as our backup goalkeeper. Solid enough, but I'm still looking for that player who can replace Harrison Mayle long term. Here's a second backup goalkeeper, Daniel Ginardu, who could become the long-term replacement for Harrison Mayle. He doesn't have the work rate or stamina that I'm looking for, but his goalkeeping quality is decent and could potentially become better. So it'll be interesting to see how he does if and when needed in the team this year. And yes, I know I've literally just signed a backup goalkeeper. We might see if we can sell Brad Wade, make a bit of a profit. Oh dear, Ollie Pearce has asked to have a word. He's worried that Rob Street has been signed to replace him. Well, yes. I will be honest with him that we're attempting to go in a different tactical direction and I need players like him on board to make it work. He's downcast? Dear oh dear. Well, that did not work. Ben, I'm relying on you to solve this issue with Ollie Pearce. Give him some game time. Oh, but here is a player I am very excited about, Romain Mundle. He is one of those potential game changers that I've been chasing this summer, and he has agreed to join. If we don't get promoted, he can go for £54,000, but he will be here for 2 years, and he has nearly 5-star ability. He is rapid. He is agile. He's got great first touch. He's incredibly determined. He works hard. Doesn't quite have the teamwork that I would like or the strength ideally, Made 12 starts and 13 substitute appearances for Spurs non-competitively last year. This is a guy who could make a huge difference for us. And now Will Tizard signs on the dotted line. The fans say he looks to be a suitable replacement for Jonathan Dinze. He comes in as an important player who could become League 2 standard. A tiny bit slower than I'd like, but decent jumping reach, good determination, teamwork, work rate. This makes me happy. And you know what? I think this squad building is going all right. We've got Mail in goal. Maidlin can play out the right, so with Tizard and probably Racine in the centre of defence. Norville Williams on the left. Thomas Hughes playing as a left-sided inverted winger. Charlie Farr as a right-sided winger, with Mundell in attacking midfield and Rob Street up front. There's really only two positions I would really like to strengthen, and that's this defensive midfield role, which isn't essential because of the fact that we've got Malachi Talent Ayite training to become a natural defensive midfielder. And then the left-back slot. Again, it's always the left-back slot. So we are spending £10,000 a week at the moment. And with those improvements to the team, we've gone from 6th favourites for promotion to 2nd favourites. Oh, that's some good director of footballship. We do, however, currently have a 27-person squad, so I need to do a little bit of trimming, I think. Miles Meekums feels like one of those players who I probably panicked far too early in the summer thinking I was not going to be able to get any squad depth in. I don't know how much game time he's going to get this year. Let's offer him out. And Tarek Hines certainly feels like a player that we should be looking to let go. But as we remember from last year, Ben Watson loves him. So we'll give him a chance. We'll give him an opportunity. 1 week to go until our first match of the new season. We've had a decent enough pre-season. Ben's lined us up with that 4-2-3-1 that is a favourite of his and that the team are very comfortable playing in. Rob Street, as you can see, has got off to a decent enough start. 5 goals in 3 matches. May he continue that in the league? And the press are really trying to stir up a bit of a storm between myself and Ollie Pearce. He is considering his options and has apparently asked to leave. We will see what happens as we get through the first 3 matches of the National League South. We're going to see the goals from those games, and then it'll be time to make a decision on Pearce's future. We're actually odds-on favourites for this match against Slough, which I think is the first time I've seen that since we joined the club last year. Slough, who finished 20th, so we are significantly better than them. Hopefully. Both board and supporters expecting us to start with a victory against Slough. The fans are hoping to see Rob Street, Charlie Farr, Romain Mundell and Will Tizard all make their debuts. And they want to see us play some pressing football as well. Does Ben have that in his locker, I wonder? And I've just received a handy little reminder that Alfie Whittingham is expecting us to achieve promotion this year. Well, Alfie, we'll see what we can do. But of course, it's not my decision. It's time for me to take a holiday and to hand over to Ben Watson. Ben, my friend, you achieved great things last year. Can you do even better this season? Well, a frustrating start. A 0-0 draw with some interesting team selections. We did completely boss the game. 20 shots, but only 3 on target, so our finishing certainly left something to be desired. But we were by far the better team. So slow start, but plenty of opportunity for us to improve in the next game. We're away to Concord Rangers next. Favourites once again. Concord also drew their first match away at Dover, who incidentally we're playing in our next game. Come on then, Ben. I want to see some goals in this game. And this is not starting well. Danny Collins sent off in the 12th minute. And we slip to a 1-0 defeat. So a nice, easy, lofted ball over the top. And the centre to the Concord striker was just completely undefended. This is not the start to the season that I, the board, or the media were expecting, and certainly not our fans. Well, we're only 2 matches into the season, and it looks like this next home game against Dover Athletic is already must win. It's 19th versus 7th. No pressure then, Ben, but I need you to show me that you can turn this team around today. Oh my goodness me. Well, the good news is we came back from 2-0 down. The bad news is we drew 2-2. Norville, Williams, Racine, Tizard, Maidlin, McLeod, Whittingham, Alarakaya, Mundell, Hughes and Street. So far, not getting in the team. Apart from that, though, it's the team that I would have picked. So Dover's first was a completely undefended header. Maidlin just getting completely the wrong side of his man there. And that penalty sent Harrison Mail the wrong way, unfortunately. But we did come back into it straight after half-time. Racine with a spectacular punt upfield, which reached Hughes, who did play, to be fair, a beautiful ball across, and Mundell got ahead of the defender to tap it in. And another hoofed ball over the front of the defence from Tizard this time to Street, who flicked it up, and then a beautiful volleyed finish. If you take that penalty out, our XG was significantly higher than Dover's. So it's not all doom and gloom. But there is no denying that for a team that was expected to finish second, according to the media prediction, going into the first day, and with the board are expecting the playoffs, we've got 2 points after 3 matches. And I have to wonder whether Ben is the man to take us to the next level. Callum Kennedy is available. He likes a Gegenpress 4-3-3. I have some tricky decisions to make. We're playing Farnborough away next, who are 21st. Then Wealdstone, who are 23rd, before a match against Maidstone at home. By that point, I want us to be back on form. So we will return at the end of September for this match in the FA Cup second qualifying round as we get that campaign on track. And doubleheader in the league against Weston-super-Mare and Havant and Waterlooville. I hope by then Ben will have stabilised our form and we're back on track, but we might be looking for a new man in the dugout. There's only one way to find out which way this goes. Join me next episode and I'll tell you all about it. Welcome back to episode 11 of the Director of Moneyball. I'm Kirk Sheridan, and it looks like we might be able to fulfil that media prediction of second place after all. In the previous episode, you saw us pick up a measly 2 points from the first 9 that were available. Since then, we have been on an unbeaten run. We drew against Farnborough in a match that I was hoping we would win, but then beat Wealdstone quite comfortably, with Thomas Hughes and Rob Street picking up the goals. Then, most impressively, we beat Maidstone, and that set us up for the next few matches. 0-0 against Dulwich Hamlet, but then home victories against Welling, 2-0 with Rob Street netting again, and Yeovil with Rob Street netting yet again, and Thomas Hughes. And as you can see here, they are players we have been utterly reliant on this season. Rob Street has scored 5, Thomas Hughes and Romain Mundell 3 each. They look like a fantastic front three. And if we just take a deeper look at when Rob Street scores his goals, I am very confident now that we've found a player who is going to get us the points that we need, not just padding out his numbers in easier matches. So Street against Dover scored the equaliser to get us a point. Also scored the equaliser against Farnborough to grab us another point. He scored the opener against Wealdstone to get us another 3 points. The opener against Welling, he is already responsible directly for at least 8 of our 16 points this season. That is a phenomenal return. But for his 5 goals to be worth that many points, I am very happy with this piece of business. And it does mean we can probably say goodbye to Ollie Pearce. We've had bids in for him from Banbury, Bath and Dover. He hasn't yet played a competitive match this season. He's training terribly. He wants to leave. Ollie, you were great last year. You scored a hatful of goals, but you have been a victim of another player coming in and scoring more valuable goals. Rob Street might not score as many goals this season, but the ones he's getting mean more to us. But I must say, taking Pearce out of the equation, I'm really happy with how this squad are now playing. Street is playing out of his skin, as you've seen. Sammy McLeod has got a fantastic rating despite being one of our lower ability players. Tizard, as Dinzey's replacement, has come in and done a fantastic job. Collins is performing consistently well too. Ezanolim is actually our best performing left back despite only playing 3 matches so far. So we're now back in the playoff positions. We've got 16 points after 9 matches. We are struggling to score goals. 11 scored so far, but we've only conceded 5, which is comfortably the best defensive record in the division. Harrison Mayle has now gone from shipping expected goals to preventing expected goals. Oh, it's a joy to behold. Although I have found a potential long-term replacement in Joe Wright. Yes, I know I signed 2 goalkeepers in the last episode. We've brought him in on trial to get a closer look. I wouldn't be surprised, though, if we make the call to bring him in and move Harrison Mayle on for a bit of a profit. But before we make those decisions, we're playing today in the FA Cup second qualifying round. The board expect us to reach the first round proper this year. And look who we're facing. Hastings, again, who we struggled against this time last season. We could only draw with them in the first match before beating them in a replay. So I now am expecting that we do defeat them at the first time of asking. And as long as we do, I'm offering Ben another year as our assistant manager. He's studying for a Continental A licence currently, so it's only a matter of time, I hope, until his attributes improve further. He has proven to me that he can take this team and turn it around. I have not needed to get involved in the same way that I did last year when things were going wrong with Dave Hedges. This is all down to Ben. So a victory today, and Ben Watson will be with us until the end of this season. It's time to take our little holiday. And it's over to Ben and the boys to show us what they're capable of against Hastings. Gone with a very familiar team. Whitting and McLeod in defensive midfield. Alarakia on the right wing. Hastings playing a 4-4-2. Half an hour in, we are absolutely dominating possession. 63% so far. Hughes is sent free down the left wing. Cuts back inside. Passes the ball to Collins, who's playing out of position, I would think, on the left of our defence. Normally, I would expect to see him on the right as a natural right footer, but McLeod takes a charge right through. Oh, and the deflection takes it just off the post. It is 0-0 at half-time. A fairly bleak match, I think. Let's see what Ben and the boys can offer up in the second half. We get yet another corner. Is this an opportunity for those set-piece routines? Saunders comes on for Alarakia now. Bit of fresh legs on the right wing. So Hughes floats the ball in. Collins was leaping for it, but the Hastings defender leapt significantly higher. We get a corner on the other side. No, the ball is cleared away yet again. So Collins picks it up. Plenty of time to dwell on the ball, but he lofts a... Oh my word, he lofted a first-time early cross straight back in, which Street got on the end of, but was unable to put it past the Hastings goalkeeper. I'm starting to worry now that we're going to see the same issue we did last year and end up having to go to a replay. 85 minutes gone. Our best player, Mundell, is completely out of energy. Time is up. It is another replay. Well, we certainly did enough to win that match. We are struggling to get shots on target. But it's another clean sheet. As the rules of Moneyball clearly dictate, defence is more important than attack. So the fact that we've actually kept another clean sheet is something we need to be very proud of. Well done, Ben. I'm sure we will go away and defeat them at the second time of asking. But you know what, Ben? I'm holding off on that contract until we do. Ben and I on the same page. He's not disappointed with that result. We just need to win the replay. And if we play like we did tonight with a few small improvements, namely getting the ball on target, we can do just that. Well said, Ben. Nothing to be concerned about there. Except possibly the fact that our best player is out for a week. Hope that doesn't hold us back. Disappointingly, though, Pearce is still with us. Despite wanting to leave, he's rejected contracts with Bath, Dover and Banbury. I suspect none of them are offering him anywhere near as much money as he's currently on with us. So we'll offer him out again and see what happens. Lamine Sheriff is now expressing a bit of concern about his playing time. A regular for us last year, starting 30 matches, but he's only started 1 in the National League this year. Whittingham basically coming in and taking his place by playing incredibly well. So we will have a word with him, and he's happy enough to be considered as a fringe player by the look of things. Simple, no need to make any promises. Ben can then use him in whatever way he deems most appropriate. So we're favourites once again for this match against Hastings. It's the replay. It's away from home this time. Surely we can at least score. We're lining up with a similar-ish team this time. Far starting on the right wing, Alarakaya on the left, but still Street up front. I don't know how long McLeod and Street will last. I'm hoping they don't have to play too long, actually, because we are playing Weston-super-Mare in the league in just 3 days' time, and they are 3rd currently. So one of our biggest tests since we went on this unbeaten run. Hastings get into a good position, though, to cross the ball, which bounces loose, but Farr can only kick it straight to one of their midfielders, although their midfielder then passes it straight to our defender, who heads it straight to their winger, who passes it straight to our defender. This is cracking non-league football right here. Nobody keeping the ball at all, and turning over after turning over after turning over. And the long hoofed ball over the top. How on earth did Hastings not score that? That was one of the worst finishes you will see all season. Their XG is 0.72, and I would imagine about 0.71 of that is from that shot that they couldn't get on target, right in front of our goal, with Harrison Mayle flailing. But that is how to take a corner. We're training the set pieces, and that was a beauty. Hughes with the corner, near post flick on from McLeod to Street at the back post. Boom. No chance for the goalkeeper. There we are. Beautiful flick on. Street there on the back post. Absolute quality. Well worked goal there. Well worked. But we do have some tiring players, and I am concerned about how this might play out over the course of the next half. McLeod, Tizard, Street, all looking like their condition is reducing quite significantly. So almost an hour in, it's a much more even match in terms of possession than the first game. We've created that opportunity, but it is still a finely balanced affair. We're not letting them create much. We're not creating that much ourselves. I think this is going to be the story of our season. An opportunity for them to play a through ball, which does reach their attacker. Tizard falling asleep there. Mayle manages to get the parry in, though. Tizard gets the clearance away to as far as Maitland, who lumps it up to Street. Hughes has an opportunity to put Street through here, which he does. Street doesn't have the runners, though. I was expecting Farr there to be charging past him, but no, I think these players are trying to save their energy for next matches. Mayle is at least keeping the ball out. He's made a couple of good stops this match, which is nice to see. He's getting a bit more consistency, which is what I would hope for a player who's in his early 20s. An important skill to build, but Mayle can only clear it to Hastings, and the ball comes straight back to us. Only to Maitland, though. This is some proper Route 1 stuff. I have to say, as good as the results have been, this is absolutely appalling football to watch. I can only apologise to the Worthing fans on behalf of the board, on behalf of the staff. I would prefer us to play much more entertaining football. I would also prefer us not to concede goals like that. Seeing these results, seeing how we're actually performing, we are not making any effort to actually retain the ball. This is hit and hope stuff. We get the ball back, we hoof it straight up the field. Our players are tired, we're not rotating enough. Now we go to extra time, which is the last thing we needed ahead of a top of the table clash with Weston-super-Mare. Ben, why do you do this to me? I was fully on your side just a few minutes ago. Tizard lumps one straight to the Hastings defence. Talent Ayite on the ball comes to Saunders, who chips one through to Miles Meekums, who does get through. He's got an opportunity to score the winner here, potentially at the start of extra time. All we need to do now is keep the ball, slow the pace right down, Ben. Retain some energy for the match at the weekend. We managed to get the ball, and actually a beautiful crossfield ball from Alarakia to the opposite wing. Saunders, a loose ball there from the defender, but then Saunders just takes too much time on the ball. Alarakia now has an opportunity to put the ball across, and Miles Meekham's. Everyone is just far too tired. Far too tired. As I say, dreadful to watch. These players are not conditioned to be playing 120 minutes, having just played 90 minutes at the weekend. Just lumping the ball straight up again to tired players who haven't got the legs to run. Saunders manages to cut it across. Can Alarakia get on it? He can, but it's taking too much time. Hughes, no, can't find the finish. Oh, this is appalling, woeful, tired football. We've got good passers of the ball in our team. We've been looking for players who can retain possession. That's in the club's DNA. And I was hoping that we would utilise that. When Ben first joined the club, he wanted to play a fluid counter-attacking style. He has evolved to Route 1 over time. Saunders, though, is clean through here. He's got no support, so he attempts the finish himself. That's half-time in extra time. So we are resting Farr, Street, McLeod and Racine for the match against Weston-super-Mare. But there's Maidlin, Tizard, Collinge, Whittingham, Hughes, Alarakia. I really doubt they'll be able to make it. And what I can't do, of course, is that cheeky football manager trick of sending the players off to rest, because I don't have that say. I'm the director of football. I'm not the head coach. I'm not the team manager. But Saunders there was looking to get into the area. He does have Miles Meekham's in the middle, and is that a foul? No, it's not. It was a fair challenge, apparently, by the Hastings defender. But Alarakia, despite being absolutely shattered, wallops the finish in there to secure the victory for us. That looks like we're going through now to play Lewis again in the following round. Whittingham managed to catch onto the loose ball. It was deflected, and Alarakia, just as the ball was rising, actually looked like it got a deflection on the way in, but Alarakia hit it hard enough for it to not matter. And Alarakia steals the ball away there, cuts the ball inside to Whittingham. The players are too tired to run through to create opportunities, but Whittingham is there, and oh my word, what was that? A 18-yard outside of the foot finish. What an incredible goal from Whittingham. So he picked the ball up almost on the halfway line, ran into space. There were no runners for him. So literally just flicked the ball with the outside of his foot in off the post. Goalkeeper, no chance. Whittingham, sir, that is an absolute goal of the season contender. If that's going to increase his confidence and give him more opportunity to score fantastic goals like that, then I am all for it. Now, Miles Meekham's is sent through by a good through ball from midfield there for once. And there we are, it's the fifth. Why couldn't we have played like this in 90 minutes? We've scored 4 goals in extra time. So Miles Meekham showing he can play up front as a lone striker. Excellent, that increases our squad rotation options through the year. Well, a 5-1 victory after extra time looks like a fantastic showing for us. Although they themselves had an XG of 2.6 and Mail played a blinder to keep them to only 1 goal. The team who finished the match on the pitch, all with the exception of Collinge, played a cracking game actually. Collinge, I'm concerned about the way he's being played out of position on the left there. I would much rather see Norville Williams or Adenolim in that position. If we look seriously at this XG table though, they did outperform us on XG within the 90 minutes and possibly should have won 2-1. And we now have a squad that is going to be very, very tired for the match at home against Weston-super-Mare. If we were to think about moving Ben on, looks like Kyle Storer here would play a vertical tiki-taka style with a formation that the team are already very familiar with. He does have his National A licence, is a better judge of player ability and potential than Ben, slightly higher tactical knowledge, a bit better at people management. If I did sign Kyle Storer, he would cost me £300 a week. I really, really want Ben to succeed, but I'm not seeing the type of football that is convincing me to keep him on long term. Let's see how we perform against Weston-super-Mare. Right, moment of truth. Worthing in 7th against Weston-super-Mare in 3rd. Who is Ben going to select after that 3.5 hours worth of football we've played against Hastings? Well, Taylor Crossdale makes it in up front. Hughes is selected, but we do have a few changes, more squad rotation coming in, so that's good to see. Charlie Farr, our vice-captain, has the armband. Hughes floats a corner in that comes to nothing, but it comes out too far. Hughes then has another opportunity to set one up. He cuts to the byline. White! And it just rattles past the post. It's another corner. Hopefully those set pieces that we've been working on will come to something. Hughes to the near post. There's an Olim. Oh, it's just off the post and back out. Well, early signs are positive that we're creating opportunities, although mostly from corners. We are restricting Weston-super-Mare though. They're yet to have a shot on target. That's their first one. Looks like from miles out, because their XG is very, very low. We have another set piece. Hughes floats it across. Allardyce! 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 Now that's Allardyce, who came to me before this match to say he was frustrated with the lack of game time, and I had to agree to send him out on loan. I offered him out, no one came in for him, and I must say I am delighted with that. He did play great for us last year, has struggled simply because of the higher calibre of player that we've brought in to play in central defence this season. But a cracking finish there. Hughes now tiring, probably won't even make it into the second half. He's on a 7.5, but his condition is absolutely dreadful. So there are some familiar faces from last season. Lewis White, Lamin Sheriff, Miles Meekham's there. Talent Ayite back in the team for the second match in a row. If we keep this up, oh my word, what a result this will be given the exhaustion facing our players. Although having said that, it looks like Weston-super-Mare might have faced similar circumstances. They are also very, very tired. More of their squad than ours, in fact. So it looks like they haven't been able to rotate in the same way. And I wouldn't be surprised if they went to an FA Cup replay in their previous match as well. But, oh no, 10 minutes to go. They get a free kick. This is going to be a dead cert goal. Oh, it's over the top of the bar. Well, we've made some substitutions by the look of it. Clark has come on. Racine is on. Pearce has come on up front. We are in the 92nd minute. There are 4 minutes of stoppage time. And surely that was offside. That must be offside. Thankfully, Weston-super-Mare just hoofed that ball straight over the bar. And amazingly, we do manage to get the 3 points. We created barely anything of note in that second half. They were a much better attacking threat in that second half, but it didn't matter. Honours very much even in most aspects of the game, apart from the most important one, goals. And there we have it, 10 matches unbeaten in all competitions. We're up to 3rd place after 10 games played. Only 3 points off the top. Watson wants to build from this, gather momentum. The mood's positive around the team. Is it? Yes, it is. Well, several of the players are unhappy. Yeah, that's a shame. But the club atmosphere is positive. And that is mostly down to this man. I'm not going to offer him a 2-year contract. I will, though, accept that £210 a week demand. He, however, wants to be locked in for 2 years. I'll tell you what. Let's make it a contract extension after promotion, Ben. And now he's playing hardball. He is demanding 2 years. In that case, let's try £200 a week for 2 years. He's happy with that. The question is, am I? So I'll finalise that offer. But am I happy with that, looking at the other assistant managers who are available? Am I missing a trick? We haven't played convincingly in the matches we've seen today. And there are other options out there. But how can I argue with this? We've lost one match against Concord at the start of the season. And Ben came in and turned around what could have been a disastrous season for us last year. But I'm so torn. Am I being unrealistic? Am I looking for a brilliant, perfect option that just isn't quite there yet? Please let me know in the comments. What should I do? Should Ben stay? Or should I be looking for someone else to come in and take the reins of this team? Do you think that with Ben in charge, we can get promoted this year? Well, while we're all pondering the answer to that question, I'm going to plough through October and November and get us through to the start of December. By then we'll have a much truer idea of how Ben is keeping our form going. Or not. Well, I hope you've enjoyed what you've watched today and enjoyed seeing me squirm trying to make these difficult decisions about assistant managers and whether they should stay or whether they should go. Welcome back to episode 12 of The Director of Moneyball. I'm Kirk Sheridan, and you can see we have been in imperious form. 9 matches since we beat Western-super-Mare and offered Ben Watson a 2-year contract. The only slip-up we've had in the league is that 1-1 draw against Tunbridge. We even managed to hold Barnsley to a draw in the FA Cup first round, which means we get a replay at their place. Big payday incoming. Our league form has been spectacular, as you can see. The goals have dried up for Rob Street in the last few matches, but plenty of other players have chipped in instead. Whittingham, Hughes, Alarakia, Racine, Allardyce, Maidlin, Norville Williams, McLeod, Mundell. Plenty of goals now being shared around, which is absolutely brilliant to see. And look what that's done to the table. We are sitting pretty, 4 points clear at the top. Only lost that one match at the start of the season against Concord. And we've conceded a quite frankly ludicrous 7 goals in 16 matches. Harrison Mail has kept a league-high 8 clean sheets so far, so obviously I'm offering him out for transfer. And before you accuse me of completely losing my mind, let me just explain why. We did sign Joe Wright, that goalkeeper I showed you in the previous episode, as our cup goalkeeper, but actually Ben started playing him straight away, and although it is early days, we know he's already got higher potential than Mail, and his underlying metrics are even stronger. More saves per 90, better pass completion, so we can absolutely look to make a profit on Harrison Mail. You'll remember last episode, my biggest concern was that we were not retaining the ball. And in fact, our pass completion isn't great, 73%, but it is higher than the Vanarama South average, which I must bear in mind. And we're getting away significantly more shots per game, significantly more XG per game, and crucially conceding way fewer per match than any other team in the league. That means for the XG table, we're expected to be sitting in 3rd place. We are overperforming because we've scored more and conceded fewer than expected. But even so, 3rd place would still qualify us for the playoffs, which is exactly what the board expect this year. So in all metrics, other than being pleasing to the eye, Ben's football is doing the job. And we have a huge match up next before that game against Barnsley. I said we'd be back in December, but how can I not show you an FA Cup match away at Barnsley or this top-of-the-table clash against Oxford City, 2nd versus 1st. This will be a real test. Oxford finished 3rd last year. So let's go on holiday and see what this in-form team can do. We do have a lot of tired players due to a lot of football being played recently, but Street is starting. New signing Ote is playing on the left wing. I'll show you him after this match. Goes to Mundell. White picks it up again to Street, who's in acres of space but can't find the finish. Poor defending there from Oxford. Shame that Street couldn't put that one in the back of the net, but he's looking threatening already. You can see there's some tiredness. Maidlin, I saw, already struggling for his condition, probably won't complete the 90 minutes. And Romain Mundell with a rare-headed goal there. He has been on the score sheet quite a bit this season so far. Yet to see him score a header, I think that is his first. Once again, those set-piece routines playing off beautifully. Ben definitely has a preference to make the most of every set-piece opportunity that we're getting. I can see Danny Collins there playing as our captain today. He's been sent off a couple of times, so quite an aggressive player, but I can't complain. He's performing well when he is on the pitch. Maidlin, beautiful cross to Street, who climbed above the defender but couldn't get the effort on target. Norville Williams picks the ball up in the left-back position, runs inside. Oxford getting nowhere near him. A spectacular run there from Norville Williams to take out a few defenders. Drive between the lines. White into the penalty area. Just a driven run. Defenders not making the tackle. And an easy finish in the end for White beyond the Oxford goalkeeper. This team is playing brilliantly now. Makes a real difference when we're not just seeing headed ping pong between each of the defences. We are completely bossing Oxford here. We've outperformed our XG again. What a fantastic team we are looking like now. The players clearly have a lot of faith in Watson. Wright, you could see there picking up the loose ball. Wright starting again ahead of Harrison Mayle. I'm expecting Street to come off anytime soon. But look at this. Look how well the team are playing. Ote in his first match not performing particularly well, 6.5. Tizzard, who has been incredibly consistent this year, 6.6. But everybody else comfortably a 7 or more. That is a shame. That is a shame to concede. First goal that Joe Wright has conceded. Oxford creating something from a very unthreatening opportunity there. Free kick without any threat and just a very well played through ball. There is a risk they could get themselves back into this match if we're not careful. And a terrible clear. That was absolutely shocking defending from our captain on the day, Danny Collins, with the worst clearance you'll see this year. Norville Williams plays it to him and Collins just basically gives an assist. Knocks it straight onto the head of the Oxford forward. And he's only just played onside. Oh, that was just the comedy goal. Hughes has had to come off with an injury by the look of things, so we've ended the match with 10 men. Not the best way to conclude a game that we were in control of for most of the 90 minutes. But against a team that was in second place, I think a 2-2 draw away from home that we should be disappointed in not picking up the 3 points is an exceptional result. Although this piece of news might be a problem. Thomas Hughes out for 6 to 7 weeks. He's been in spectacular form, 6 goals and 6 assists so far in 14 starts. It's a good job. I think that we've brought in Aramid Ote to provide a bit of backup. He can definitely play in that inverted winger role that Hughes has made his own this year. Currently a leading Vanarama South quality player, could become good enough for League 2. Fairly consistent, good pace. Not the best in big matches, which may be a concern, but he is only meant to be a backup and should provide a useful option as a pacier pressing forward when we need to vary our tactics or if Rob Street picks up an injury. But we stay 4 points clear at the top. So we're going into this match against Barnsley in very good form. They are currently 13th in League 1 though and have had the weekend off before playing us. So don't be surprised if this is a bit of a drubbing and our worst defeat of the season. Just putting it out there. So we have arrived at Barnsley, our biggest ever and probably furthest ever away day. They've been a consistent championship club for a long time, a couple of bounces into League 1, including this year. But I remember Neil Redfern there, their club legend, playing for Barnsley in the Premier League many years ago. They have fallen since those heady days, but they're going to be tough opposition. To be completely honest though, I'm not that bothered about us getting an absolute pasting. What I'm looking forward to is the equal share of gate receipts from this particular match. I have no idea how many people are going to turn up to watch Barnsley play Worthing. What I do know is that we maxed out our attendance when Barnsley played at Woodside Road. They're averaging 16,000 currently. If we get anywhere close to that, with a 50% share of gate receipts, we could have quite the influx of cash. Unfortunately, we do have quite a few potential absentees. Danny Collins, Alfie Whittingham, Rob Street, Sammy McLeod, Jack Maidlin, all first team regulars and all tired. Thomas Hughes, also injured. So that's pretty much half the team who possibly won't play today. Alarakia is suspended. Oh well. Ben, if you can get a result here, you're even more of a legend in my eyes than you already are. So Barnsley lining up with a 4-2-3-1, same as I fully expect us to. We do indeed. Saunders far, Street is starting, so's Maidlin. Oh dear. Looks like Ben is going all in for a result here. Who cares about the result at the weekend? We could go through to the second round of the FA Cup. Let's tire out all of our players. Why not? Well, a lumped ball from Barnsley there to their right winger. It looks like watching us play. And we've given away a penalty in the 11th minute. Ha ha! Well, I was hoping we could at least make it a little bit difficult for them. In all fairness, we probably shouldn't even be here at this replay. Their XG was something like 2.5 in the first match. We managed to hold them to a 1-1 draw despite our XG being less than 1. So I am looking at this as simply a great payday. There are plenty of gaps in the stands though. It's not exactly a sellout. Probably not even close to their average attendance either. Barnsley play it out gently from the back. We can't get anywhere near them. A tired Maidlin runs out to the right flank to try to prevent their winger from getting on the ball, but can't. Their winger plays it back to a runner from midfield, who is presumably going to float across in. No, it goes back to the edge of the box there. We're not getting anywhere near the ball. We're only 15 minutes in. This is going to be a long evening. Thankfully, that effort goes over the bar. But we've had a whopping 30% of possession, less than 30% possession, in the first 20 minutes of this match. And incredibly, we've had a 1 shot on target with an XG of 0. That's how good our effort was. On the verge of half-time, we do manage to clear a free kick, and we have 2-on-1 here. If Whittingham can find Street, he does, but is Street onside, and can Street put it away? He can! We have equalised! That is quite remarkable. Hugely against the run of play. And Street did his best in his tired way to hit it over the bar, but couldn't quite achieve it. He managed to hit it into the underside of the crossbar instead. And it cannoned back into the bottom corner. Against all the odds, we're drawing with Barnsley at half-time. Incredible scenes in the away end here. I don't know how many fans we brought with us. Probably all the way from Worthing. Maybe 50 at a push. We had 4,500 watching us against Barnsley just a week and a half ago. Certainly not many of them will have made the journey. Barnsley play a long ball into the box. Their winger is onto it and plays it across. Easy finish there for their striker. Our tired defenders cannot prevent the higher quality opposition from carving us open. Essentially, Mail having a tough night back in goal. We do though get a free kick, 54th minute. Saunders floats one in. Can't though get on the end of it, so Barnsley are breaking. Hamilton bursting clear. We do have defensive cover, but Hamilton looks like he's going to try and take this all the way. Mail was ready for it though, and he hoofs one back up the field, which comes to nothing. Still 30% possession, less than. And another free kick for Barnsley. Oh dear, oh dear. Over the bar though. We are technically still in this match somehow. We certainly don't deserve to be according to the statistics. And look at how tired our players are. We're doing this. We're holding on. Despite the fact that we've played an extra game this week than Barnsley as well. So not only are we lower quality, we're way more tired than they are as well. And it's starting to show. We're just not getting anything on the ball whatsoever. And a good quality finish there from Barnsley. That puts the game to bed, I'm sure. 74th minute. We're not coming back from this. Not going to get 2 goals. Let's just keep it respectable. The fact that we've scored away against a League One club and we're drawing on level terms at half-time. We can come away from this very, very proud. I hope this isn't going to affect morale too much going into the next league fixtures, because yeah, we've done a cracking job to get this far. Unfortunately, some very low ratings there for our back 4. Mail, Tizard, Racine and Farr not making more than a 6.3. Saunders only picking up a 6.4. But that is a result that we can be honestly very happy with, considering our place in the footballing pyramid against Barnsley's. That, boys, is brilliant. Well played. Well, look at this. We might have just been knocked out of the FA Cup, but as far as the board are concerned, my job is untouchable. They're delighted with the progress made towards realising the club's vision. They're very pleased with the strong support and backing from the players. Supporters aren't quite as excited, but they were pleased with our performance against a bigger team in Barnsley. That's good. That's good. We've met the board's expectation in the FA Cup proper. Board are looking forward to seeing the club continue to exceed expectations. Well, it's not just me. It's very much down to Ben as well. Thank you so much for all of your feedback on the previous episode. to give me the confidence to sign Ben up because, oh my word, it's working a treat. And finally, those gate receipts have gone up to £172,437 this month. So we brought in nearly £100,000 from that one match against Barnsley. Goodness me, I might go and ask the board if they could upgrade our youth facilities again. Well, we have a busy December to come with our debut in the FA Trophy, a good few league matches taking us into the transfer window opening for the Football League clubs. So I think we'll come back around the middle of January because I am still trying to ship out a good few players, either on loan or as transfers, just to shore up our wage budget. We have got loads of money in the bank, but I don't want to scupper our long-term chances by spending too much money this year. So I hope you will join me again in around 10 or so matches time to see how we're holding up. Will we still be at the top? Well, if Ben's got anything to say about it, we probably will be. Welcome back to episode 13 of The Director of Moneyball. I'm Kirk Sheridan, and as you can see, we've lost once in the last 11 matches. That was away from home to Southend. So a division above us, everybody else not even laid a finger on us. We've conceded 6 goals, we've scored a hatful, and that means we're still 4 points clear at the top of the league. Eastbourne Borough are pushing us close though. Their form has been almost as relentless as ours. They have been winning match after match after match, and at one point we're on the verge of overtaking us. We've managed to claw it back, but that good form generated some interest in some of our players, and we have made a couple of big sales. Harrison Mayle has moved to Torquay for an initial 3.2k. He played 19 matches for us this year in the National League South, conceded 10, and had a better average rating than he achieved last year. We also have a couple of clauses we'll be keeping an eye on for this particular transfer. We're due another £1,500 after he's made 18 more league appearances and 20% of his next transfer fee as well. But as you know, we were already looking to move Mayle on. We'd brought Joe Wright in to replace him, so that was an expected transfer. What's quite nice to see, though, is he is now valued up to £160,000. So if we do get 20% of that future transfer fee, hoping he moves on quite quickly. What was less expected, though, was Shrewsbury coming in and testing Rule 9 outright. Rule 9 is quite simple. If any club offers more than a player's market value, you have to sell them. We're always looking to make a profit here, and that's exactly what Shrewsbury did with Jack Maidlin. They offered me £25,000 up front with a whole load of clauses when his maximum value at the time was £26,000. So we've got 25k in the bank from this already. We're due another £10,000 when he's made 20 league appearances. We're getting £500 for every league match he plays for the first 10 games as well, and 30% of the profit made on his next transfer. And if that's not already enough, Shrewsbury have to play a friendly against us, which will bring in a load of gate receipts. It's obviously a massive shame. He'd already played 20 times for us this season, but how can we hold him back from starting in a League One team? I'm one of his favoured personnel, and he is certainly one of mine, so Jack, I wish you all the very best for the future. Hopefully one day we can bring you back. Back to more expected transfers though. Ollie Pearce we finally managed to ship out. He was unhappy all season, as you know, because he'd been usurped in the starting lineup by Rob Street. He's now moved to Braintree. He started 7 matches for them so far and hasn't scored a single goal. So I think we were absolutely right to decide that Ollie Pearce's time was up. And Lewis White, who was a regular for us all last year, had only started 4 times for us in the league, so we let him move on. He's recently joined Maidstone. And that's left us with a pretty whopping £1,500 a week left in our wage budget. So I'm currently investigating a few signings that will strengthen our side even further and make sure we finish this league season in style. The first of those is Tyler Cordner. He is the first player we have signed for a financial transaction. He cost us £1,000 from Aldershot, currently a leading Vanarama South player, potential to be a leading Vanarama national player. He's 25, so one of the older players in the team. Ticks the vast majority of boxes for our club DNA and also a good leader. So he's a solid reliable replacement for Jack Maidlin. Let me know what you think of this business as well. If you're just generally happy with it, then click a like on the video. Do that anyway, always appreciated. Drop me a comment below as well. I'm keen to get your thoughts. And if you haven't already, please do subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying what you're watching so far. One thing that I haven't really explored so far is two key principles, which are the need to always be trying to turn a net transfer profit, and that the money you spend on wages has more of an importance on your league position than the amount spent on transfers. Obviously, we had a huge influx of cash from that transfer clause at the start of the season, but our net income is £860,000, way ahead of anyone else in the division. And in salary spend, we're fourth. With that in mind, I would be delighted with any position fourth or above. The fact that we are absolutely blitzing it at the top of the league is the real icing on the cake, because we are spending a lot less than Yeovil, who are only in fifth. And look at the other two clubs spending more than us. Maidstone and Dulwich Hamlet only in 15th and 14th. Financially, we are doing brilliantly. And the board thinks so too. We've still got an untouchable job security level. The supporters, however, are less impressed because despite our phenomenal performance, as you would expect, they're not pleased that we've just sold two of our best players. So I'm hopeful that over time we'll convince these supporters that the way that we operate, this Moneyball style of always looking to maximise on the profit of our players, is the right thing and will help us develop as a football club. And the best way to do that is to go and win the next match. We have a couple of records in the offing here. We've already gone 25 matches unbeaten in the Vanarama South. One more match without losing, and we'll beat the existing record, which we jointly hold currently with Sutton. And Rob Street is on the verge of a Worthing record. He's already been named player of the match 8 times this season. Equal with Jonathan Dinzay from last year. If he gets one more Player of the Match award, he takes the individual record as well. And that brings us to today's league match. We are at home against 21st placed Wealdstone. We are huge favourites, 7-4 on. We've won all of our last 5 games. Let's go and get that record. So as always, we have our manager, Ben Watson, taking control of the team today. As the director of football, I don't get involved on match day. It's entirely up to Ben, our assistant manager, to pick the team, to motivate the team, to select the tactics, to make the substitutions. It's going to be interesting to see what team he puts out against Wealdstone. Well, a strong one by the look of things. Pretty much the strongest team we could be putting out. Cordner there in the back 4 already as Maidlin's replacement, and Collinge playing on the right of the back 4. A 37-point difference between our respective league performances so far this season. So I am expecting a comfortable victory given the form that we've been in, and that's probably the kiss of death, obviously. And look at that. Cordner's come in and he's picked up the armband straight away. He's only played 3 matches for us so far. Well, Ben's obviously got a lot of faith in him. Another rainy day at Woodside Road, but Wright clears the ball upfield to Saunders, who takes it down beautifully, actually. For a non-league footballer, that's a beautiful bit of control. McLeod picks it up, plays it back to Tizard. We're just keeping the ball nice and easily. A bit less of that route one, I was going to say. And then a lofted ball across to Saunders, who plays it to... Oh! Street gets the finish again. That's his 20th goal of the season. Very poor defending, it has to be said. The Wealdstone defender should absolutely have cleared that, not let it run through to Street. Tizard, just a fantastically weighted ball. Saunders, Street, fantastic. It's cleared out to Hughes, who has an opportunity to run but doesn't. He plays it to Street, who holds up the ball and knocks it back to Hughes. And then he does have acres of space to run into. What are his options here? Well, it's a tackle from Wealdstone, but only as far as McLeod, who plays it out to Saunders. And I've just realised something. A couple of days ago, I asked you all, how are you feeling about the speed of the match engine? Would you like it to be a little bit faster? Well, your answer was pretty unanimous. Only 18% of people wanted us to keep the speed of the match engine as it was. So, as requested, we'll knock it forward 1 notch. Sorry that I'd forgotten. We will keep it like this from now on. So, Saunders, in the right-hand corner, plays it to Talent Ayite, but it doesn't come through to him. Wow, this is suddenly speed ball. Talent Ayite kicks it back to McLeod, who loofs one over to Saunders. And it goes to Mundell, who is fouled in the box. No doubt about it, blatant penalty. Hughes with the opportunity to put us 2-0 up off the post, and Hughes was rooted to the spot, didn't even run in for the rebound. That is dreadful penalty taking. What was he thinking? Well, we're half an hour in, 60% of the possession has been ours. Wealdstone yet to have a shot on target, and we have a free kick before half-time. Hughes has an opportunity to make up for his penalty miss by assisting. Well, Collins, not expecting that kind of finish from a central defender. So the ball from Hughes was cleared away, and Collins managed to latch on. I think it was Tizard who knocked the ball down for him. We're 2-0 up at half-time. Wealdstone just haven't been in this match at all. 70 minutes in, we've made a couple of substitutions. Allardyce and Alarakia on, and they've got an opportunity to carve us open here. I'm not got a good feeling about this. They do manage to, and it is a goal. That's their first shot on target. That was just one of those feelings when I just felt like there was too much space between our midfield and defence. We had too many players around the men with the ball, not enough looking at picking up and marking the players who were in space. But surely we can't throw this away. 10 minutes remaining. Ote's now on for Saunders. Time is running out. We've still got 60% of the possession. We just need to keep this tidy. And we do. An uncharacteristically dreadful performance from Hughes there. If we look at our back six, that left back position once again that's causing us problems. That is a spot that I'm looking to upgrade on. I was hoping that Nathan Woodthorpe here would be the one. Great attributes. Natural left back. But I was hoping to pick him up for the bottom end of his transfer value. For free. No way am I paying this. No way am I paying anywhere close to that. Probably until we're a couple of divisions higher. This is a Moneyball save. We need bargains, not to pay over the odds. We stay 4 points clear, but Eastbourne Borough, a 4-1 victory over Bath. They are continuing to push hard. Oxford City, though, who were in touching distance, have dropped away. So it looks like we might be heading for a 2-horse race for the title. Worthing versus Eastbourne. It's a South Coast special. But although we've spent a lot of this episode talking about transfers, I am also trying to improve the team and the club in other ways. Potentially one of the most important being upgrading the size of my staff teams. With so much money in the bank, I went to the board and asked if we could increase the size of our coaching team and our scouting team. They said yes. I was delighted. That means we now have the best scouting team in the National League South, and we've got one of the best coaching teams as well. Bobby Mims, our new goalkeeping coach, I'm hoping will do great things with Joe Wright. His attributes are off the charts for what I would normally expect to see at this level, and he didn't even want a contract because he's also goalkeeping coach with Fiji. I have no idea how he's managing that commute, and quite frankly, I don't care. If he's happy to do it, please keep going. Bobby, it's brilliant to have you on board. And the man himself, Ben Watson, has also had a little bit of an upgrade. He's completed his Continental A licence now. I've already got him studying for a Continental Pro licence. And his attributes did improve by 4 whole points. I was hoping it would be a lot more than that. I must admit, I was expecting it would be more than that. His attacking, mental, tactical and technical coaching all went up by 1 point. And that was it. Well, if it's going to help us score a few more tactical, mentally focused, technically adept goals, I guess it's probably worth it. Right, 6 days now until our next match against Maidstone. Where do I want to upgrade this team? We're doing absolutely fine in goal. Central defence, we've got Tizard, Cordner, Collins, Racine, Allardyce, who can all play there comfortably. Allardyce does want to move on. He's looking to move on loan, but now that we've lost Maidlin, maybe he'll play in the centre of defence a little more frequently. I would like to see Ben pick Charlie Farr at right wing back a little more frequently. So I don't think we need an upgrade there. Left back, though, does feel, particularly if Collins is going to be playing at right back, we do need to bring in another left back. Defensive midfield, Talent Ayite, now that he's accomplished in that position, is getting a lot of game time, which I'm delighted to see. McLeod has been our best performing player on average rating this season. And then Whittingham, Collins can step in there as well. So I think we've got plenty of options there. Mundell, Hughes and Honor can easily play in that attacking midfield spot. We've got Ote, Farr and Saunders and Alarakia for the right wing. Hughes, Ote, Alarakia, Saunders for the left wing, so we're sorted there. Rob Street, Ote up front, so it's that left back slot. That's the one that we need to plug the gap. Top priority, age 20 to 25, put Eric and Simon on the job. Go, fly, find me a left back. The only problem is every single player who's been recommended to me as worth signing is demanding quite a significant transfer fee. And yes, I know we have that money there, but I don't want to spend it. That money will be used to upgrade our training facilities, our youth recruitment. That is where it's going to have the biggest benefit at this level of football. I just need to find some bargains. Let's see, Jack Evans, currently playing for Hereford. We scouted him back in August. He's already playing consistently in the National League North. So we'll see if we can get him on a cheap deal, but it's quite unlikely. No, they want a value of potentially up to £11,000. No, thank you very much. If we really want him, we might just get him on a pre-contract. Please, team, please, find me that left back. Well, here's one we agreed earlier. I know I said I didn't need any more attacking players, but sometimes a deal is too good to turn down. James Daly, who you may remember I had my eye on when we brought Ote in. It was a toss-up between the two. He's now happy to join on a non-contract as a fringe player for a £160 appearance fee. He looks like a really valuable upgrade on either wing. So to have him on a non-contract for a few weeks before deciding what happens with, say, Saunders, Alarakia, this is very exciting. And there's confirmation. We've got the new record. 26 games unbeaten in the National League South. How much longer can we keep that one going? Oh, disappointing to see Novak injured though. Now this is a player in our development squad I very much got my eye on. He's in our under-18s, an attacking fullback for the Czech Republic. He's already been capped at under-20 level. Very speedy, born leader, incredible determination. So this is a guy who could come into our team and be with us for quite a number of years yet. And another I'm keeping my eye on is Pedro Silva. As you know, we don't want to sign any strikers if we can at all avoid it. Those rules of Moneyball are very, very clear on that. So the fact that we've got someone age 17 who's scored 36 goals in 29 appearances so far for the under-18s, that bodes pretty well. Well, we made it past deadline day without any significant business. That's Football League deadline day. We've still got a month and a half to go. Here's another sign that Eastbourne Borough are pushing us very close. Rob Street only came third in January's Player of the Month award. Despite getting 6 goals and a 7.74 average, he was outstripped by Leon Gravata of Eastbourne Borough, who scored 7 and assisted 1 in 5 with an average of 8. This one could go the distance. But Ben got the nod for Manager of the Month. Eastbourne Borough also won all 5 of their matches, but Ben pipped him. The board and supporters now both expecting us to pick up this victory away at Maidstone, who are one of the few professional teams in this division. We're expected to finish second and are currently in 16th. Let's hope they don't pick us to suddenly switch on a turnaround in form. Maidstone lining up with a 4-4-2 today. And we've got Farr on the right wing, Street up front again. Strong side. Very strong side. Can we keep that 4-point gap at the top? 4 minutes in. Tizard flies into a challenge. Norville Williams manages to clear a header, and that is just poor defending. Tizard managed to nick the ball, lunged into a challenge. Norville Williams headed the ball straight to their man Kedwell, who volleyed in to the net. And Wright probably should have done better. Now, we know that we are a fantastic team. We can absolutely come back from this. We've got plenty of time to do so. Tizard flying in again, and that looks like he's going to be off. Oh, my word, that is a red card. What was he doing? So we're down to 10 men away at Maidstone. They're 1-0 up already. So Tizard sent off. Cord not on for Hughes. We've already got Racine and Street booked. Somehow we are keeping even in terms of possession, but half an hour into this match, I can't see us getting 3 points. If we can pick up a draw, that would be a phenomenal result. Mundell picks up the ball on the edge of the area, but can't keep it. The ball flies back out and they're in space, and that's 2 for Maidstone. Oh my word, what a way to end this unbeaten streak. But it won't stand. It won't stand. The goal was ruled out for offside. We're basically playing without a left winger. We've got our best free kick taker no longer on. Oh, and Cordner just missed a great opportunity there. So Collinge on the right plays it back to Cordner, who hoofs one over to Farr. Now, Farr is a good crosser of the ball. He finds Street, who can't put it away. Oh, that was a fantastic opportunity, and given how well Street has played this season, you would expect him to put that one in the back of the net. There are positive signs here. Despite the fact that we're down to 10 men, our XG is higher, largely because of that effort from Street at the end of the half there. We are getting plenty of set pieces, which we know we are very strong at. Come on, right. An hour into this match. Essentially nothing has happened in the second half. One goal. One goal. Looks like we're starting to waste a little bit of time here. I would like to see us actually get the ball further forward. Street trying to knock the ball on, but it only goes through to the Maidstone goalkeeper, who hoofs one up the other end. And their striker hits it very high over the bar. I think it's a corner for Maidstone. It is. So Andrews to take the corner for Maidstone. Hits the ball into the box to the near post, and it's out for a goal kick. 28 minutes to go. Can we create another opportunity? We've got Talent Ayite and Alarakia on now for McLeod and Farr. Time is ticking away. 10 minutes remaining, and we don't look like we're going to create any opportunity. But Cordner manages to clear an attempted through ball. Mundell gets on and manages to run. He jinks past the defender and fires over the bar. And this is probably our last opportunity. We're into the second of 3 minutes of injury time. A long clearance from the Maidstone goalkeeper, and it falls through to the Maidstone striker. That was definitely not offside. That was just a poor piece of defending, I think, from Norville Williams there. Yes, it was. Norville Williams, our left back, should have probably just not attempted to head that clear at all and just covered the run of Kedwell. What a way to end our unbeaten streak. It was on the cards from that 8th minute when we got Tizard sent off. Tizard, who has played fantastically well as Dinzay's replacement this year as well. But we picked up a lot of bookings in that match. Eastbourne Borough picking up a 4-0 victory away at Tunbridge. So their goal difference is on the up. Tizard is therefore banned for the next 2 games against Dulwich Hamlet and Welling, and is somehow shocked to have been handed a fine for violent behaviour despite him lunging into a tackle with clearly both feet off the ground that could have caused some serious injury. Watson's not very happy. Norville Williams now suspended as well for reaching a yellow card limit. And we now have 17 matches remaining to stay on top of the National League South. I do not want to end up in these playoffs after how well we've played this season. Eastbourne Borough have to slip up at some point, surely. If we can recover quickly from this run of form, we will come back when we are on the verge of the title. If not, we might come back around April and see if this little blip becomes a wobble. I really hope it doesn't. By then, though, we absolutely must have a new left back. Welcome back to episode 14 of The Director of Moneyball. I'm Kirk Sheridan, and this is a very special way to finish the season. It was written in the stars, preordained, it was inevitable. We are away from home at Eastbourne Borough. Both teams have already secured a playoff spot, but we are 8 points clear. Within the last few matches, Eastbourne have finally dropped some points, which gave us the opportunity to pull clear. You saw us lose to Maidstone in the last episode when we went down to 10 men, but since then we've just kept on rolling and we could finish this today. Victory over Eastbourne Borough at their place, and we are champions. There is no point waiting around. Let's get straight into this. It was just meant to be, wasn't it? Eastbourne Borough have been in such strong form this year. I saw this game coming on the schedule towards the end of the season, and I thought it couldn't possibly come together that this is the place where we could seal the title, surely. And it has. They are lining up with a 4-3-3 formation, and we will be lining up with our 4-2-3-1 straight up front. A first choice team without a shadow of a doubt. Talent Ayite now a permanent fixture in defensive midfield. Eastbourne have scored a lot of goals, so we are behind them on goal difference. We need to make sure we get more points in the bag this season than Eastbourne Borough. I believe in this team. I believe in Ben Watson. Thinking about what... Oh, gosh. It was nearly a dreadful way to start the match. But thinking about what Ben has achieved this year and last year. Remember, he took over and the team was in decline. Ever since he joined, we've been on the up. Just a relentless form machine. New players have come in. Joe Wright, what are you doing? That is a... Oh... Just what? I mean, Joe, are you... What? We've been the best defensive team in the league this year, and we go and do that. Joe Wright is supposed to be a big game player. He likes big matches. He's not afraid of them. This is not how this episode was supposed to go. This is completely against the script. What is going on? And they've got another opportunity, but Tizard plays it back to Collins. Wright has an opportunity to make up for his error earlier. It comes to Street. Talent Ayite picks the ball up, plays it back to Cordner. Cordner to Norville Williams, to Hughes. A good period of possession for us here. We're not playing that Route 1 football that we had been earlier in the year. Street has an opportunity. He's clean through, and it is 1-1. Yes! You might be able to judge. I'm getting a little bit excited by the fact that we're on the verge of promotion to the National League. It is at least a year earlier than any of our players were expecting. And of course, the board and supporters were only expecting a playoff finish this year. So if we can secure this promotion, we are well ahead of the targets the club has set us. And it isn't looking unlikely. We haven't created a huge amount in that half, but we've dominated possession. We could get 3 points here today. I believe in the boys. I believe in Ben to make it happen. I need your positive vibes, people. Give me your positive vibes. There we go. Positive vibes. There's a highlight for us. Norville Williams to Mundle. And it's 2! Thank you for your positive vibes. Oh, goodness me. That was brilliant. So Norville Williams with a beautifully chipped free kick there. Mundle should never have taken that on. He should have been looking for far on the right wing there at the back post, but what a fantastic effort. And we now have a corner. It's Hughes to the far post, doesn't quite get there. Collins to Hughes. He's got an opportunity. He's going to take this on, and it's 3. We're going up. Oh my word. We are going up. This director of football thing actually works. Pick the right assistant manager, give them the right players, let them take control, and beautiful things can happen. Just like that goal. Come on, the Rebels! The Mackerel Men! Honestly, given the form that Eastbourne were in, I thought we'd probably actually lose today, and it wouldn't be quite the celebration, but that was nearly 4. This is absolutely fantastic stuff. Ote and Kilgore on now to see out the last few minutes of the match. We're just not giving Eastbourne any opportunity to get back in this at all, he says. But Whittingham manages to get on the end of it. And Norville Williams doesn't pick it up. That left-back slot causing us problems again. And we've given away a penalty. Oh! If they score this penalty, this is going to be a ropey final few minutes. Oh, right. Dive the correct way. Right, hold on. 1.5 minutes plus injury time. Get these 3 points in the bag, and we've got the title, lads. Come on. Title celebration at Eastbourne Borough, rubbing it in their faces. How good is this? The guy giving out the trophy seems to have red sunglasses on. He's a very cool looking dude. And Worthing. It's a shame it's not our actual, red colours. But I don't care. I don't care if it's blue. It could be purple. It could be yellow. Anything will do. We are going up. This is phenomenal. Well, the rest of this episode I think is likely to be a little check-in on the final season results. We've got 3 more matches to go, so I'll show you how they play out, and then we'll review the season ahead of what's going to be a very interesting summer of transfers as we build a squad to stay in the National League. Budgets are in, and the board are going to let me keep hold of some of that money we brought in at the start of the season. 13.75k per week will be our wage budget, and a transfer budget of £146,000. Our bank balance is just so healthy. We've been able to maintain it at a very strong level, helped, of course, by that away day at Barnsley in the FA Cup earlier in the season. There's one thing I will do straight away here. I will ask again if we can improve our training facilities. We've increased our youth recruitment and our youth facilities already this year. I'd like to see those training facilities improved as we go up to the next level. To be honest, sometimes I really don't understand our board. They've rejected my request to improve our training facilities because of the club's present financial situation, which you have just seen. We have over £500,000 in the bank that I don't want to spend, apart from on these training facilities. Maybe when the season's officially ticked over and we are actually on paper in the National League, maybe then that'll convince them. Ben Watson getting the plaudits from the press there. The non-league paper have said, congratulations, you've sealed the Vanarama South title. How does this moment feel? And he is absolutely delighted. Everyone has worked so hard to bring the title home. We have done it. Needless to say, I'm now very, very pleased that we have him signed up until the end of next season on that 2-year contract that I was rather uncertain about earlier in the year. On a slightly different note, I just want to point out a little touch that proves to me you can really play FM23 as director of football in a truly immersive way. This interview with the manager of Cheshunt, who we're playing in our next match having secured the title, he's been asked how he feels about coming up against Ben Watson given his title triumph. So the game does keep a record of it. The game knows that he has been in charge of the team. So much so that 2 years in, I'm still every match day getting a notification that I'm on the verge of making my managerial debut. That's one thing I wish we could switch off. And Ben absolutely deserves all the credit. I must say I agree wholeheartedly with Jack. Nobody deserves it more than Ben. And we picked up a comfortable 3-1 victory against Cheshunt. 2 goals for Ote, 1 for McLeod, and a late penalty. A ball from Mundell over to Daly, and a through ball from Daly that was just fluffed by the Cheshunt defender, set Ote free to score the opener. Then second half penalty into the keeper's top right-hand corner that he couldn't quite get a hand to from Ote for his second. Whittingham with a corner to McLeod. Us making the most of those set pieces again this season, and that late penalty which sent Joe Wright the wrong way. That victory sends us over the 100-point mark. I believe the record for National League South points in one season is 103. So 1 more win or even 2 draws in our final 2 games, and we set another record. Why not, Ben? Just get as many as you can. 2 of our players on the shortlist for the National League South Player of the Season award. Rob Street, scorer of 25 goals so far. And Samuel McLeod, who has been just a dominant force in defensive midfield for us this year. My vote's going to Leon Gravata. He's had 36 goal contributions in 36 matches for Eastbourne Borough. They would not be where they are right now without him. Well, it isn't to be just yet, but we are on the verge. We've got 103 points now. A 95th minute equaliser from Truro kept us from picking up the 3 points to get us the National League South record. Saunders picked up the ball, ran confidently down the flank and basically drilled a low ball across, which Ote managed to slide in ahead of the defender to put away. And then just a bit of unfortunate defending, a good block there, but then a deflection off. No, Collins couldn't quite actually get to the ball ahead of Neil. Sadly, we failed to pick up the 3 points we need, but we go again. 1 more match, Weymouth at home on the last day of the season. And what a disappointing way to end the season, at home against the team in 14th place. And it looks like our boys had just switched off, looking forward to the summer and looking forward to kicking off next year in the National League. We had 60% of the possession and a higher XG, but we lost 2-1. We scored an absolutely fantastic goal to start the first half. A phenomenal through ball from McLeod. Street then playing it back to Hughes, who slotted in from the edge of the penalty area. Beautifully placed finish. But sadly, Weymouth then scored 2 goals that are very familiar because they look like ones that we've scored countless times this season. First, ball in from the left wing after a hoofed ball up from the back. And a repeat essentially from the other side. The ball comes out of midfield right over to the right wing. And the striker gets just ahead of the defender. We should have done better. But quite frankly, who cares? Because we're champions and we finished 13 points clear of second placed Eastbourne Borough. We were the 3rd top scorers. We had the fewest shots against us of any team in the division by a long way. That's how solid our defence was. 2nd most shots for. Bath were way out front in terms of average possession, but given my concerns early in the season, we had the 4th best possession statistics in the division. And you can certainly see that change in style over the last few matches that we've played. 20 clean sheets and only 33 goals conceded in 46 matches. Rob Street got 25 goals for us, but he was nowhere near the top scorer in the division. Cody Cook at the age of 31 getting 39 goals in 38 appearances. That's the kind of record that would make me want to snap him up as we go up to the National League, but obviously age of 31, nope, Moneyball rules do not allow. Rob did get most player of the matches though. Almost 1 in 3 of the matches that he played, he was the most valuable player on that pitch. Before we get to the season review, I must show you some of our top prospects from the youth candidates this year. There are a couple who are yet to sign up because they didn't want to take the initial contract that was offered, but most of them are on board. Brett Newman at 15 years old has fantastic potential as a left wing back. And we currently have 9 5 or 4.5 star potential players in our under 18 squad. This is absolutely fantastic for a Moneyball save. So let's take a look back at this most glorious of seasons in charge of Worthing Football Club as the Director of Football. Absolutely zero surprises that Rob Street has been named Signing of the Season. 43 appearances, 31 goals in all competitions. He's exactly the kind of striker that we needed to fit in with Ben's style of play. Tizzard almost an ever-present at the back with 40 appearances. Mundell with 19 goal contributions, still in terms of ability the strongest player at the club, yet to find that consistency. But he's still young, he's 21 years old. Don't forget that most of these players I'm bringing in are still very, very young and will only get better. Collinge is one of the older players who I brought in, 25 at the time of signing. He played 42 matches for us, all across the back line and in defensive midfield, so his versatility was absolutely key. And Cordner barely put a foot wrong since joining for that £1,000, the first player we've actually spent any money on. Joe Wright proving to be solid as a replacement for Harrison Mail. And Alarakia, despite being usurped towards the end of the season, early on was absolutely brilliant. James Daly, though, probably hasn't done enough to justify me signing him on a permanent contract. So we might well be letting him go. And Alfie Kilgore, I was expecting more from, actually. He's only signed up until the end of the season, but hasn't done enough to warrant me making him our highest paid central defender. And Charlie Farr, disappointing to see him not perform at a higher level. All in all, though, good transfer business this year. We reached the first round of the FA Cup before getting knocked out by Barnsley. £100,000 that brought in for us, so a very successful FA Cup competition as far as I'm concerned. FA Trophy, less of a run, only going out to higher division opposition. Our biggest win was that 5-0 victory away at Bognor in the FA Cup. Match to remember, unsurprisingly, the one where we won the league. Goal of the season, Thomas Hughes, who picked up the ball from a throw-in, jinked past the midfield and didn't... from the edge of the box. Beautiful finish. Quite rightly our goal of the season, I think. Matchday commercial and retail up on last year. Competition prize money up. Corporate and hospitality up. Broadcast revenue up. Sponsorship down. Not that you can tell the difference. The major driver, though, was obviously those transfers and selling Finn Stevens' sell-on clause at the beginning of the year. We sold 437 shirts as well. Mundell with the most shirts sold. Street, Hughes, Daly and Otate. Daly on the list. Very surprising to see that. 10% of our sales, so 43 shirts were sold non-domestically. That can only be overseas Football Manager players, surely. Team of the year then, Joe Wright in goal. Great to see him taking Harrison Mayall's slot there. Norville Williams on the left. Again though, left back, the lowest rating of all of our defensive players, so that's a position I have to upgrade again this summer. Rules of Moneyball clearly dictate upgrade your weakest positions first. Racine, Tizard and Collins making up the rest of the back four. Whittingham and McLeod sitting in front of them, with Hughes on the left. He would have got that 7 rating at least if it wasn't for that dreadful performance where he picked up a 5.9, which we saw in the last episode. Charlie Farr gets the right wing spot. Mundell and Street, obviously the final 2 places in the Team of the Year. Sammy McLeod is Player of the Season and Young Player of the Season. And Rob has set a few club records here. Most league goals by a player in a season. Most goals in a league match. Most Player of the Match awards in a season. Racine is now our oldest player. We've obviously paid a transfer fee for Tyler Cordner and received a transfer fee for Jack Maidlin. And there's that beautiful, beautiful trophy. We looked a class above in the first couple of months of the season. Few will have expected this outcome. No, I did not expect us to continue that form as relentlessly as we did all the way through the year. But we have reaped the rewards. Ben, huge credit to you. Huge credit to the rest of the backroom team. Quite a few changes to our best 11 then. Mayall still taking that goalkeeper slot, but Norville Williams is in on the left. Tizard also into the centre of defence. But Lewis White and Miles Meekums hold their places on the wings, while Street and Mundell take the slots up front. The big question now, of course, the huge question, is what do the board expect next year? We know what our budget's going to be. It's pretty significant. But surely the board don't expect us to get promoted again. Surely they're not even expecting the playoffs. Next year, surviving in the National League and stabilising, for me, would be a very good outcome. Let's see what the board expect. They want us to be defensively solid, play possession football, high-tempo pressing football. Seems like the kind of things Ben is happy to do. And they simply want us to attempt to avoid relegation. Well, looks like we might have a free pass. Apparently we're still working towards repairing the club's financial damage. I'm not sure where it is. We've got £500,000 in the bank. That hasn't gone anywhere. I know that there's some debt, but we're happily paying it off at the moment. So over the next few years, continue being an established Vanarama national team. Well, I'm very happy to accept that current vision. The next step up is going to be a challenge. It's going to be very interesting to see how Ben does at that higher level of football. But Ben has achieved everything I could have asked of him and more. He set a points record for Worthing Football Club. 103 points this season. And I'm going to tell this squad that they've earned the right to test themselves at the next level. That I have faith we can avoid getting involved in a relegation battle. Oh, no. Pressure on, eh? Well, that says a lot. Most of the squad don't think they're good enough to avoid a relegation. So let's say we'll battle hard against the drop. Just work as hard as you can. That's fine. That is a surprise. We've absolutely dominated the National League South, and this squad have no faith whatsoever that they're not just going to go straight back down again. Well, the squad are now on holiday, and that team meeting has just given me a very clear view of how important the next 2 months are going to be for this particular director of football. I have a lot of upgrading to do. We'll go through that in the next episode, along with the Moneyball scorecard for Season 2, where I assess my performance against my Director of Football duties and also, of course, the 9 rules of Moneyball. Welcome back to part 15 of the Director of Moneyball. I'm Kirk Sheridan, and before we get into that amazing summer ahead of us, let's just take an opportunity to bask in the glory of last season, because it never gets old to look at this league table. 103 points. Best defence in the division. What a season. Ben Watson has definitely earned his opportunity to take us up to the next level and test himself against professional managers. But what about me? How did I get on this year as the director of Moneyball? It's time for the scorecard. So same as last year, I'm judging myself on 4 areas as director of football. Firstly, not applying any match tactics to the team. And I can say with 100% confidence that I didn't go anywhere near it this year. As is the way with the director of football save, I did support Ben with his training of the team by making sure that his preferred formation is the one that's set up on our tactics screen, just to make sure that he's auto-selecting the right training to fit how he wants to play. But I didn't get involved beyond that. He stuck with the 4-2-3-1 all season, and it served us very well, it's fair to say. So a very simple 3 out of 3, straight out the blocks for this one. Secondly, don't get involved in team selection. Last year, you might remember, I did have to encourage Ben at one point to just play Malachi Talent Ayite to get him used to playing in the position we were training him for. This year, didn't go near that. Thomas Hughes' versatility was definitely utilised, attacking midfielder, inverted winger, depending on the opposition we were coming up against. And Danny Collins, most of all, a real favourite of Ben last year, played 42 matches for us. Right wing back, defensive midfield, centre back, left back, all across the back line, and all down to Ben. So 3 out of 3 for me again on this one. When it comes to no involvement in training, I was almost there. So close. But as with last year, there were a couple of players who I just needed to encourage to get more comfortable in the position I was hoping they would play. So Charlie Farr, I was encouraging to train as a fullback. And Talent Ayite again stepped in to just train him up as that Segundo Volante. So not perfect, but 2 out of 3. And lastly, no team talks. This is an area I fell down massively last year. As you might remember, the start of our first season was glorious and we hit a huge slump. I needed to pull out all the stops. This year, though, it was all Ben. This atmosphere, the managerial support, the team cohesion, it's all down to him. So 3 out of 3 on this one as well. Didn't go anywhere near those team meetings and Ben didn't need me to. So that means this year, as director of football, I got a 92% score for adhering to those rules. Massive step up from last year. And I don't think it's any coincidence that the team performed really well off the back of that. We also have the 9 rules of Moneyball to adhere to. So 2 points available for each of these. 18 in total. Firstly, promoting youth ahead of paying out transfer fees. Now, I really wanted Comrade Honor to play more games this year. He only made 2 substitute appearances, frustratingly. Romain Mundell was ahead of him, obviously in the pecking order, and did play a lot of games. But what I was a bit more disappointed in was that Thomas Hughes played a fair amount in that role as well. I was hoping that Ben would pick him out on the left wing consistently, but he actually got that attacking midfield spot ahead of Honor a lot of the time. Lesson learned for next season, if I really do want to push youth, I need to leave a couple of gaps in the squad. So that's something we'll be looking at as the summer progresses. 1 out of 2. Secondly, only by players aged 20 to 25 who have a decent amount of data underpinning the decisions that you make about whether you should sign them or not. And this was a bit of a mixed bag. If we look at George Saunders, I was excited by his potential, but there wasn't a huge amount of evidence to go on. And his 6.99 average rating was okay, but very much a squad player in and out of the team throughout the year. Rob Street's another who we signed basically on the evidence that he'd played 18 games in League 2 a couple of years ago. Turned out to be a great decision though, because he got a 7.3 rating and scored 31 goals. However, Joe Wright had played an entire season on loan at Bath, averaging above a 7, which is what encouraged us to bring him in to replace Harrison Mayle. And Will Tizard, similarly, plenty of game time at Chippenham, and he turned out to be our best defender of the year. So by the process of maths, 6 of one and half a dozen of the other means 1 out of 2 points for this area. The third rule of Moneyball, though, basically look for bargains, low reputation players, low reputation leagues, free transfers. As you can see, yes, big success here. We paid a whopping £1,000 to bring in 15 players last season. So 2 out of 2 points here, easily. And rule 4, improving defence before attack. Well, 9 out of these 15 players are either defenders or goalkeepers. So 2 out of 2 for that one as well. Rule 5, always improve your weakest areas of the team first. I've tried so hard. This left back slot, as you know, is a perennial problem area for us. Norville Williams did perform slightly better than our starting left backs last year, but Cordner and Collins are centre backs by trade who can also play out on the left wing. So we did sign cover there. We always tried to strengthen that role, but there is more to be done. However, for effort alone, 2 out of 2. Conversely, rule 6, don't buy strikers unless absolutely necessary. Well, you know me, best of intentions, but we really didn't need to sign James Daly. I know he was on a non-contract, but he was one of those players that just felt too good to turn away, didn't do anything. 3 starts for us. And Aramid Ote, wasn't expecting him to get a huge amount of game time, but again, probably a bit unnecessary. And looking here, seeing that Thomas Hughes could also play as striker, perhaps if we had allowed him to do that more frequently, then Conrad Honnold would have got more game time as that attacking midfielder. So I have to be brutally honest with this one. 0. Rule 7, sell players at their peak age before they start to decline. Certainly. We maximised the value of Lamine Sheriff, who is now 25 years old. Harrison Mayle moved on at the age of 23. It's still a very young team, so we haven't really got anyone at peak age at this point in time. So considering how we were able to operate, I think this is 2 points as well. Rule 8, always be scouting for replacements. This is a huge part of my responsibility as director of football. I'm always in the back end setting up these recruitment focuses, and we've got 261 players currently who the club has scouted, many of which I'm keeping a very close eye on. Only thing is, they are all looking very expensive compared to the players we've signed in the past, so it might be time to start thinking about spending that transfer budget. 2 out of 2. And rule 9, of course, the really scary one. If any player is bid on for above their market value, you sell them. Dinzey was a more educated decision. The overall balance of the transfer after add-ons should come in above his market value at the time, but he is now rated up to 140,000. But Jack Maitland was the big one, valued at 26,000 maximum at the time that we sold him for a minimum of 25,000 with plenty of add-on clauses, and he's now valued up to £39,000. 2 out of 2, and let's see what the season ahead brings and how many other great players we're going to lose along the way. So for adherence to Moneyball rules this year, I let myself down hugely by panic buying strikers once again. So 14 points out of 18 and a 78% rating. Combine that with our director of football score, and we got 25 out of 30 and 83% rating, which is actually 12% up on last year. I'm pretty pleased with that. There's still room for improvement, but as you would expect, I'm still learning the role. We all are. And as we step up to the National League, we've got a chance to put these principles into place in a big way. And there are big decisions to make before we get there. I've got 14 players who are currently out of contract at the end of June. Who should stay? Who should go? Which new signings should we bring in? I think we should come back on the 1st of July and find out. And here we are. We are officially in the National League. The season has ticked over and we are predicted to finish in 21st place. The board's objective is simple: attempt to avoid relegation from the Vanarama National. That might even mean if we do go back down, as long as I've made a good fight of it, I could still keep my job. But we are at a serious disadvantage because there are only 3 other semi-professional football clubs in the National League this year, and they're all the ones that are expected to finish below us. If we're going to stay up in the National League, we will have to relegate a professional team. I've started the upgrade process to help us do that. 2 new signings so far. Canis Carroll, age 25, comes in as our highest paid player ever. But he's a decent Vanarama National player with potential to become a leading National League player and has had a couple of really decent seasons at Oxford City in the Vanarama South. So I'm expecting Ben to pick him as one of our starting defensive midfielders. And Che Cooper can play anywhere across that attacking midfield. His versatility is going to be massively helpful. Didn't play any football last year but had a cracking season on loan at Dartford the year before that. That leaves us with a 21-man squad as things stand, but 5 of those players are out of contract. Last season, I rushed into signing players up who just didn't get any game time. Miles Meekums was one of them, who's now left the club, along with Ryan Clark and Alfie Kilgore, who we actually managed to sell to Crawley for £8,000, despite him only having 3 weeks left on his contract. Great piece of business, that. One of the major reasons I'm not rushing into signing up those squad players is because I need to give youth a chance this year. We finally, after 2 seasons, have an under-18s manager, Ashley Parry, and as well as Conrad Honor, I have my eye on a certain Jake Bradley to come into this team. Already, Vanarama North and South standard, he can improve a lot. 5-star potential. He's already determined, he's got the pace, he's got the stamina, he can pass, his teamwork's nearly there, ticking the boxes for most of our club DNA. I cannot wait for this boy to get some game time. I am, however, very sad to see Talent Ayite leave us. He became upset with his lack of game time right at the end of the season. He refused to entertain signing a new contract, and that will be a loss because I'd expected him to be another force in our defensive midfield this year, so that's potentially one spot we do need to replace. So in an effort to upgrade this squad, I've tried to find a few trialists who have been let go by Premier League clubs, but have played a good amount of non-competitive football, so I'm not taking as many chances as I did last year. And I've already offered a contract to Imari Samuels. This guy looks like he's going to be special. Potentially League One standard. Determination, teamwork, work rate, pace, stamina, passing probably, maybe even strength, all fitting the DNA. He's 6'2", natural left back. He's so good, I haven't even bothered waiting until I can see all of his attributes. I'm straight in there offering the contract. And he's told me £350 a week for 3 years is acceptable. Yes, relegation release clause. Yes, big signing on fee. But he'd be the best player at the club. He had a decent enough year in League 2 at Sutton 2 seasons ago. And played a good amount of non-competitive football for Brighton last year. Come on, Samuel, sign on the dotted line. So where do I need to focus this summer? Where are those gaps that will allow me to strengthen the weakest area of the team first? Unsurprisingly, left back, as we've discussed previously. I only have, at this point in time, 2 natural centre-backs and a 16-year-old to play at the left side of defence. Right back, Charlie Farr can play there. It would be great to see him get a bit more game time, but Collins is probably going to play as centre-back. So definitely need to add a right back to our list. And in the centre of defence, Carroll can play there, but I prefer to see him in one of those defensive midfield spots. So we've really only got 3 players across those 2 positions, and we could do with another player adding depth to defensive midfield as well. There is just one other thing that I should note. The board have allowed me to increase the wage available to our assistant manager. So, yes, obviously, I've just started to look at who's out there, just in case. Just in case. Right, it is now the 8th of July, and Imari Samuels is a Worthing player. Look at him. Look how good he is. He's a natural leader as well. Oh, this guy's going to be brilliant. What? He needs to work on becoming more consistent if he's to develop further? I don't see a problem here. I have also made a big effort to step up the quality of the staff. Our scouting team is pretty good for this level now, able to cover a lot of ground and scout a lot of players, which is what we need. And a couple of new names on our coaching team as well. Jeff Hart has joined as Head of Youth Development. Esther Wills as our new Head Performance Analyst. And some of you might recognise the name of, Kieran Dyer. Joined Worthing as a coach. Awesome! Right, 10th of July, I've offered contracts to a bunch of exceptional looking young players. Val Adedokan is another who can play at left back but would probably make the left wing berth his own. Ryan Trevitt can play across the front line and this time ticks every single one of the club DNA boxes. And then Matthew Craig, who we would probably have to try to retrain as a defensive midfielder, but what a quality one he could be. He is seriously lacking determination, but in every other respect is just immense. And fantastic performance levels non-competitively for the last 2 years. He would come from Tottenham, so As you may already be aware, having watched the Destroying Tottenham Hotspur video, if you haven't seen that already, go and check it out. Spurs are my favourite club, so it's quite nice to be potentially picking up one of their youngsters. I'm not expecting to sign them all. It would be amazing if we do. In fact, I don't want to sign them all necessarily. One of Trevitt or Adedokan would be absolutely fine. But whoa. What? Where's that come from? Birmingham offer job interview. The Birmingham board have invited me to attend an interview with them as they wish to discuss the possibility of me becoming their new manager. Where has that come from? I have shown no interest whatsoever in any other jobs. What do I do? They're in the Championship. They are in the Championship, and I'm currently in the National League. And a bank balance of minus £9 million. So they've been a steady mid-table club for the last couple of years. Their value is over 10 times as much as us. Oh, man. This is, wow, this is hard. Funnily enough, a few of you have been asking in the comments over the last couple of videos, is this a one-club save? Am I sticking at Worthing for the duration? And I've said, well, yeah, I kind of want to. That was my intention when I started the save. But it might be actually quite hard to resist if an offer comes in from another team. So I'd consider it when the time comes. And I wasn't expecting it this soon. I guess, it's not an offer yet, to be fair. They are just inviting me to interview for the job. I'll tell you what, maybe we can do a cheeky interview. If we just drive up to Birmingham, or maybe actually, we can, let's do a Zoom interview with Robert here. Worthing board don't even need to know. Probably won't come to anything anyway. I don't want to rule it out at this point. I want to see, let's do the interview and I'll see what happens. I'll continue though, making sure that Worthing are in the best possible position for the new season, and this will probably all blow over. So hi there, Robert. Do I think it's a positive or a negative thing that thus far I've managed just one team? Well, to be honest, I haven't managed any team yet. If you've been keeping an eye on my inbox, you would know that every single match I'm notified that I'm about to make my managerial debut. But if you think all of the great work that Ben has done is down to me, then who am I to argue? Why do I want to leave the current job after doing so much good work there? Well, because you asked me to come and interview, Robert. I didn't until you popped up in my inbox. Let's just say I want the next step of my career to be here. We want to ensure that the dressing room atmosphere is much better than it was under our previous manager. Can you assure us there will be no problems? Yeah, absolutely. Healthy dressing room atmosphere, top of my list, top of Ben's list. Are you ready to get stuck in at a club that has big financial problems? Well, to be honest, if we're going to play Moneyball, might be a fun place to give it a proper workout. How would you feel about working with our current director of football, Kelvin Housley? Right, well, I am the director of football. That's what I would expect to do. But he's contracted for another 2 years. I feel this is the kind of thing that if they've contracted him for 2 years, I need to say that I'm happy to work with him. But we could technically put him on gardening leave. We could remove him from all of the responsibilities at the club. Literally pay him to sit at home doing nothing. Yeah, happy to work with him. What sort of budget are we anticipating to put together the backroom team? They're skint, so I should probably say none. Don't give long contracts to old players. Repair the financial damage and basically stay mid-table in the Championship. Considering they've done that for the last 2 years, that feels perfectly reasonable. And would a proposed transfer budget of £107,000 be enough to achieve your goal? I'll be honest, that doesn't sound like a lot. I've got 4 times that already at Worthing in the National League. So a summer of wheeling and dealing it would be. Wage budget of £29,000 per week. Wow. That is a lot less than I expected a Championship club to have. Well, the ball is in Robert Elstone's court now. Let's carry on improving this Worthing squad, getting them ready for our first season in the National League. Well, news has leaked. Can't keep it quiet from the board any longer. And the rumours are that the Blues have been increasingly impressed with my credentials as the process developed. Let's forget this for now. Concentrate on Worthing. New players, survive in the National League. All we need to worry about. Oh my word, it's the 13th of July, and Birmingham fans consider me to be a leading candidate for the job. Check this out, one of those signings. is actually happening. Matthew Craig, the one I was really hoping to get low determination but brilliant in every other respect, is joining. Yes, he's got a £100,000 relegation release clause, and if we avoid relegation, we pay him £2,000. But to be honest, given how good he is, that's a bargain. Oh, what an incredible piece of business. And the 16th of July, Ryan Trevitt's now joining. League 2 standard. 2 4.5-star players now at the club. Well, our 3 21-year-old signings so far look like they're going to massively improve the quality of the team. Are they going to be consistent enough? But I'll tell you what, look at this. 3 signings have bumped us up to an expected finish of 19th place. We could do this. We could stay in this division this year. Oh, if we keep this transfer business going, it could be even better. Oh, my friends. It's actually happening. We've just hammered East Preston 11-1 in a friendly. And the next morning, Birmingham want me to take charge. I've promised an acceptable dressing room atmosphere. As we discussed, keep the director of football in place on gardening leave. What do I do, my friends? This is the single biggest decision so far in the Director of Moneyball series. It's probably the biggest decision we will ever make, because this determines whether this is a one-club save or not. I need your advice. Please let me know your thoughts in the comments, because I have no idea what to do. I'm so torn. Well, I hope you've enjoyed what you watched today. This is a real cliffhanger ending, so we will be back soon. Please drop a like on the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn your notifications on to find out the second the next video drops. As I said, please tell me what I should do. And I hope to see you again soon. I'm Kirk Sheridan. Thank you so much for watching.